One minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening and welcome to DBN's live coverage of the World Virtual Diplomacy Classic, the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I am joined here by Kevin O'Kelly, a fellow Chicago Weasel and a relatively new commentator. Welcome to the show, Kevin.
Thanks, Brandon. Looking forward to a long weekend of diplomacy.
And long is the operative word here. This is a brand new tournament. It has never been held before, and it is the brainchild of Bill Hackenbracht, who is has been around the hobby for a while. Lots of people know him. The virtual community has been getting to know him recently. He hadn't played a whole lot until fairly recently, and he's made a big mark. And he won the Carnage tournament about a month ago, and that took him all the way to number one in the Diplomacy Broadcast Network invitational standings. So well done, Bill. Bill is also playing in this tournament as well as running it. He has managed to corral, I think, 4 or 5 other people to help him organize the event, and they are GMing the games. The recruiting for this event has been astoundingly successful. I think the registration numbers I saw last were over 140 people. The gameplay is taking place over 6 rounds. And we expect somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 total boards over those 6 rounds, culminating in a top board on Sunday, a single top board, the top 7 finishers, according to the standings method, which is their best 3 scores out of a maximum of 4 over these 6 rounds. The top 7 will make that top board, and we will broadcast it live here on Diplomacy Broadcast Network. This is by far the biggest virtual tournament that has taken place this year by more than 100%. Dixie was the previous record holder for that, and that was only around 20 boards. So this is going to be well over 50 boards, close to 60 maybe. This will definitely take the cake for the biggest event. And honestly, it's the most massive event that I've been a part of as far as diplomacy since the World Championship in 2016, which was my first tournament, and that was in Chicago. That was my introduction to tournament play with the Windy City Weasels. Kevin, you were in that tournament, yeah?
Taking you full circle. Yeah, we had a great weekend, beautiful weather in the summer in Chicago. You can't beat it. And this year with the climate and travel being a little different, we're happy to have some diplomacy to play. So looking forward to it.
So our coverage begins tonight. We are coming to you with coverage of the first 3 rounds. We will cover rounds 0, or the early round as they were calling it, which was completed early this morning. It was a daytime board for the Europeans. It was a very early morning board. It was a morning board for the Europeans. I think an evening board for the Asia Pacific, and an extremely early board or extremely late night board for North Americans, depending on how you look at it. Got a surprising number of North Americans playing in those 4 boards. So have you, Kevin, have you ever gotten up at 3 a.m. to play Diplomacy?
I've never gotten up at 3 in the morning to play. I've been on some boards with Mark Zoffel and Jim O'Kelly that has taken me past 3 a.m. So my tactics were not sharp then, and I would never volunteer to get up early to play that. So, but these games are not time, or they are time limited, so we didn't have to worry about the exhaustion factor on the board, just off the board.
Yeah, so these games are all capped at 10 years. So it's a year limit. However long it takes to go the 10 years, doesn't matter. But most of these games are finishing within about 6 hours. I think I saw one go almost 7. But our coverage will include full coverage of round 0, coverage of round 1, which took place this morning, North American time. And then there is a round that is just getting started now, round 2. We are going to, because of the massive number of games, we simply cannot cover all of them in our normal fashion, which takes about an hour per game. So 50 to 70 games would require 8 to 10 broadcasts. And we are just not equipped for that. I don't think our audience is equipped for that either. But we are going to have 3 broadcasts. We're going to have one tonight. We're going to have another one tomorrow starting at 3 o'clock Eastern time. And then we're going to have the coverage on Sunday of the top board, where we'll also pick up coverage of round 5 then. And that's going to begin, currently scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. May push that back to 2 or even 3 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. So in order to cover all of these boards in these 3 broadcasts, we have developed a couple different new formats. One of them is a very quick 3-minute recap of the flow of the game, and many of the games will be covered in that format. The second is a 20-minute format, which is intended to identify the key moments of the games and give the analysts some space to give their thoughts on what people's options are, who they think is in the strongest position, and how they think the board got to where it was at the end. And we're going to cover some of the games in that, and then we're also going to bring you guys coverage of some of the games in our normal full format, which takes somewhere between 45 and 70 minutes per game. We recorded a couple of these earlier as a sort of test run, and so we're going to play those for you guys in a bit. First, before we do that, why don't we have a look at the top 10 participants in rounds 0 and 1, according to the DBNI standings. If I can bring it up. Let's see. Here we go. Top participants. I should probably show the screen if I can. Technical difficulties. DBN, you guys are getting to see the sausage a little bit right here. Okay, here we go. The top 10 participants according to the DBNI standings. This is not in the tournament overall. This is just in rounds 0 and 1, which are the games we're about to run through with you until we get right before we get to the live games in round 2. So at the top of the list is Bill Hackenbracht. He is has ascended to the top of the standings now based on a tournament win earlier in the year before the lockdown started, a small tournament that took place in Washington, D.C. called GoodCon. And his win at Carnage, plus I think another top 10 finish somewhere else. That takes him to the top of the standings. He's played 13 games that we've recorded in these events, and he's top 7 of those boards. Really stellar record there. We've got Christian Klein, the 3rd ranked person. He won DixieCon earlier in the year. Tommy Anderson, the winner of Liberty Cup, I believe. And then we've got a bunch of other players who have made their marks at various times on our broadcast. These are all names that are familiar to me now. Natty Schaefer, Maxim Popov. Maxim Popov is it's a Russian name. He's from Iowa, but he turns out to be a Russia specialist. He's won Best Russia at multiple tournaments so far this year. Peter McNamara is one of the organizers of the tournament. He's also playing. Farron Jane has made a strong mark recently, a very new player. Jason Massbaum, a familiar player and one that we all love to have strong feelings about. And then DBN's own Zach Moore coming in at number 31, the 31st rank according to the DBNI standings. Before we hop to the games, Kevin, I'm going to give you a chance to give your thoughts on this group of players.
Yeah, I know we don't want to skip over Karthik right in the middle. He had some very strong performances in Zach Moore's VDL over the last couple of rounds. So it's going to be a strong board coming in, a lot of tournament winners. The one thing I do want to point out is you don't see many Europeans on here, and we have a lot of Europeans and Asian Pacific players playing, but these results are mostly based on the NADF tour schedule. So we don't have too many of them participating. So this might not be how the standings look at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, and before we get to the games, it's worth pointing out again that because this tournament is so big and because we weight the value of tournament finishes against the size of the tournament, this tournament will shake up the standings. It will cause people's point values that they've accrued previously to drop. And the people who do well in this tournament will have a big leg up in these standings and making the invitational. So not only will the winner of this tournament automatically qualify, but the people who place highly on this will have good point scores that will enable them to improve their qualification for the DBNI. And next week, hopefully, we will have another edition of Countdown brought to you by Zach Moore and Brian Pravel, where they will go through all of the details of the standings, how things were shaken up both by the VDL finish last weekend and the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic. All right, how about we cut the jibber jabber and we get to some coverage from earlier today.
On to the games. Let them begin.
All right, so just a reminder to our audience, this is a new format that we are trying out in order to bring you coverage of all of the games in a way that does not cause any of us to lose our lives this weekend. So the first we're going to show you two that were pre-recorded. The first is a 3-minute recap of the first game in round one. If I can get it going, had it queued up, but that didn't last. All right, here we go. And I am going to show the screen. All right, we will see you guys in a few minutes. All right, here we are with the first board for the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic. This is Aken, board A for round 0, or the early round, however you want to call it. This board features Ferdinand Binnendijk out of the Netherlands playing Austria. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly. In England, we have well-known figure Bill Hakenbracht out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. In France, we have Gunther Bedson coming to us from Telford, Great Britain. Germany, we have Louis Cantal out of Switzerland. In Italy, we have Ben Knight out of London. In Russia, we have Guillaume Machine coming to us from Paris. And in Turkey, we have Gary Sturley out of Macclesfield in the UK. So 6 Europeans and Bill Hakenbracht, who comes in with a gaudy #1 ranking. Let's head on over to the board. And David, you're going to tell us how things went here.
Well, the theme for this game is all hack all the time, because he starts out #1 and he in the rankings and he just keeps going. So looking at Spring 01, you will notice that Italy goes west and Germany goes east, a little bit opposite from normal. And by gosh, that really matters as this game progresses. Look where the Germans end up after the fall of 1901. Look at where the German armies end up. This is the definition of position versus going for centers. And let me just do triple alert. And so everyone realizes now that there's some kind of triple here with the Germans way off in front. And this begins to become clear in 02 as the Italians try to get to the line. But look, the Germans are already in Romania and Moscow, although they only end up keeping Warsaw. The English are the ones that get Sweden, not the Germans, and nobody gets the Low Countries. So going into 03, England now takes Moscow. Now, what does Austria do in response to the triple alert? It goes south and it fights the Turks. This may not be the best strategic decision that's ever been made. As we go into 04, the question becomes, what is England going to do? And the answer is England drops the hammer on Germany. I don't know who could have predicted that. Tyrrhenian is breached by the French, so the French part of this alliance is continuing to march. And as we get to the end of 04 and into 05 now, you see that the AT war continues with the Western Alliance poking into the east. The AT war continues. by the time we get to the spring of '06, is the question is, can anybody stop Bill? And the answer is, we'll see. England intervenes in the AT war. You get to '07, Austria is that by this point basically crippled. And look at the next move. Bill moves into Armenia as we go into the fall of '07 and the beginning of '08. Look at that. Bill is actually in Armenia. When's the last time you saw an English army in Armenia? But otherwise, this is total EF domination of the board. In '08, Austria continues to collaborate with the EF, not fighting them. Turkey says, I can't have that anymore. So they go to the end of '08. Hakenbracht is now at 14 centers. And the question is, can he do something other than just top the board? Can he solo the board? Probably doesn't have time. We'll see. '09, Hack decides he's going to take Belgium. So he's now sort of putting the hammer on his ally, and we'll see what happens there. Wait. No, he won't, because the game ends at this point with Bill at 16, France at 10, Gunter's France at 10, and Gary's Turkey at 8. What a finish. What a result for Bill Hakenbracht, the primary organizer of this tournament.
Wow. That is, we've got this brand new center chart, and it really tells the story of this game, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
There's nothing to hide here. It's just Bill basically straight up.
As I said, all Hack, all the time.
The big Bill surge. Yeah, so the question is, right, who else on this board could have done something? And it's hard not to look at Gunter Benson in France. Might be considered an enabler here of the Bill.
Well, the primary problem is Bill got collaboration in the East, and Gunter really didn't have that around Italy. He had to fight for it, so to speak. I'm not saying Bill didn't fight, but he got some collaboration from a trader in the East.
All right, David, thank you very much for this recap of Aken, Board A, in round 0 of the World Diplomacy Classic. All right, that was our first pre-recorded coverage, our first 3-minute recap. And give me a second while I introduce. Well, I'm gonna queue up the next one, which is a 20-minute recap that involves us identifying key moments and gives the analysts the chance to give their thoughts. And Kevin, you and I and David recorded this one earlier. Real quick, how did you feel about how it went and how this format might work for us going forward?
There's a lot of games that are going to turn out the way this one did in a longer tournament. It's not just a one game, figure out how it's going to go. You might be playing for a strategy in round 2 or round 3 to take an early result. I think Bill was playing an awful host to start, first game of the tournament, taking top board with a monster number of points. So we'll exclude him from this. But there might be a lot who just want to get to that next round, not wanting to solo, not want a huge result up front. Again, Bill, next time do a little better. So, but this should flow real well to get everyone on the stream. Everyone wants to see their results, and we'll give it to them, and we won't hold back any punches.
All right, here we are. We have got the next game. This is our new key moments format, and Kevin, we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks.
All right, we are ready to go with round 0, Board B, Bangkok. Coming to us from Dublin, Ireland is Matt Lynch in Austria. In England is Gavin Atkinson. In France is Cyril Savant out of Augsburg in Germany. Cyril is a multiple-time world champion, is he not, David?
He certainly won it a couple of times at least, yes.
All right. In Germany, we have Andre Dukusin coming to us from the Philippines, Quezon City. Hopefully I'm pronouncing any of those things remotely or even close to the proper pronunciation. In Italy, we have Laszlo Levy coming to us from Bilbao in Spain. In Russia, we have Tom de Grief out of Groningen in the Netherlands. And in Turkey, we have Philip Weissert coming to us from an unknown location. David?
Philippe is in Germany, and Gavin is in Australia, just so our viewers know.
All right, I will update the database when I get a chance. With that out of the way, let us head on over to the map. And David, you're going to talk us through this one.
I am going to. If you look at Spring of 01 orders, you will notice something very interesting. There's only one bounce in this game, and it's in the Black Sea. Otherwise, everybody is moving in a way that's not terribly unusual for the opening powers. But if you go to Fall of 01, Guess which space there's no bounce in? The Black Sea, because RT has decided to work something out there, as you can see from the moves. Otherwise, anything drastically different here? Not really. You've got the bounce in Belgium and you've got the bounce in Sweden, but otherwise a fairly standard turn until we get to winter of 01. And I'm going to want us to pause briefly in winter of 01, because look at the builds in winter of 01. And my question to you guys is, are some of these builds a form of commitment, a form of early commitment that you don't always see in winter of 01? And by that, I mean, what did the Germans build? What did the Italians build? What did the French build? Or the Russians, for that matter. Tell us what you think. The Turkish build in Ankara. Are these things commitments?
Kevin, you want to take it?
In the East, Ankara is the only to build. I think that that's not a commitment necessarily to go north, leaving the Black open. In the West, I'm curious to see how keeping Marseille open is going to lead to IF staying out of each other's hair, but fleets in London and Brest do make me wonder. Lastly, those German armies are usually poised towards France, but that's a long game. We'll see.
Yeah, the Italian build is interesting too, for the reason that usually if Italy is going to get Trieste in modern times now, Italy will go to Aegean or something like that. So the taking of Tunis, along with the taking of Trieste, along with the army build in Venice, that feels like a pretty anti-Austrian position.
I think it's not terribly unusual for Italy to get two builds with a friendly Austria, but if they're building two fleets. So the theory is you're using those fleets against your common enemy, Turkey. But we'll see how it turns out as we go into 02. Because as we go into 02, you see that the Italians absolutely are not going to work with the Austrians, convoying to Albania, going to Tyrolia. So that's a commitment follow-through, seems to me. And you've got the Anglo-German moves against France, which appear to be committed by the fact that the Germans built the two armies. I mean, well, who else are they going to throw in with? But you also see the Germans going to Prussia, which is an interesting scenario. And I think the question going into the fall of 02, when you've got, if you look at the fall of 02, you will see that there is true RT friendship at this point. So whatever little business was going on in the Black Sea has now turned into the Turks taking Greece and the Russians not fiddling around with the Turks at all. So given the fact that the conventional wisdom is if Italy attacks Austria like this, they can then get steamrolled by the RT. Can Italy survive if they're facing an RT alliance? We're going to find out. Let's go into the winter of 02, which I don't think is particularly interesting, but go into the spring, except for the fact that there's a fleet South Coast build, but go into spring of 03. And the answer is, yeah, Italy can survive if it's not really an RT. Because look what the Turks did. They turn on the Russians here and make it clear that they are not necessarily going to steamroll the Italians with Russian help. In the West, though, as you can see, it sort of continues to be a battle by EG against the French, sort of at this point, inconsequential battle, with the Russians now deciding they're going to do something. They're moving to Warsaw, moving to Bothnia. We'll see how the Germans react. Right now, they reacted by leaving Prussia and going west, sort of redeploying. So get to the fall of 03, Austria is already gone. So RIP Matt Lynch's Austria, they are gone. The Italians and the Russians have already met and form a common border in the Balkans. We'll see if that border remains peaceful or not.
Real quick, did do anything besides attack Russia here, or was it just attack Russia, attack Russia, attack Russia?
It did an early move into Ukraine. It didn't really work, and either didn't or was unable to recover from that miscue and just sort of lost. I think mostly they just lost. The Italians decided to take them out. And, given that situation with the Turks also deciding they wanted Austrian centers, there wasn't much Matt could do except lose, which he did. So let's go into 04, because 04 is when you end up with the Russians taking an action which I think is fateful to this game. Go into spring of 04 and see what the Russians did. The Russians take Denmark. The Germans didn't even really defend themselves. I'm assuming they diplomatically thought the Russians were going to change tack. Well, they didn't. They took Denmark. And the German, either that or the Germans let them take it, but I don't know why, because you'll see in a minute that there's a reaction here. Russia throws back in with the Turks now, so there's a little bit of shifting alliance play in the Balkans. So instead of there being an IR, it looks like there maybe is back to being an RT against the Italians. And the question becomes, can the Italians survive? The Germans, as we go into the fall of 2004, you'll see that Germany has basically moved away from Russia before then. What are they going to do now that Russia has taken Denmark? Let's reveal fall 2004 and see what happens. Now the Germans have decided, you know what? I'm not doing this Anglo-German against France anymore. I'm going to move back and do something to the Russians, those dastardly Russians who took my Denmark. And so you'll see that he literally moves east. He literally kills the English army and that's in France, just totally changes tack. Andre does. And this is where, if we get to the winter of 2004, and you'll see where the units are and the builds are, this is where I want to pause and get some additional input from you two guys, which is, now that the West situation has changed, you've got an interesting question in the East. Who is going to do what to whom in the East? You've got legitimately decent positions with Russia and Italy, and Turkey's not in terrible shape, depending on what happens. So what do you guys think the strategic choices are here, for example, the Russians?
Kevin?
The way it looked to me that it was setting up maybe a year ago was that IR was going to just pummel on to Turkey after Austria was gone. But with Italy pulling some fleets back this time, maybe it's more defensive. Maybe he sees a shift that Russia and Turkey kind of patch things up diplomatically. I'm very surprised to see IR not continue, but I can absolutely see Turkey. Turkey has no ally with Italy, so he had to put all of his effort in to try and swing him back Russia. If it was successful, then Lazio is going to need some help. But now with France, so on the other side, I don't want to shift away, but I think it was coordinated. I think the pop on Belgium was to rebuild back north. I think it's a Western trip push, as much as Brandon's not going to like that.
First, I just want to point out that the center chart now looks like a menorah. Happy Hanukkah, everyone. Russia is in a bind here, both in the East and the West. It's a sort of double bind here. If Russia and Italy take out Turkey, Russia will get some builds, which they desperately need in order to shore up the position in the north. But they might just leave themselves completely open to Italy. It might just lead to a big Italian board top in that case. But on the other hand, if they don't get builds, then they may suffer against the EG in the north, unless they can find a way to get the French to do something that works for them. And really, France could do whichever way France goes. It could help Russia either contain Italy or get one of England and Germany off their back. So for me, this looks like a real strategic opportunity for Tom to figure something out. Do you stay with Turkey and create a stalemate in the East in order to try to work something out in the North, or do you take out Turkey and try to get France to come in behind Italy and help contain Italy? Those feel like the two options, and they're not great for expansion opportunities for Russia. Russia has, I think, a few needles to thread to top this board. But if I had to pick anyone on this board to be, it would be Russia, because that's the sort of thing that makes this game fun, is trying to solve those sorts of puzzles.
I'd be picking France.
Picking France.
I mean, survive the initial onslaught. It's the attack the former world champ. The world champs, you got to kill the giant, and you didn't. So I'm watching France.
Yeah, I mean, if we're playing who do you like, it's kind of anyone's game right now, but it's hard to pick against someone with the strength of Cyril. But I don't know. I'd also like to be Italy. I just think I think Russia position would be the most fun, personally. All right, David, take us away.
Well, let's see how fun it is in spring of 2005.
I'm guessing not very.
Shall we? Well, I just want to point out that every single move the Russians make, except for one, is a failure. No, that's actually the falter. That's a precursor for the falter.
Okay.
In the spring turn, you can see that the French. I'm sorry, the French NMR'd in the spring of 2005, right? Go back to the spring of 2005. The French NMR. And what I was going to say about that was that it is the most unimportant NMR I think I have ever seen.
It's probably good, right?
Because the English and the Germans are both running away from them anyway.
Yeah.
Now, the Italians are sending a fleet to the Tyrrhenian, but still, if you wanted to pick a turn to NMR, and I doubt he did this on purpose, but if you wanted to pick one, it would be this one, when all it means is that you don't do anything while everyone runs away from you. But now, go to the fall, and you'll see what I mean about the Russian position.
That's not good.
That's not really good. The Russians actually move, it appears to me like make some moves against the Turks at the same time the Italians are taking Budapest. Obviously not spectacular. Now, the Russians do prevent the loss of Denmark, which was a good set of moves, and prevent anybody from going to Sweden. So he made some good moves in Scandinavia, but man, the East just fell apart for the Russians.
This could be a lot worse to build. So he gets a rebuild. Okay, take us away, David.
All right, so as you go through the winter, which doesn't really change anything, you'll see that Italy is now still in the lead here at 8, and Cyril's still at 5. So we'll see how that looks going forward. Let's go into 06. The French were left alone. What do they do with that? And the answer is they probably arranged the bounce with the Italians in Western Net. I'm going to guess that, although maybe not, because Piedmont also goes to Venice. So it's hard to tell whether this is all arranged or not. But he certainly doesn't move to Marseille with the army. He moves to Burgundy. Even though Germany had moved away from him, he's moving back towards Germany's centers. Italy, appears to be, sort of rolling in the East. He's making good guesses. And certainly RT didn't get their act together last turn, and they're not able to put up much of a defense this turn. When the Turks go to Armenia, there's clearly no RT friendship here to try to deal with the Italians. The English have turned on Germany. They were working together against the Russians. Now the English turn on Germany to go along with the fact that the French also take Belgium from the Germans. So the Germans, again, surprisingly, if you go east and there's still an England and a France behind you, how dangerous is that? Pretty dangerous. It's pretty dangerous. So the French are in Tyrolia at this point, just as a positional comment I wanted to make. And so now we're in winter of 06, and we've got Italy now at 9. So still way ahead, really, except for Gavin having 7. But, Italy's still in commanding position. You can tell from the little, pie chart, not the graph there, how far the green situation is, or how good the green situation is. So let's go into spring of 07. The RT sort of gets back on track here. Look, they're actually coordinating again. It may be too little too late, though, with the Italians. Continuing to, reposition. Now they got the fleet in the Adriatic. We'll see if that's able to make a difference. Obviously, the French were not intending to attack the Italians because they actually took a swing at Munich instead. The question, I think, for RNG in the West is RNG actually patched things up in 07, in the sense that, they're the Helgoland supporting Denmark, Sweden supporting Denmark. They're trying to work together now against the dastardly English that stabbed the Germans. But the English were able to get position with that army into St. Petersburg, which is obviously way better position than having the fleet there. So if you get to the winter, I think the question when we look at the winter here is, all right, we've got, fairly strong position now with France having just built the fleet. France is up to 7. England's still at 6, though, in a decent position. So EF is really beginning to resolve the Western situation. Can Italy resolve the East quickly enough? I think that's the question. Can they resolve it quickly enough to be able to face the EF trying to make progress against them? And the answer in 08 is, I'm sure going to try, says Laszlo, as he moves, armies into Galicia, Budapest, again, making progress. The French fleet doesn't go to Lyon, it goes to Spain. So clearly there is an arrangement between Italy and France, and has been, frankly, the last several terms, that I think is crucial to how this game ends. So we get to fall of 08. The Germans are destroyed. So there's the EF target taken down. Cyril, being the player that he is already looking ahead to, all right, fine, that target's dead. What am I going to do next? And the answer is, at the same time Germany dies, I'm going to go to North Atlantic and English Channel and see how Gavin likes that. So in winter 08, this is where I want to pause again after the builds. Now we've got France at 9, Italy at 10, Obviously, the two big powers on the board are England's a little bit out of position now versus the French. So who do you like as between the board leaders here? It looks like a race. We've got at the most 2 game years left to go in this game. It's kind of a race between Italy and France. Who do you like?
Kevin?
I had France early on, but I see Italy's path as maybe being a little more open. It all depends on Russia. I think if Russia wants to fight back against the enemy in the north, maybe allow Turkey to fight on his own in the south. But I think Italy would gobble up. He doesn't get much out of Turkey. I think he get anything. It's 7 Warsaw if he can put armies up there. The IF freedom, like we've mentioned all game, has allowed the growth. I think I used this last time. If I'm in Vegas, I'm betting on Cyril, but I'm going to take a gamble here with Laszlo.
Italy should top this board. By reputation, Cyril, you could give the edge to Cyril. Italy should top this board. Italy can get Bulgaria and then should have a guess on, should be able to guarantee Khan. I'm sorry. So that's 2 right there. The key is, I think, whether Cyril can win guesses around Holland and Kiel, and whether Laszlo makes a mistake and lets Cyril take Swipe Tunis from him. Cyril shouldn't be able to, but yeah.
With London guaranteed, then it's maybe okay picking up Holland. London's there, and can he get one more off the island?
Russia is kind of like the So, but remember, Laszlo's ahead by 1 already, so Cyril needs to catch up. Kind of Russia is a little bit of the one that the angel that's going to knock the coin over, because if Russia comes down and harasses Italy, then that seems like an advantage for Cyril, but it also gives England the opportunity to resist more strongly. So actually, England and Russia together, but maybe they'll just fight each other, and then it's just a little Grand Royale horse race. It feels like a photo finish. I sort of want Italy. I think Italy has the better position, so I sort of want them. But this is a diplomatic moment, right? Both France and Italy have to find people who want them to top the board. That is actually more important than the tactical situation.
Yeah, I think in any situation like this, the big powers are going to do what they're going to do. A lot of times it's going to depend on what the smaller powers do, which, as you point out, is partially diplomatic and partially, what do the small powers want to do? What are their motivations? So we'll find out in a minute. Spring '09, I think the English moves begin to tell you something. It's hard to tell exactly what Gavin's up to here, but there sure is a lot of moving into his centers by various people. So that could possibly matter here. Now, the Russians are actually moving into 2 of his centers, which, as you pointed out, Brandon, if Russia and England fight, then certainly that should help the French. And because if you see in the south, the Russians are basically bouncing with the Italians. Now, the Italians do make the progress against Khan as you would have expected. Against Bulgaria as you would have expected, and trying to set up on a move against Khan. Go to the fall of '09, you'll see again a lot of movement from the English. Not as much supporting instead of a lot of movement, including forcing Sweden. The Russians actually leave Norway, which is interesting. Maybe they thought they were doing a like a push bounce or something with the English attack. English actually do go convoy away from the English home island, which makes you wonder exactly what Gavin is up to here. And as you said, pointed out, Brandon, what diplomatically is going on behind the scenes. But it is certainly true that England is decided they're going to create a government in exile on the continent, and they just don't care about their home island anymore. Each of them pick up 2 centers here. If you go to the winter of '09, you'll see that each of them had picked up 2 centers. So now it's 12-11 between the Italians and the French. We've got 1 year to go. This race is going to come down to what happens in the next 2 turns. Let's find out. Really, for the first time, we have direct conflict, direct attacks between the Italians and the French. They've sort of had a non-aggression up until pretty recently, which has helped them both. They both have benefited from that. But now the Italians say, yeah, I'm going to need your Munich. It's the last turn of the game. I'm going to need your Munich. So How about just hand that over to me right now, which he takes. The Italians also get in position to take a shot on Caen. The French, what are they going to take this year? I mean, obviously they're going to take Edinburgh. And the question is, can they take anything else, having lost Munich in the equation? Now, the Italians should be able to take Caen, right? There's 3 units against Caen, and there's 2 units defending. So they should be able to take Caen, right? Which should guarantee the Italians.
It's a guess. Yeah.
In what way is it a guess?
Oh, because Caen will go to Smyrna with the port. So
of course it's a guess. It's a guess. And yeah, and the other guess is whether you go Ankara to Smyrna or not. I mean, it is a guess. I'm just playing around. And you'll see that there's going to be a good guess made by the Turks. So go into the follow-up.
Yeah, that's Cyril. You have to really give it credit here.
Yeah, he makes a good guess. The Italians actually decide they're going to assume the Turks are just going to defend Caen, and instead Ankara takes Smyrna in response. It doesn't end up mattering, as you can see, because the numbers are just not close enough for Cyril to have a shot. Even though Laszlo could have gotten to 14, it just did not matter. Taking Munich when they took it was pretty important. There just wasn't enough time for the French to do anything more than what they did, which was take Edinburgh in response. So the Italians win this game. Laszlo played, I think, an excellent game. But what do you guys think?
Kevin, I'll let you go first.
Let me first again. From the beginning, the IF pact worked out to give Laszlo all room to run up in the east. They dispatched all 3 of the other Eastern powers dispatched Austria pretty quickly, and Russia and Turkey flipped on and flipped off and on and off a couple of times. There was just no consistency in the RT, and with that, Italy was able to kind of work with them both and against them both. I mean, really only got all the Balkans into Caen, but none of Russian centers. So just kind of weaseled his way one by one through the rest of the Balkans.
It's hard not to be impressed with the games that both Laszlo and Cyril played here. Cyril was under pressure for much of the early game, and then transformed a losing position into a real legitimate shot at the board top. Just really impressive, and a strong second place finish, which is going to matter with the scoring system. And Laszlo, was aggressive at the right times, patient at the right times, played good defense at the right times, and then stole Munich, which ended up being the difference here. It would have been a shared board top if not for that. With Tom de Grief in Russia, it's hard for me not to feel a little disappointed in that. I think there was he just had lots of fun strategic opportunities. So that feels like a lot of missed opportunities for that. But like I said, it's hard not to be impressed with Laszlo's play here. This is from all appearances a very, very well deserved board top on his part.
Yeah, I think, and I pointed it out at the time, that when Tom attacked Denmark and took it from the Germans, what that did was completely shift the Western alliance structure completely. And they let France off the map. England and Germany both go against Russia because of that, which means Russia's not strong enough to forcefully deal with the East. So I think that one move itself is the turning point of this game.
All right. This has been our key moments review of board number 2 in round 0, Bangkok. Congratulations to Laszlo Levy, picked up 208 points. Cyril Savant in second place with 140. And guys, thanks for helping us introduce this new format.
Thank you.
You got it.
All right, that was our first our coverage of our second board today, which was our first 20-minute coverage, what we were calling the Key Moments format. I'm going to bring onto the stream right now Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome to the stream.
Hey, great to be here, Brandon.
All right, and we're going to get Ed Sullivan on here as well when he is available. But is he? Let's see. Ed, are you back? Ed, welcome to the stream.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Ed, you're coming to us from Houston, Texas, correct?
I am. I heard Kevin say the summers in Chicago were great, but come to a summer in Houston. It's wonderful. It's lovely.
And Adam, you are on the West Coast right now?
Newly locked down, yep.
Oh, is that right? All right. Well, good way to spend lockdown is online with us.
Can't beat it.
Thanks for joining us. All right, guys, let's jump into some more coverage. We have 2 more games to go through from round 0. I have prepped both of those for our 3 minutes coverage, and if I can get the system working, I will do that. Let's see. You'd think I would have prepared this while that game was going on, but I did not. All right, here we go. Here is the board list for Board C, Cadiz. This is from round 0, played overnight last night for North America. It was morning time in Europe and evening time in Australia and Asia Pacific zone. Coming to us in Austria is Dennis Peskov. Did not give us his location, so we are left to just speculate. In England, we have Colm Sullivan coming to us from Perth, Australia. I'm sure I've pronounced that incorrectly because everything in Australia is pronounced in a way that we in North America would not expect. In France, we have Peter McNamara coming to us from Melbourne, Australia. I think that's how you say that. In Germany, Jenny Hutton coming to us from Scotland. Italy, Ruben Sanchez out of, I think I've misspelled that. I think that's supposed to be M-O-I. I'm going to guess that's Moissan Lanous. I do not speak French. Should be evident. Russia is Tony Swinnerton. In Turkey, we have Tommy Anderson from Boston, Massachusetts. Tommy is playing from North America. This game started at, I think, 4 a.m. Eastern time. So
oh, my God.
Keep that in mind. All right.
There's some heavy hitters on this board. This is a great one.
That's a great board. All right. Let's pull up the map here, and let's get the timer started. Probably should have done that already. All right, so let me check out my notes here. The theme for this game that I pulled out was this: You Can Leviathan 2. What we have starting out very quickly in this game is a Leviathan and an Astro Turk. And you can see this develop relatively rapidly. It's very clear by the end of, 1903 here. The Turks and the Austrians, so this is Tommy in Turkey and Dennis in Austria, have taken out Russia, and Austria has started to move towards the line. England and France, which are Colm and Peter McNamara, have gotten purchase in the north against Germany, just about to make inroads. They've got the position. They just had to get the units in position. And Peter has done something that he refused to do for 3 turns, which was go into the Med. If I were going to show you the moves, you would see him self-bouncing in the Western Mediterranean for 2 turns in a row. And here is when he drops the hammer. And you will see that Germany and Italy and Russia on the center chart start to go down very quickly. Peter in France takes Tunis. And then what we have in 1904, the Astro Turk versus the Leviathan is very clear. And in 1905, fall of 1905, I'm going to show these orders here real quick because one of these alliances doesn't survive. And the question is it the Leviathan or the Astro Turk? And the answer is the Astro Turk is the one that goes away. Tommy Anderson pulls the scab, takes Serbia and Romania, and tries to dig in. Unfortunately for Tommy, this works somewhat well, but not well enough. England and France, Colm and Peter, are more successful in their sticking together worked better for them than stabbing did for Tommy. And by 1909, the only real drama here, as you see Turkey gobbling up the rest of Austria, you had a moment where Italy took a stab to try to survive in the game, and Austria goes away. By spring 1909 here, the only question is whether E and F will fight. England has fallen behind by a dot here as Tommy was able to take Moscow. That's not going to last. I'm going to turn these orders on here in fall of 1909. What happens here is fascinating. France and Turkey both support England into Budapest. So it seems like really nice and copacetic. Everyone's agreeing to end this as a 3-way draw. It's as if they're playing draw size scoring. When all of a sudden, in winter 1909, we get the drama builds. England puts down 2 fleets. France puts down another fleet. Tommy gets really excited. Maybe with a whole year left, he's got a chance to try to steal the board top, except that here is where the game ends. With a split top between Colm and Peter. Peter has, you might wonder whether Peter had the chance to go for something bigger here, or Colm did by stabbing earlier, but either way, they split the board top, 184 points each. Tommy comes in third with 110, and that's it. I'll give you guys a chance to give a quick thought here. Adam, you first.
First round of the tournament, take that any day of the week if I'm Peter or Colin. I mean, shared big board top at 13 centers. That's great. Heck, for Tommy, this is a good result too. 8 center Turkey, third place. These guys played a good game. It just goes to show with respect to stabs that you always have to think about what are the overall consequences on the board, and is it going to benefit you more, or is it going to benefit the other side of the board more? And this was definitely a case for Tommy where it really helped EF gain, continue their momentum, whereas maybe they would have been slowed down a little bit further had he stuck with his ally.
Well, the first thing I'd say is, even though I'm not able to play in the tournament, I'm glad to see another Sullivan split a board top in round one. It's fantastic, carrying on the good
Sullivan tradition.
So, and I agree with what Adam said about Tommy and Turkey. First, I'm sure he's a little disappointed in the result. It seems to me that he went too soon, and obviously I think he probably regrets going as soon as he did in retrospect, but not a bad result, and I think that it obviously keeps him in the tournament.
All right, and that is game C, Cadiz, from round 0. Let's move on ahead to game number 4, D. This one is named Darwin, and the lineup looks like this. In Austria, we have Andy Harris playing from the Jersey Channel Islands, which are part of Great Britain, even though they are right off the coast of France. In the English Channel, I should say. So, unfortunately, Andy's in Austria, is unlikely to visit the English Channel in this game. In England, we have JJ Raymond coming to us from Santa Monica, California, starting this game at 1 a.m. Pacific time. In France, we have Ken Gordon in Brisbane, Australia. Germany, we have Tjeerd Brosma. I'm sure I have murdered your name. I apologize for that, Tjeerd. And maybe someday we'll get to figure out we'll get to hear you tell us how to pronounce your name. You're coming to us from the Netherlands. Italy, DBN Zone Zach Moore playing in Minneapolis, starting this game at 3 a.m. Central Time. In Russia, we have Maryin Orsulik coming to us from Germany. I would love to hear you tell me how to pronounce your name. And in Turkey, we have the Chicago Windy City Weasel's own Christian Klein, starting this game at 3 a.m. Central Time. All right, let's dive right into the game. And this one, I will pull up my notes. The theme I called for this game was when the Kraken meets an FG, which we still don't have a good name for, by the way. When the Kraken meets an FG, Turkey wins. The Kraken, for those who don't know, is our name for the Italy-Turkey alliance, normally a little bit late developing. In this case, the Kraken rises right away in fall of 1901. Looks like I've left the orders on here, which is fine. You get to see Italy taking Trieste and supporting Bulgaria, the Turk and Bulgaria, right into Serbia. So I'm going to turn these orders off now. So the Kraken rises, but an FG arises on the other side of the board as well, and makes relatively quick work of England. And what happens here, Russia also seems to be benefiting. What happens here is that, well, first of all, Turkey turns on Russia, is able to slowly gain position. In 1904, the key thing that happens here is that France drops into the Mediterranean, and this pulls Zach in Italy over to him. And what first of all, it's worth pointing out here. Here's another order I want to show. We get a John Jameson in the fall of 1904 here, with an army being convoyed into North Africa. Well done, Ken. What this does, though, is it creates a problem for the Kraken, which is that Italy is pulled away and has nowhere, is forced to only defend, has no offensive possibilities, and leaves himself open to Turkey from the backside. And so the question then becomes, for the FG, what do they have to gain? You think Germany might have an opportunity here, but with Christian Klein he's a master tactician in Turkey. It doesn't work out that way. Russia and Germany sort of fight to a draw here. And Christian advances in Turkey. And so we'll pull the orders back up here. In winter 1905 here, the question is, I think not whether Christian tops this board. The question is by how much. And the answer is by as many Italian dots as he can get his hands on. And in 1906 here, Christian, you will watch this center chart. Christian is at 8 here, and he goes up to 12. So he picks up 4 dots in 1906, at which point everyone decides that's enough. Christian tops this board in 6 game years, picks up a score of 198 points with a 12 center board top. Second place, Ken Gordon pulls 100, and cheered. God, we would love to know how to pronounce that name. Zach and Marin come away with some points. Andy and JJ come away with the consolation points. And that is this game. I'll give you guys a chance to comment here. Ed, you first.
Well, classic problem with the IT when France is doing so well. So once Italy got pressure from east and west, Turkey was obviously able to tell Italy, I've got your back, I've got your back. France commits west, opens them up to Turkey. I'm not entirely convinced Italy was that disappointed with the result if he had aligned with Christian, but good play by Turkey, good play being patient. That's 2 Turkey one impatient Turkey in the first game, and now a more patient one, and you can see the difference in the score.
Adam,
one thing that struck me is in the mid game how loose France was playing. We saw a point where there were 2 French armies in England, or there was a French army in England and a French army in North Africa, with France really wide open. And, you got to wonder, was it a missed opportunity for Germany, or was that just the flow of the game? But definitely there were some pretty unusual positions there that you don't really see, with France really leaving themselves pretty wide open in the interests of forcing some centers. So I think that there may have been some opportunities for some different directions of this game, but you got to hand it to Christian. He played his game and he won it.
All right, that does it for round 0, the early round. And let us pull away from the board for a second here. And now we're going to move on to round 1 games, which started at, 11 o'clock Eastern time this morning. All those games are finished now. We're off to, they're currently playing round 2 at the moment. And we have a bunch of recaps arranged for this one. We also have some logistics because we've got some commentators behind the scenes who had some stuff to do. So I'm going to pull Kevin O'Kelly back on here, and we're going to go with game number F to start out with. So I see Kevin quickly getting his jacket to come back on.
He's got to look impressive.
Yeah, unless one of you guys is ready to go with your game.
We can do a fast run through C or through C if you like.
I can do D too, so whatever you want.
All right, well, I have you guys scheduled to be on for D together, so why don't we just go to D?
Sure.
How about that? All right. Here we go. Game number D. Pull up the player list. Here we go. Game number D, Dijon. In Austria, we have Evan Sweart coming to us from Cincinnati, Ohio. In England, we have Jaromir Sulia coming to us from Georgetown, Ontario. In France, we have a new player to us, Ben Knight, coming to us from London. In Germany, we have another London player, George Mork. I don't know how to pronounce that letter, but I was glad that I was able to get that character, I will say. In Italy, we have Jackson Roberts coming to us from Orange County, California. Jackson is familiar to us from a lot of games. He had a real active VDL season this year and just narrowly missed out on making the top board last weekend. In Russia, we have Saren Kwok, also from London. Saren has been a regular in these tournaments and a delight to interview. In Turkey, we have Liam Stokes coming to us from Victoria in Canada. In British Columbia. And Liam made a top board at Weasel Moot and has definitely made some noise. A really fun, sometimes unpredictable player. So, Ed, I'm going to pull up the board and put you on the clock. And you're on.
Oh, okay, so spring. The theme for here is early NMRs and misorders lead to shifting alliances and opportunities taken by the players. So as we look at the spring, we're going to see good Austrian-Russian communication. There's no bounce in Galicia. The only thing in the West that's not standard is the move to the Channel by France. Of course, in the fall, as we get here, a fight ensues over Belgium between England and France, and then Germany tries to move to the North Sea, but all of that bounces out. And as we go to spring of 2002, France decides to commit hard against England, who NMRs or holds 3 units, only moves 1 unit, which is Edinburgh, away from the ongoing French threat. As we continue now, Russia will get into Romania, but the alliance structure here is basically a mess, with Turkey trying to help Austria. Austria is getting attacked by Turkey. Italy's attacking Austria. But in the fall, all right, so now Germany has a critical NMR, loses Denmark, as we can see here on the map, to England, which is brutal. France takes Liverpool, and that essentially ends Germany's eastern adventure, as he has to disband the Tyrolean army. Italy then continues to press the attack, but he misenters a convoy order, so that's not really good. Austria and Turkey seem to make peace, as Turkey then makes a move on Russia. But as we're here in 03, and I know you're getting to 04, EG is basically formed against France, and there's an AIR, but there's a lot of Russian cooperation with Germany, and this sort of comes back to play later on. Well, anyways, as we continue into 04, the EG continues, but Russia's now decided to attack Germany once Germany got lured away. But the AIR got broken up because Austria now has turned on Italy, who moved it the wrong direction at this point. So as we go into 05, Russia's at 10 and Austria's at 7. It's looking pretty good for Russia, but there has to be some shifting of the numbers here. So Austria takes back Romania. France now is going to head for Italy. The West finally gets it together in 05, but Austria gets into Munich with Russia's support, and so at the end it's 9-8, still 17, but now Russia 9, Austria 8. As we go into 06, the Western powers have a lot of coordination here, and Russia has a lot to do against defending this coordinated attack. We say goodbye to Liam, goodbye to Turkey, who never got out of the box. And then the most critical thing happens really in the fall of 1906, which is Russia loses a dot to Austrian Smyrna, but then decides to help England into Norway, Sweden, and St. Petersburg. So this is a massive sway from Russia being the board leader at the end of 1905 to going down to 5, I think, or 6. And now in 07, as we start 07, England makes a move against France and Germany with all those builds, and they decide to draw. But the real question in this game is why Saren, who's a good player, good gunboat player, I think she must have become frustrated at something, probably Austria, I don't know, but decided either with a series of bad guesses or spite towards somebody or love of England, decided to give away 3 centers to England.
Yeah, that looks like a real emotional play there, and it's obviously not being privy to what was going on in the negotiations. It's hard to really understand that. It looks obviously really strange to us, but it is a reminder that sometimes emotional play isn't the best play, and I do think Saren had a pretty good position in spite of whatever was going on in the South, and did have some possibility. I don't recall the specific tactics, but it looked like there was a possibility of holding out in the North to some extent, or at least slowing the advance of England to see where things would go. Again, it's hard to know where the frustration was at. If it was against Austria, this didn't really achieve much because Austria still topped the board. So, ultimately, I think it's just a question we're not privy to the details of why that happened.
It's interesting to draw the game here. There's still a lot of play left on this board.
There is. I think the consideration there was, France can make some gains, obviously can take breaths, maybe can move around, but the fleets are out of position, and Austria's got good position on Russia. So I'm not sure the overall result would have changed. But you're right.
I think certainly England has some rationale to play on. I mean, there's some gains to be had there. I don't think there's a lot of risk, but there may have been some high tensions in this game that led to a draw that to us looks premature.
Yeah, that's one where you definitely want to be a fly on the wall. All right, that does it for Dijon. Congratulations to Evan Sweeart for picking up the picking up the board top here. Ed, you want to just go with your? I'm sorry, Adam. You want to just go with yours then? We'll just keep things simple, and then I'll bring the other two on and do a couple of.
Sure. Yeah, let's roll. Let's roll game C.
All right, game C. Here we go. This is Cairo, and got to look at the player list first. In Austria, you have Chris Woolgar coming to us from Chesterfield in the United Kingdom. In England, we have Robert Primus coming to us from New York City, USA. France, we have J.J. Raymond, a familiar name to us, coming to us from Santa Monica, California. He, I think, tried to tell us that he was named after John Jameson at some point. Germany, familiar name to all of us, even from just a few minutes ago. Tommy Anderson from Massachusetts, playing out of Boston. In Italy, we have Eamon Gaffney coming to us from Seattle. Russia, we have Chicago's own Christian Brown. He is a new weasel from this year, playing out of Peoria. In Turkey, we have Guillaume Machine coming to us from Paris. All right, let's dive right in. And I will start the clock. Tell us about it, Adam.
Yeah, many years ago there was an article, I don't remember if it was on the Pouch or in Diplomacy World, about how the real alliance structure of games is 5 versus 2, and then 3 versus 2 until there's a jockeying for some kind of end game position. And I think that was really what played out in this game, because it really was a witch hunt early in the game. I think as we look into the early part of the game, there's some immediate aggression here by France against England. We don't quite see anything clear going on in the south. That we do see this unusual situation where Austria elects to put their army into Greece. But as we go into 1902, the aggression of FG against England doesn't let up, and we immediately see a really aggressive build of that second fleet in Sev by Russia, and then the immediate move of the AR against Turkey. And this is what's going to play out into 1903 as we see basically the witch hunt as FG take out England, and the rest of the board begins taking out Turkey and making short work of both of those countries. Meanwhile, we do have the French dropping into the Med for their next target, really indicating that they're not playing a game to move against their ally in Germany, but something is going to give. And as we move into 1904, what we see is our 3 versus 2 is killing Russia and Italy next, with Austria, France, and Germany doing that. And indeed, we start to see that aggression, and it's really very successful when we see this kind of coordinated effort. France has the overwhelming position against Italy. Austria has a not overwhelming but strong position against Russia, which is certainly made more difficult by the fact that the Germans show their aggression as we move through 1905 here, dropping into Silesia and Prussia and continuing to make that push. The rest of the game, which isn't very long, is really jockeying for first place. Will Germany fight France? Will Austria fight Germany? Yes, indeed. We're going to see both of those in 1906. And ultimately, who will play for the top? And it's Tommy in Germany by jump on to France. And so, really a nice played game. I think one of the interesting things we can also notice from this is that Russia survives the game in the Turkish home centers. Really just no ability to take out the Russians based on the dynamic in this game, which was really 1906 or 05 and 06. Which of the 3 main powers can get the board top? And Tommy prevailed.
Wow. That was a surprise, actually. Tommy looked like he was in the mix, but it kind of felt like Austria might have had the upper hand there. Wow, Ed, what are your thoughts?
I kind of feel bad for JJ. He's a good player, and I like him. And it looked like he had it, but he had so many units down south that I know Tommy just couldn't pass up the opportunity. And that's a difficult lesson to learn in diplomacy. But it seems like the right result, having watched what happened.
It's so hard to strike that balance once you open up your second front, right? I mean, this is the problem we see over and over again, and it didn't work out this time. But in some situations with a different ally, it might have gone differently.
Boy, and as France, right? You're in the Aegean, Ionian, and Adriatic, and you're not topping the board. That's a hard pill to swallow. So that's a testament to the good timing on Tommy Anderson's part. Just a well-timed stab, really well-managed game overall. So JJ, you played a good game, and you just happen to be next to one of the hottest players on the tour right now. So, learn from that and then knock him off the block next time. All right, guys, let us change pace here, and I'm going to give you guys a little break here. I'll bring you back. You each have 2 more games to recap for us, and we'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to bring on Kevin O'Kelly back to the stream, and also welcome Mr. David Hood. David, welcome to the night's broadcast. How you doing?
Hey, fellas, glad to be involved in this wonderful virtual world diplomacy classic extravaganza that we've got going on this weekend.
Extravaganza, Death March, same thing in this case. All right, which one of you wants to go first? David, are you fresh and ready to go with one of your games?
Sure. You want to go with Essen? Let's go with S. That's E.
All right, and let's pull up the player list here. And I should probably show it to you guys at the same time. In Austria, we have a name that should be on everybody's mind when they think of diplomacy, and that is Eddie Bursan. Eddie Bursan is the sort of patriarch of the hobby at the moment. He is a legend, and if you've read anything, I think a lot of us were introduced to diplomacy, or at least to competitive diplomacy, by the Grantland article that was out 5 or 6 years ago. And Eddie was profiled in it as somebody who picked up the game when he was really young, which was a while ago, and has been a mentor to a lot of people in the hobby ever since. So this is the first time he has been on our broadcast, and we are thrilled to have him and excited to see what happens. In England, we have Matthew Krill out of Everett, Washington. In France, we have Alex Lebedev in Italy. In Germany, we have Michalis Kamaridis. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. In Brighton, in the UK. In Italy, we have Christophe Bourgeot coming to us from a place in Switzerland. In Russia, we have Mark Breinholt out of Utah. And in Turkey, we have Jenny Hutton in Scotland. David, I'm going to turn this over to you, and feel free to wax about Eddie a little bit.
Well, Eddie and I have a very long and complicated history, which we don't have time to talk about in a 3-minute recap. I will say that the theme of this game is the eventual war of all against all, which is, of course, a quote from Hobbes, which is where we get the term Leviathan. And guess what? Leviathan may be happening in this game, the EF Alliance. So look at it. It's 01 begins. Germany actually goes for 3 here and gets bounced by the English in Denmark, which may or may not have pushed EF together. As we get into spring of 02, you will see that EF start doing some coordinated moves, maybe because of the German attempt to go get 3 centers. In the east, look at an actual full-blown Lepanto invasion in the east with Eddie Bursan on the board, who invented the Lepanto, but he's not Italy, unfortunately. But Italy actually does the convoy to Syria. All right, let's look at 03. The Leviathan continues to march here in the west, the EF, taking out Germany. And in the east, I smell wintergreen in the air. I really do. Because there's going to be some coordination here between the Russians and the Italians. Unfortunately, to the detriment of our friend Eddie Bursan in Austria. So in 04, France is basically slow plays a little bit while England catches up on the beat. The Germans decide to go Janissary. As we get to the end of 04, the beginning of 05, the Germans decide they're just going to decamp to the east and try to survive as a government in exile, which I think will matter a lot in the end game. You'll see in a few minutes. As we go through 05, you'll see that. So now that the Turks are about dead in 05, the question becomes, what happens in the east? You know, the French are already in Bohemia and Tyrol. So what do the Italians do? Do they go and deal with the French, or do they attack the Russians? And it turns out, as you go into 06, the Italians decide, I got to deal with these French guys that are coming into the Mediterranean. We can't have that. So the Italians turn to do that. Christophe goes and deals with that. As we go further into 06, you see that there's not much to talk about in the West. The EF just had complete domination and pushed Germany into Russia. So spring of 07, what does England do now? Do they go after the remnants of the Germans, or do they decide to redeploy? You'll see in the fall of 07 that they decide to redeploy. in the English Channel, etc. In the meantime, the Italians and the Russians look like they're working together, but then what are the Italians doing in Budapest? So there's a little bit of goofiness going on there. So let's go into past the winter of 07, now into 08. This is where I would argue it becomes the war of all against all, because both of the alliance structures actually fall apart. And the Italians and the Russians start fighting, and the English and the French start fighting. So when you get to the winter of 08, when you've got 12 centers with Matthew Creel, a very good face-to-face player, by the way, and Christophe Bourget in Italy with 11, who is going to win this race now to the deadline of 1910 to get the board top? They both attacked their own alliance partners, their own part of the world. Who's going to win that race? In 09, you see England actually had some hard sledding here against the French. The French had pretty good position defensively, whereas the Italians were going up against more of a jumbled area where you had Germans and English and Russians all doing various things that did not put up a coordinated defense against the Italians. So actually the Italians benefit from the fact that the Germans had gone into Russia and sort of destabilized the area. So 1910, the final turn, what's going to happen here? The final turn is that the Italians actually win the race. By the time we get to the fall of 1910, they have been able to take Sèvres, they've taken Romania, they've basically kicked everybody out of their area and kept the French at bay and got into the mid-Atlantic for good measure, while the English just had trouble getting sort of out of the gate in the race. So the Italians win the race. It's a fairly standard sort of traditional way of a game going, where you've got an alliance in each side of the board that dominates, and then each of them stab the other, and there's a race to see who wins. The Italians win.
All right, that's an impressive game by Christoph here. Kevin, I'll take this first since I threw you under the bus on the previous one. When Matthew took that big leap, jump from 8 to 12, it looked like he had the inside track, and then you look at the center chart at the end, and Christoph is just on basically a glide path straight upward here. So France was ultimately the kingmaker. Matthew got the stab, but didn't get a good enough stab, and that left a vacuum for Christoph to absorb. Kevin, what are your thoughts?
Interesting to see these Franco-Italian, not alliances, but leave me alones to start the match, to start the day today. We've seen some good results already leading from that, and the Leviathan is just so strong over the last 3 months. You see that alliance coming at you. The players in the East got to watch out.
All right. Oh, sorry, David.
No, I was just going to say, I think the Italy-France leave each other alone thing is a very old strategy in diplomacy, goes back decades, and I still think holds up well.
I agree with you guys. And usually holds up a little bit better for France, but it certainly gives Italy the room that they need to do well. But all right, let's give Essen the piece it deserves. And Kevin, you ready for F?
Let's go Ferrara.
All right, here is the player list for Ferrara. In Austria, we have Jason Massbaum from Los Angeles, playing his second game of today. In France, in England, we have Jeff Dwornicki in an undisclosed location. In France, we have Ferdinand Benendijk. I hope I'm saying that right. Coming to us from Netherlands. In Germany, we have just Arch. Didn't give more information than that. In Italy, we have Farron Jane coming to us from Austin, Texas. In Russia, we have that guy, Christian Klein, who also had a 4-center turn in that previous round. And he is out of Chicago. Why isn't he showing that? I will fix that. In Turkey, we have Victor Murphy coming to us from somewhere in the United States of America. All right, Kevin, take us away. Here is the map. Tell us about it.
Excellent. So yeah, Christian's probably trying to stay under the radar after a strong first result, and looking that way. We've got no mass bombing in the beginning. It's fairly standard to start out with. The alliances, both sides of the board, fairly straightforward. Get into your builds, and it starts to set up in a way where let's get the maybe in our team, maybe it's Juggernaut. I know we haven't been seeing too many of them, and they set it up, and then all of a sudden, whack! building the fleet, starting to move it out, and it goes 4-1, and as we'll see on the next one, down to 0. But the turn right here, I think, as we come up into spring 03, if you can show these orders real quick. Christian Klein is an aggressive player. We know him very well in Chicago, but he gets a little tentative here. He wants to make sure that Italy and Austria are still on his side, and kind of does a little, slide into Kahn and kind of backfill run, make sure he doesn't get it. And that slowed down the alliance on the east side of the board. There was an NMR in England in spring 02, which delayed the attack up north, which gave Christian a little advantage. So I think he was saying, ooh, maybe I get real big here. I want to make sure. But that threw his neighbors off. So as we cycle through them, you're going to see the elemental, as David Hood told me earlier today. We have Russia, Austria, and Italy patch things up as we go through, but there's going to be a battle. I don't know what pulled them together. Maybe it was just they looked at the other side of the board, and EFG never had it together the entire game. It was back and forth and bouncing and misorders and another NMR, or maybe not NMR, but France missed some orders as I think we got into this turn. I think it was 04, but just no movement. No one made it outside of their sphere, and the three in the East talked to each other and said, all right, let's just split this up. And so you'll progress through. It should end, I believe, in 1906. And it's just a tactical battle here. You'll see some of the units walk through. Russia does pull away. You can't see the orders, but Ankara, Smyrna, and Bulgaria all bounced in Khan for 8 seasons in a row. It was a beautiful alliance once it patched itself out and finished. I think it was 07 where it ended in here. But the alliance play very strong. That's it. Sorry, Winter 08. It did make Winter 08. I knew it ended fairly early, but you could see even with the build, it gets to a point where they've talked things through. There was play left on the board, but they got the result. Christian, again, after a nice result in round 1, picks up another shared board top here, is in a great spot going forward. And Farron and Jason have nice scores going into their weekend rounds as well. So it worked out perfectly, and the West was a mess.
David, your thoughts?
Yeah, the West really was a mess there. And how often do we see that happen? You've got something that resolves in one side of the board, whether it's on a triple like this was, or a double that works really well and resolves this area of the board, and the other side's a big mess. So guess who loses on that? The big mess. And we see that a lot. We haven't seen it as many times lately, the East getting the jump on the West as opposed to the other way around, but they sure did in this game.
It's refreshing actually to see an Eastern triple have success. The Western triple is so often the default for a sphere that can't get its act together, and it's just nice to have like an option on the other side. That said, we at Moot we had a surprising number of shared board tops. And we speculated that the existence of the top board may have had something to do with it, as opposed to the scoring system, or at least maybe possibly in conjunction with the scoring system. So it's an interesting question for me whether we see a lot of shared board tops here, given that there's a top board. There's a scoring system that I think is more amenable to strong alliance play, and here we have a three-way tie that is one small piece of evidence in that.
Yeah, but we haven't seen very many so far in the games we've covered tonight, have we?
No, this is the first three-way, right? So, it's just interesting to see the evidence come together one way or the other. All right, David, are you? Shall we go back to the other crew, or would you guys like to do another one of the games that you've prepared?
It's fine for me to take a break real quick and come back when you're done.
All right, then let's do that. I assume that's okay with you as well, Kevin?
Yes, please.
All right, see you guys in a little bit. Let's welcome back Adam and Ed, and David, we'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back, guys.
Welcome back. Even though David's a lawyer and I'm a lawyer, I promise not to use, except for this one time, the word whereas.
All right, Adam, you've muted yourself, so you'll want to unmute to participate. All right, since Adam's still working that out, let's go to you, Ed. Ed, which is your game that you want to tell us about?
The Hague.
All right, here is player list for The Hague. This is game number H from round 1, completed earlier today. In Austria, we have Eric Tilburg coming to us from Durham, North Carolina. In England, we have Tjeerd Broersma out of the Netherlands. I want to learn your name. France is Roland Trotter from Boston. In Germany, we have Eber Condrel coming to us from Denver. In Italy, we have Wes Ketchum, Chicago's own, out of Chicago. In Russia, we have Marcus Edholm coming to us from California. And in Turkey, we have some guy named Bill Hakenbrock. I think he's in North Carolina. All right, let us hear about it, Mr. Sullivan.
Well, Brandon, since you used the word three-way before, I feel like I can tell you that the theme of this is Bill has a nice quickie. He was like Matt Damon in Rounders here, okay? This is about as easy as it gets. As we look at spring 1901, a lot of cooperation, no bouncing at all. Italy's got a little Italian contingent going north into Bohemia. As you look in 02, Germany moves east, England takes Sweden, France moves east and north. It looks like a Western triple or maybe a setup of Germany, but this is the key move. If you go to fall of 1902, Russia and Austria moved west, and Austria took Venice. This is all very convenient for Bill as Turkey sits back, he watches it unfold. And this basically is the defining move of the game. Bill helps Austria into the Ionian, then he gets into Greece. And in spring 1903, Bill continued with his amazing power of getting others to move away from him. It's a skill I need to develop, but he's got that one down. And everybody moves away from him, and Russia can't do anything about it. He's committed to the RT now. There's an EF that's formed, but it's too little too late. By the fall, Bill's in Budapest already. Russia's on side with him, making no moves against him. As we look at 04, there's a lot of room for growth. No one to stop Bill. The West is a mess, but France is technically in it with 7 centers to Bill's 7 centers. But as you move into 05, Brandon, Russia still committed to the RT. Turkey has no need to press Russia at all because it takes Vienna, Trieste, Naples, which he ends up losing at the end of 05, but now he's 2 ahead. He's on cruise control, and the game ends now.
Wow. Huh. Adam.
With Bill having that strong result in round 1 and then drawing Turkey in this board, you would have seen it as a great opportunity for the other players to give him the opportunity to focus on his tournament director duties. But clearly that was not in the cards for this game, and Bill comes out strong again. I think the most noticeable thing for me was that Austrian fleet build in Trieste in 1901. And I will say in many years of playing this game, the number of times I have seen that successful is I could probably count on 0 hands. Indeed, that is how it played out. It always seems like the good idea at the time, and the inevitable result is what we saw today.
Yeah, it telegraphs your strategic intentions and leaves your backside too vulnerable. You certainly can't. There's no way you can do it if Russia and Turkey are getting along. Like, just no way. All right. This is, it's an impressive effort by Mr. Hakenbracht again. Feels a little disappointed to call this one so early, but, if Russia's not willing to turn and there's all these dots behind. All right, Ed, final thought on this one. Shall we move on?
You can move on.
All right. Congratulations, Bill Hakenbracht.
It's for the best.
All right. Adam, what game we turn into here?
We've got Glasgow, game G.
All right. Here's a player list for Glasgow. In Austria, we have Lay Sarlenen coming to us from Non-France. Lay has been an active member recently, has helped organize a couple things. In England, we have Andy Harris. I think he was one of the tournament directors of Carnage. I think that was it. In England, we have Andy Harris, still in the Jersey Channel Islands. France, Tom de Graaf from the Netherlands, Groningen. In Germany, we have Dennis Peskov, still in an undisclosed location. Italy, Chris Campbell from Montpellier, Vermont. In Russia, we have Morgante Pell, also from Vermont. Interesting. And in Turkey, we have Benjamin James coming to us from somewhere in the United States. All right, Adam, here is the map, and here is the clock. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any strong themes in this particular game, other than a little bit of a mess throughout the board in the early part of the game. A strong alliance in the EF eventually emerging in this game that sort of set the tone for the mid game. But what you're seeing here is, especially in the East, you've got Austria and Italy really not on the same page. You've got Russia attacking Austria. You've got Austria attacking Italy. You've got Turkey attacking Russia. So there's not really anyone with the ability to actually do anything that's heavily successful here. Whereas conversely, you start to see some cooperation on the part of England and France that ultimately proves somewhat successful for them as we go into the mid part of the game. You've got Austria and Russia now starting to actually coordinate in spite of Russia having that Austrian center in Vienna. And that's mainly because Austria and Italy just are completely off page with each other this entire game. Italy, though, ends up getting the best of Austria as we advance into 1905 and onward. But what becomes apparent, I think, finally to the East is, hey, we've got this England-France alliance that is actually doing some damage. In spite of the Russian fleets in the north, you've got 3 Russian fleets plus an army in Norway, yet they're still losing Sweden. They're still losing, getting threatened in Norway and elsewhere. So now the eastern part of the board is finally saying, okay, let's do something about this before it gets out of control. You've got a France at 10, you've got an England only at 4, but they seem like they're at more than 4 because there's just nobody threatening them, and they're continuing to advance. There's nothing in the North Sea. There's nothing in the English Channel, nothing in the North Atlantic or Irish Sea. So England really just has a freebie. And look at this. They're building 2 armies. Wait, right? But they can afford to do it because France is out of the way. You've got Italy finally making that move into the south to hold France back. And you've got Austria, Russia, doing their part and holding up the middle of the board, and Turkey is not trying to thwart any of that, comfortably sitting in their corner into a game end in 1909. And so for what was a really pretty solid, strong alliance, you see what is, a respectable but not super strong result for France and England here with 9 and 7 centers, and respectable middling results for Italy and Russia rather, who managed to hold things up.
Yeah, interesting. It's for a while it looked like Andy might be simply janissarying, and I can imagine a lot of players in France would have actually just sort of gobbled up the home centers from behind. It's showed a lot of patience on Tom's part to refrain from doing that, and it's paid off in a board top, which is significant under the current scoring system. Even a 9 center board top only by 2 is still pretty good.
And I think Andy did a solid job of discouraging that throughout the game, right? And I think that 2 army build looked a little strange with nothing in the North Sea, but on the other hand, it sends the message like, yeah, I could convoy one of these over, but the other one's staying right here. So, you want to do something, nothing's, it's not there. So don't do it.
Yeah. Ed, what do you thought?
I really think a lot of this is due to the Austrian-Italian inability to communicate early, letting, France have this power. And that's not unusual, by the way. I've played with Lay a couple of times, and I like him personally, and he's a genius. He's much smarter than I am, and he can do math, but he's a very stubborn individual. And I can see when you're trying to play AI, if you're a stubborn person and have your thoughts, and Italy has his thoughts, it's hard to get along. And when I saw he drew Austria in this game, I was like, oh, man, I got to see what happens. And sure enough, this is what happened. So it was not surprising just knowing Lay. But I think that's, stubbornness can do well up to a point, and I think that's what happened here.
I have to say, I love seeing Turkey end a game in 1909 with only his home centers. And you look at the center chart, right? It looks a little like Turkey's line looks a little bit like a daybed, like just hanging out.
I mean, you got to feel a little bit bad, right? I mean, I think anyone who's played this game enough has been in this position as Turkey, and your choice is really to kind of mess around and probably ruin a lot of people's games, or just sit tight and hold out and Ben made that choice, and that's perfectly reasonable. But it's really frustrating, right, to sit in the corner and not have much to do, and probably not really have a lot of people who have much to say to you for a lot of the game.
It's frustrating, but there can be a real pleasure in your intransigence simply thwarting other people's plans who are trying to kill you. I hope Benjamin got some enjoyment for simply denying his neighbors the satisfaction of feasting on his corpse. All right, guys, that does it for Glasgow Game G in round 1, and that does it for you guys as well for now. Correct?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. We have 2 games to finish up in round 1, and then we're going to come back with some live coverage of round 2 games, and we'll bring you guys back on there. Check our back channel for the schedule for that. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. All right.
See you in a bit.
Thank you.
All right. Let's welcome back Kevin O'Kelly and Mr. David Hood. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Greetings.
Hey.
All right, so we have, I believe, 1 game to cover in the 3-minute recap fashion and another game to cover in the 20-minute key moments fashion. Shall we do the 3-minute first?
Sure, I think that would be the Aberdeen.
That is Aberdeen. All right, here is the player list for Aberdeen. Let's see if I can show it instead of just to myself. In Austria, we have the Russia specialist, Maxim Popov. England, we have Natty Schaefer out of Salt Lake City. In France, we have Matt Lynch coming to us from Dublin, Ireland. In Germany, we have Greg Matthews out of Vancouver. Italy is Marian Orsulik coming to us from Germany. I would love to learn how to pronounce her name properly. I'm sure that is not it. Russia, Hugh Zhang coming to us from the USA. Wonder if he's related to George. That would be nice to find out, wouldn't it, Kevin? George being a longtime Windy City Weasel. In Turkey, we have Ben Barov coming to us from Skokie, Illinois. All right, we got some familiar faces on this board, some people with some high DBNI ranks, and also some players we haven't seen before. Let's dive in, and David Hood, tell us what happens.
All right, well, the theme of this game is the Austro-Russian alliance arrives, because we don't see that very often. It's sometimes called the peppermint. We don't see that very often. So here we go, 1901, what happens? The Galicia is DMZ'd. So that's what happens, and that's why I'm talking about an Austro-Russian alliance. In the West, you had the English opening to the Channel and the Russians opening north, which means the Russians are going to deny the English Norway. The English take Brest. And believe it or not, this might actually be the entree for another Leviathan, of all things, in this EF alliance. Let's see if I'm right as we get into 02. Russians are basically taking over Scandinavia, which, because of their opening, that's exactly what they were hoping for. As you go into 03, you'll see that the English actually changed tack a little bit here. They were attacking France, as I said earlier. Then they moved into Belgium, and now they're moving up to try to deal with the Germans, of all people. And at the end of 03, look at the French position in the Med. They took advantage of sort of the chaos in the West and said, I can send some armies to the Mediterranean because you've got that AR that's messing around with Turkey. The Italians didn't really know what to do, and so what they didn't do was stop the French. So in 04, the French are already in the Mediterranean, and the Austrians have taken advantage of that to build on their success against Turkey by going after the Italians. So really, sense of timing for Maxim in this game is amazing. Although as you see the seasons progress, just watch for the timing of Maxim Popov's moves. 05, what's happening in 05? EG goes into, because now England's thrown in with the Germans instead of attacking England. England has basically attacked or been friends with everybody in the West. So now they've decided to go after the Russians, which they do, but the French decide to kill the Germans in behind them, which is surprising. The Germans go east and somebody attacks them from the west. That has never happened before. But look how the alliance in the east is going. By the time you get to fall of 06, that peppermint has taken over all of the Balkans. The Austrians have a fleet in Tunis. The Russians have a fleet in Ionian. But the Austrians actually stabbed here in 06. They took a shot at the Russians and got them out of position. In 07, you'll see that England decides to take advantage of what's going on in the east by going after France, going after their erstwhile ally, the French. So we've got a lot of stabbing in this game, which is kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
On the outside looking in, it's a lot of fun. But you could see Austria, by the time you get to 08, Austria's already at 12 centers because they've had such good timing of when to hit the Turks, when to hit the Italians, when to hit the Russians. But it's not just that. Maxime also has diplomatic chops here. He ends up working with the remnants of the Russians to keep them alive as a puppet. He later on works with the remnants of the Germans to keep them alive. He's really doing a lot of good diplomacy here to get the leg up on the French. You wouldn't think the Austrians would be able to out-jockey the French in the Mediterranean, but Maxime actually does that in this game. So he not only does he have a lot of good strategic sense in this game, really does a lot of cool moves. So it's just tactical moves to outplay his opponents. England, as I said earlier, went after France, had some benefit there, but what's that Russian guy doing in the English Channel? What is happening in this game? The Russians have become the Russian diaspora. It's almost like the revolutions caused the Russians to leave and go to different parts of Europe. And you'll see if you go into the next turn that the Russians do that. You know, they are in Brest now. Their units or their centers are Brest and Tunis, which is A, fun to watch, and B, probably related to Maxime's ability diplomatically to keep Russia as a puppet. I will keep you alive if you'd help me. The Russians are removing here. Guess which unit they removed? Finland. So they've got their 2 fleets now in their centers. But, of course, it doesn't matter because everyone's realized that Maxime has totally outplayed everybody else on this board. And, of course, we've seen him play well all season, beginning at DixieCon. And it's just spectacular to see in a 14-center Austrian position that is so dominant in this game. And there was not a part of this game in which Maxime was not the dominant player.
Hey, you almost have to wonder a little bit why he took the draw here, actually. I guess it's a question of whether there's any centers left that he can guarantee. But, I mean, there's certainly not in danger of losing any. Kevin, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think everyone else takes the draw too. They realize they can't catch up, and I'm looking at the board here. And if you're gambling for one center worth playing another year for, maybe you got another round. If they're all playing tonight, maybe they want to get on to the next one. So fantastic move. I feel for Natty. He played catch up. He kind of coasted along. Had a rough start with Russia, who I thought had a nice start. He faded. Obviously, Austria's fantastic play helped with that, but I think he faded in the north first, and then Austria saw, okay, look, I'm getting the centers and keeping everyone on board. Yeah, you can't pat him on the back enough. But yeah, the highlight of this game is purple in Brest and Tunis.
Yeah, it's too bad that Hugh isn't the one who's on the Jersey Channel Islands, which are right off the coast of Brest.
I thought of that.
Yeah, I think it was Greg Matthews, I think, right, in the Jersey Channel. All right. Well, congratulations, Maxim. That is an impressive, a really impressive result here, and a very pretty looking center chart. Seeing the red and purple, rising together, and then one of them breaking free. That's it's not typical, but you have to ask why. Why isn't it more common?
Off because of the fleet and the med problem. But in this particular game, Maxime not only had a couple of fleet builds, he actually had diplomatic. There was a turn in this game in which everybody in the med was supporting each other.
Nice.
And that was Maxime being just a good diplomat, I think.
Nice. All right. Well, let's put Aberdeen in the books here, and we are going to turn to our final game from round one. If I can get this little system to work properly. And we are going to cover this one in key moments fashion. And let's look at the player list. This is Baton Rouge, round one, game B. In Austria, we have Karthik Kanath coming to us from California. In England, we have Stuart Nain from Scotland, a new player to us. France, we have Klaas de Graaf coming to us from Alkmaar in the Netherlands. And Klaas, it's good to see you back, man. Took a little break, and this marks his return. Germany, at least to the game that we are covering. Germany is Ruben Sanchez out of that place in France that whose name I butchered earlier. Ruben, by the way, is a player that's familiar to a lot of people in the North American circuit. Somebody in the comments pointed this out. Matthew Shields did before. Actually met Ruben in Marseille last year. I think it was last year. Time has no meaning anymore. He made the top board at the World Diplomacy Championship, the other WDC. And I think he's done that at another one as well in DC the year before that. So Ruben is a familiar name. In Italy, we have a guy, Cyril Savin, who's no stranger to top boards, multiple-time world champion, playing out of Germany. Russia, we have Emmett Wainwright coming to us from Raleigh. And in Turkey, we have Ben Kelman out of Philadelphia. Ben Kelman's been a regular on these games and has been making a move recently. Just narrowly missed out on the top board at VDL last weekend, coming in 8th place. But has a couple nice results from earlier in the year, and that pushes his DBNI ranking all the way up to 35. All right, Kevin, why don't you lead us through this game? Let's turn on the orders, and I'm going to bump up the clock here. Actually, the clock's not going to matter. It's going to reset after each reveal because I didn't fix that yet. So, all right, take us away, Kevin.
Excellent, and I'll pass this along, especially with a couple of VDL weeks in between the last tournament with Carnage. We haven't seen any get the alliances and then stab and run for a bigger numbers. The last 2 weeks of VDL have been more alliance play. It's been nice to see a little bit of this, and we're going to see a little bit in this game here too. So the game opens fairly traditional in both East and West. Going to Burgundy gives some play on Belgium. Everything else in the West is fairly straightforward. A bounce in Black, a bounce in Galicia, a typical. Cyril hasn't played as much online, I think, unless he's been studying some of the VDL tape, getting ready for this. But you're going to see as we push forward into the fall, he will pass through to Aegean. So alliance structure AI, alliance structure RT. Going to the Black is not necessarily, we don't know about that yet. But I am sad that Ben Kelman, a Chicagoan, moved Smyrna to Khan and not Armenia. So we have not taught him well enough in Chicago. Well, he didn't do it last week on VDL either, and it cost him 1 point for making the top board. So let's hope it doesn't cost him today.
Yeah.
So
just to clarify though, Ben's not a Chicagoan. He just played with us in our games a couple of weeks ago.
He's paid member, hasn't he? He's played a couple of games with us.
He's played a few games with us. Was he the one who failed to Matt Sundstrom? That was Ben, and he regretted it later just because of that. Okay.
Yeah. So we get into the winter and build, and again, everything that you see here is the Army in St. Pete might be the most interesting build, but everything else fits to the profile of we're not sure how it's gonna go yet. So before we get into, don't move the turn yet, but I think as this negotiation is happening, you're gonna see where the alliances go, and England is like Leviathan works, let's do it. Well, he did it. He thought it was going to work, but as we see, no one else joined him on that plan. So, English channel occupied. Russia pushes the fleet forward into Norway. Germany's kind of not sure, holding in Denmark, so no play there. Obviously, the Army in St. Pete more friendly, so everything sits there, but England moves forward, and then England moves back. Kind of a maybe misfortunate order of convoying to London. Maybe you'd think he's going to sneak out to Black Wales, but slows him down a little bit, but certainly not gonna stop the assault onto England. So the army in Belgium was popped, as it is the place where armies go to die. Pulls Skag, pulls everything back. So as we get into 03, you see that alliance is working along. Germany pushes into North Sea. He walks into Liverpool. The question was, maybe do they bounce? As he holds, he figure out a way to convoy up there, but he does convoy separately to Wales. And we're in a spot. England's got to figure out, okay, how do I defend? German convoys over in the fall. Everything is getting set up for FG to just mop him up. He's still alive, but barely breathing. Hold here for a second. I do want to mention about what we see here in the East. This is the first time I'm really talking about the East, because the East has been AI versus RT. I mean, it's not necessarily Juggernaut and whatever, but no one's moved anywhere in the first 3 years. But here's the turn. So my question I want to pose out to David here, though, is for the Southeast powers, even Russia too. Russia's playing in both North and South. But if you see that the West is starting to settle here, how do you approach this from, maybe the power you would want to be in the East at this point?
Well, if the West is resolving and getting ready to attack the East, is that your question?
Yeah.
Then by definition, you want to be the Turks. because you're the furthest away from the enemy armies invading. Now, you don't want to be the Turks if you've already got if you've already got an Italian in Syria.
Yep.
That may not be the best position ever. But, in this situation where the French are, yes, they're going to kill the English, but that's actually good for the East because it takes longer for the FG to rearrange their units to head the other way than it does for the EF versus G or the EG versus F scenarios. And in fact, an FG is more likely to lead to instability between that alliance before they attack the East than are the other two. So if I'm in the East, I'm not too worried about that, but you don't want to be the tip of the spear. So you don't want to be the Italians probably if you're worried about the FG coming at you.
Yeah, and I posed the question specifically after this and you seeing Syria on there because it is an aggressive position for the Italian. We'll see if it works out for him. So, all right. So we get our builds in the winter, and it is mop-up time in the north as we get into 04 and start to be a little aggressive in the southeast. You can kind of see they're taking care of Turkey. They're going to do their job. Fall 04 is when it changes. So the Italian stab. They got to make some progress. Like you said, they maybe they're got some time. Let them rearrange. Well, England is dead now, so now the time to meet. A couple more French builds coming down because they take Belgium, they take Liverpool. Germany in the exchange gets Norway, I think, only at this point, but still pairing gains. France is clearly the leader of the board, dominating, moving up to the top. But with Cyril Stab, it's piece for piece at this point. So you're going to see the slide forward into 05, and there's got to be some repercussion. The peppermint, as you called it in the last game, starts to say, okay, look. The West is maybe resolved itself, but I don't want Italy to carve us up just to be the one to meet them in the middle. So they put a little pushback, and this is where a former multiple world champ has earned his stripes. He's figuring it out. You could tell. I think this was an NMR because nothing moved. But again, as we've seen, I think with a couple of these NMRs, there really wasn't too much pain. Obviously. Losing Greece, but Greece couldn't have been held at that point anyway because Aegean was cut. Might have been able to keep more hold on Turkey, but at this point, Italy doesn't lose anything. So maybe this was the time when he says, "All right, I lost my tactical advantage. All right, the diplomatic advantage has to come now because if you see into fall 05, you're going to have some flexibility." France moved to Eddie instead of Yorkshire as he was preparing to convoy out, and then drops down to Holland and Norway. If I'm Germany does nothing to stop this at this point. If you move to Eddie, why? The first thing I had to think of was, why are you there instead of Yorkshire? Yorkshire accomplishes everything else. So I'm not sure what Germany saw as he saw France creeping up on him, but this was the big boom. Italy does go down because the East is still kind of mad at him. He makes a nice move to take Caen and hold as steady as he can. But now France is picking up 3, really moving on. Time to stop him. So getting spring 06, you're going to see the East finally start to come together a little. Russia pulls one off the line because it lost some in the north, but really not necessary if everyone else is on board, and we see that. So go into the spring, it's starting to be a tactical lineup. France does push another fleet north. I think wants to make sure that everything is settled. Still has 3 German fleets up there. So after the stab, wants to make sure that you can contain the German. But the German just walks to face the Russians. I'm not sure the diplomatic strings being pulled here or there, but sometimes we've seen them recently where you get the stab and the ally realizes it was a good stab and says, all right, fine, I'll run with you for a little bit. We get to the fall, though, he does play defense. He doesn't just let him walk into Denmark. He does walk out of Kiel to knock the Russian out of it. Austria and Italy kind of say, all right, we're done with the Russian now, too. He really hasn't. He lost his fleet in the north. He lost any advantage in the north. We can handle most of this by ourselves. So AI patches each other up. Turkey's still alive in the south. That might come into play, but I do keep it here as we get into. Can you pop up the builds? I think this turn we only saw the French building I take that back. The Austrian army in Budapest, which will basically replaced the Army in Silesia. But 1906, world champion player NMRs loses his tactical advantage. David does at this point, he sees he's got to reposition. Does cutting out Russia here make sense? Does AI go and say, all right, look, we can handle this on our own? Is it going to allow, looking at this board position for France and, 12-7, I mean, a big gap at this point. Does this really open up the board for France to take, Scandinavia, St. Pete, really run towards 18?
Oh, well, it does if the Russians were actually going to help stopping the French from doing it. But there was so much German-Russian warfare that I'm not sure that the Russians were much of a solution to the problem. So maybe that's what the AI was thinking. So, well, let's just take the Russians out. They're not helping anyway. They're just fighting with the Germans. The Germans are the defensive units against the French. So now maybe that was the thinking. And of course, we don't know diplomatically what was going on there, but that could have been the thinking as well. If he's going to screw around like that, we might as well take the centers ourselves and try to make some progress in the Med or into, defend Munich ourselves or something like that from the AI's point of view.
Yeah, my look of it was, Brandon, you want to hop in or?
Yeah, I was going to say I wouldn't. I mean, 18 isn't really in play right now. With the 18th, it's not going to be Tunis, so it would have to be Warsaw or Moscow, and Austria can get armies up there before France can get them over.
I saw the same thing. AI had been the strong alliance in the East. RT allied, obviously both broken down and kind of misfits. And so I could see maybe that's where, Russia's not doing anything to help. So, but we do go into 1907 and there's still chaos in the East. At this point, they leave a Turkish army around. It just, at some point you wonder, okay, well, how is that holding, 7 units back there if F is running? And the reason why I say maybe 18th possible is because Germany continues to move forward and move away from France. There's a 5-center gap and Germany has not turned around yet. So France forces into Munich, keeps pushing on the line, walks into Denmark, but basically walks into Denmark and is starting to push units forward, getting into St. Pete, has an army there to get into St. Pete. There are no armies up north at this point. Livonia to Warsaw to cover, I'm not sure what. So the tactics really start, coming into crunch time here. Austria holds the 3 units to keep, together. There was so much chaos on the board leading up to it where it's like, okay, the East is together, AI is together, but they couldn't rally all the troops, and no one's going to sacrifice themselves to get out. Ankara, take me so I can be done with the game. So maybe France was pulling some strings on the other side of the board too. We don't know. Questionable tactics start here with France. You saw a couple bounces. Western Med was guaranteed for Italy here. France filled in a mid-Atlantic and has a way to get there. But this is the beginning when I was starting to review this game first going, okay, well, it's just going to grind down and it'll be a guessing game. So you can kind of speed through these next 2 turns because it really does turn tactical. Losing Munich was big, getting Italy in there, kicking Italy back out of Tunis. You're like, okay, now there's 3 fleets down there, built another one in Brest. So, but Italy was able to get that build Fleet Rome. Lyon is next to fall, and it's it's a tactical play of France here getting these fleets around. You're like, well, now you got to cover Spain. You have to figure out a way. You're moving them around, and it just gets stalled in the Med. There's no further progress to be able to push forward. For France down there. Austria, now pushes into Munich. France is a little weak on armies. It's not a perfect tactical situation. Kind of slow play the north a little bit as well. Could have guaranteed St. Pete this turn or in 08 if he needed another build. He was playing with 1 in the bank after last time because he had, I think Marseille was blocked, so he could only build 2 of 3. But could have still forced St. Pete in order to get another unit. Didn't. slow played it, but only had 2 years left in the game. And the tactics just slowed them down in the southern seas to be able to push forward. Once Italy, again, former world champ, knows how to defend, got locked in. It was just France just trying to chip away, keeping the lead. So now the question is, can he defend for the long haul? But as you see in 1909, and as we fast forward into 1910, a lot more red on the board than black in movement. So they do finish out the whole game. They do make it through 10, and sadly, with it pushing forward, the Italian fleet popped in Portugal. So a longer game, maybe still some play left to go, but gets to 15, just mops up with Germany and takes care of everything that he needed to at home. So very well played.
Interesting tactical duel at the end there. It looked like Klaus had actually been outsmarted and lost, wasn't going to be able to recover all 3 of those dots in the south, but was ultimately able to.
Andrew Goff, one thing before I turn to Andrew Goff, another former multi-time world champion, says sometimes you let those units advance forward to you to get them out of position. Maybe Klaus had a nice strategy to figure out a way to, once he realized he lost him, all right, I got to get him back somehow, and gambled and won on it. So great play at the end.
David, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are this game sort of ended. I mean, the last 3 or 4 years almost didn't matter. France was way far ahead and was not going to be caught by anybody anyway, and they also weren't going to solo. So, I mean, it was being played maybe for the center counts, but not really for any change in overall strategic position. There was no way to change it. Once it became clear that there was not going to be a coordinated attempt earlier in the game to stop the French when they stabbed the Germans from stopping the French from getting big, there was no other outcome that was going to happen besides the French board top. So it was really just a question of how many centers it was. I mean, Karthik is a spectacular tactician. That's why he ends up in a good position here as he does. But honestly, the pecking order probably even wasn't going to change much given the situation. But none of this is take anything away from that. Klaus did a great game. This is exactly how, in an FG, a lot of times your best option instead of redeploying to the med is to stab the Germans, and that's exactly what he did here, and it worked out very well for him.
Yeah, I think 18, the only shot at 18 would have been to get into Tunis at some point earlier, but that would have slowed down the stab on Germany and may have prevented it from even working. So, I think Klaus clearly made the right decision in terms of securing the board top, which, at this point is what you want to go for and try to get on the top board. I do think there was a little more drama in that end game than I would have expected, losing Munich and Berlin and one of those Iberian dots, even temporarily, was a surprise. I did just glancing through the tactics. I think that he could have done things to guarantee that neither of those happened.
And Marseille too, lost a home center.
Yeah, temporarily, but great job to get it back. I mean, I actually was a little surprised that he was able to do that.
Yeah.
Great job by Ben Kelman. Looking at the center chart, there is an oddity there, and that is that flat line doesn't stay flat at the very end. Steals a dot, and well done, Ben.
I am a little puzzled. I'm a little puzzled why they didn't knock him out and use the build against the French. That didn't make any sense to me. But of course, we weren't subject to the negotiations there.
Well, it looked like the AI couldn't decide if they wanted Russia as an ally or as food on the dinner table. So I suspect there was difficulty with trust around there. But yeah, it's this is the second game in a row, or I guess it was one of the other ones where we saw. It was the last game where we saw a Turkey survive just on being Turkey.
They're so hard to kill. Turks are so hard to kill.
There's an elegance in that, right? In surviving, in merely surviving. I like systems that give that some reward, and I think this system does do that.
A bit like the Ottoman Empire of actual history that just sort of hung around, not very strong, but just nobody ever bothered to kill it off.
Istanbul?
It's Constantinople.
All right. Kevin, any final thoughts on this game from your perspective then?
No, the alliance. I would love to be a fly on the virtual wall to figure out how France was keeping Germany on side. That having the as strong of an ally as he had, and then the same way, I would love to hear how Cyril patched up the stab on Karthik. Again, both great players, so it's easy to say, "Hey, look, we got bigger problems." But excellent play and a great score. I think we saw Bill had a large score. This might be number 2. I haven't been watching all the games, but this might be the second best so far today.
I think it might be the biggest. Did Bill get more than 15?
Yeah, Bill had 16. I think he was at like 230 or 240.
Got it. It's not a rule in the tournament that that Bill gets the best score overall, is it?
I mean, he wrote the rules, so it's a possibility.
Yeah,
but I don't think
Bill
what a great way to see Klaus come back to the fold, though, back to our games. Yeah. It's so great to see him back, and great to see him back with this result.
Yeah. And Klaus, by the way, I think is one of the European organizers, so we're definitely seeing a theme here. Is it me, or is it hard to be Germany today?
After it was so awesome to be Germany last weekend in the VDL games.
Yeah,
that's right.
We've seen a lot of Leviathans, and even when we haven't seen Leviathans, it feels like Germany has gotten eliminated for the most part. There was one board top I remember from Tommy Anderson, but I feel like that's the only game where Germany even sniffed the board top.
Sometimes we just get into these ruts where that's what's going on. I mean, with an Anglo-German alliance, other than the fact that we haven't come up with a great nickname for it yet. Yeah. But it is a spectacular alliance if pulled off correctly, and just we haven't seen it as much lately in the last several games.
Yep. Well, so the next best Germany not to have been reviewed yet in the first 2 rounds was 6 centers.
Okay,
so not much.
All right, so it's Tommy Anderson, definitely the clubhouse leader for best Germany.
Well, the tournament is young. We may see some really big German things tonight, for all we know.
That brings to a close round 1. We have now covered 2 full rounds of this tournament, round 0 and round 1, and I feel like it's time to have a look at the leaderboard. What do you guys think?
Great idea.
All right, let's pull it up. Here are the current standings, if my software is working well. Leading at the top is some guy named Bill, and right behind him is Christian Klein. Both of them scored board tops. I think Christian, one of those was a shared board top. Tommy Anderson coming up in third place. These are familiar names so far. Tom DeGraff is a new one for us. Christophe Bourget is like I said, a guy who made the I don't know if I mentioned about him. He was in Marseille and he made the top board the top board at the other WDC. Klaus de Graaf, familiar name. Cyril 7, familiar name. Didn't top a board, but is in the top 7 after 2 rounds. Well done. Maxim Popov, Lazo Levy, and Tjeerd Brosma, whose name I am surely murdering, but would love to know how not to. Those round out the top 10. Any comments here on these top 10 so far? I know it's early. A lot of people haven't even played yet, but any thoughts here, David?
Well, my first thought is a lot of European players, which makes sense because the 2 rounds we've covered so far have been, not the easiest ones for North American players to play in, just from a time point of view. So it'll be interesting to see if any of this leaderboard changes as we get into tonight's rounds, which were a little more conducive to North American players. We'll see. Obviously, there's some great European players on this list. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome to see them on here.
Kevin, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, it's nice that there are two positions with not having a board top. It doesn't rule you out. If you can't rule your board early, you could still put up solid scores, and tomorrow's a new day. Come out and get your board top, and you still have a chance at top 7. So don't go home early tonight, folks. Don't quit your games. There's hope to be had.
Indeed, and that makes it fun for us. High drama is what we are looking for. And surely we're going to see some of the same people who we've just seen play the second consecutive round. Players can play up to 4 rounds, and their top 3 scores will count. So there is an advantage to playing 4 rounds, an opportunity advantage. And so people who in North America who want to play at a reasonable time of day are going to play 2 today, 2 tomorrow. All right, that brings to a close our coverage for rounds 0 and 1. Let us bring back to the stream Ed Sullivan and Adam Silverman. I'm going to have you guys chat for a second just about what you've seen while I reboot the system and get us ready for our round 2 coverage. All right?
Well, one thing I wanted to point out about those top three, Bill Hackenbracht and Tommy Anderson and Christian Klein, they're all winners of this from this year's tournament circuit already.
Yep.
Bill having won the Tempest event last month. I'm sorry, the Carnage event last month. Christian won the DixieCon in May, and Tommy won the Liberty Cup in August. So it's awesome to see those names as we've seen before, but it's also great to see these other folks that many of us on DBN are seeing for the first time.
All right, let me. I'm going to bring back these other guys to give their thoughts on that and more. Here are Adam Silverman and Ed Sullivan. Welcome back, guys. I'm going to step away for a second. I'll see you on a little bit.
David, what do you have against the Ottomans? I mean, come on. They made it all the way to the gates of Vienna, and here you are besmirching the greatness of Prince.
They made it to the gates of Vienna like 300 or 400 years before the time period we're talking about. By the time we get to 1901, they are the proverbial sick man of Europe that nobody bothered to kill because nobody really wanted their stuff until after World War I was over. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Ataturk got him back. The Young Turks. 1908, everything changes.
Young Turk, that matters. I mean, the Turkish Revolution of 1922 is an important part of history. But again, not what we're talking about here, which is 1901, the sick man of Europe.
Turkey has to play the long game, David.
Thank goodness we're not seeing the game.
I don't think I've ever debated Ottoman history with a fellow lawyer on a BBN broadcast before, but I'm so glad we did.
I think there's got to be a rule with no more than one lawyer on a broadcast at a time.
Bye, Dave.
It's live TV now. We all got to raise the glass for Ed Sullivan. You're the motivation for brown liquid on live TV.
Absolutely.
That's what I think about
those early games. I was happy to see Klaus's result. I know you talked about it earlier. I thought it was a well played game, and Kevin talked about the tactics, and I just think I just thought he played well. I was happy to see his result.
We saw a lot of fairly large results in those early rounds. We got a 16 center, a 14 center, a 15 center, some 12 centers, a couple 13. I mean, I think with the exception of maybe one or two games, we were seeing big double-digit center leads, and people really, really putting themselves out there to go for it, which was great to see.
It may open up the play for the Americans. And David made a great point about that in the current standings. Is we've fallen into a little bit of a rut. We get and I'm not picking on you, Ed, but you get into the alliance play, and it's we have to grow 1-to-1 sometimes. And again, not picking, but this is going to motivate some of those guys. Hey, I want to be on the top board. I'm going to have to go a little faster than my ally, and that may cause some friction.
Yeah, but
it's driven by the tournament structure. Right. When I get critique for alliance play, it's also like, well, I can do math, not complicated math, but I know what it takes to get ahead. Yep. Here, you're going to have to put up good scores to get in the top 7, considering the number of players. You have to go for these board tops.
Yep.
You know why? There was a 13-13 or something like that shared board top, right? What did those scores come out to? Those were pretty good scores, if I recall what we saw from that board. I don't remember exactly. So, I mean, sometimes you got the opportunity to run an alliance and then go for it at the end, but sometimes you got running an alliance and you're going to benefit somebody else by making that stab, like we saw in Tommy's first round game, right? So, you got to make good decisions, and sometimes running with an alliance is the best result you're going to get.
I was going to say, I think the big numbers we've seen is because people have made good decisions. They have gone for it when they had a good chance for it to succeed, and it worked. Thinking about Maxim's game, thinking about Hackenbracht's first game in particular. I mean, he just took advantage of situations because of good strategic sense. Just sniffed out a good opportunity and took it. And you like to see that. You like to see people put it on the line. This is not a game for the timid. You can have some cautious play, but if you're going to get ahead in a tournament like this, you got to be bold.
each of you guys has more experience than I do. David has more experience than maybe all three of us combined. But
wow,
I'm
not that old. I'm not that old, honestly.
You're kind of that old. But online, right? So most online games end at 1910, and I'm personally used to playing a 1910 structure. Here, there's been I'm surprised that you haven't seen that sort of play for the 1910. You're seeing a lot of 1904, 05 moves, a lot of games draw in 06, 07, few games going to the end. Does that surprise any of the three of you?
I can give you one comment on that, Ed. Coming from a background of mostly playing face-to-face diplomacy, I would say the vast majority of face-to-face games don't actually go to the end of 1910. I would say a lot of games get called, in the 1908, 1907, 1908, 1909 time frame. And so I think they're playing pretty naturally here, and things just happen to be going out, a little bit longer in a few of the games. But we've also seen a lot of games that have ended in that earlier time frame.
Yeah, I think in face-to-face tournaments, it happens because there are people, honestly, that just get worn out. In the face-to-face games are absolutely exhilarating and exhausting. And so sometimes people get to 07 and like, man, I want to go eat something. I want to go do something else. And so you do end up with a few games getting called, in my opinion, too early, which you don't have that same problem when you're playing online. But you might have that problem in this setting. We've got 6 preliminary rounds plus a top board on Sunday. There's going to be some fatigue, particularly as we get into the games tomorrow. We may see some early endings from just sheer fatigue.
Yeah. And the other part is the solo. The solo is such a big number. If you're going to get out to solo in a game that can only take 10 years, you've got to get an early start on it. You've got to get position. I think we've seen stabs more for centers than position so far. But to get that early lead and play catch up, we haven't seen too many players just kind of hang around. Oh, maybe we can grind them back down. It's once you get out to that lead, you coast the rest of the way.
Yeah, a tournament with a time limit like 1910 is not a short time limit. Like you see some tournaments, they have a time limit of 07. It's like, why did we even play this? I'm not sure. But a 1910 is not too short because you can have big results. But it's also really hard if somebody is up to a big lead in 1908, do you have time to knock them back down? If it was a face-to-face tournament that has unlimited time like a DixieCon or something, the answer is yes, because you can go to 1915 if you want to. But in a 1910 tournament, no. Once they get up that high, it's probably just jockeying for second, really. That's what I was talking about that last game where Klopp was sort of going up and going down, but the true result was never in doubt there. It was just really a question of how many centers he was going to end up with.
Yeah, I mean, I think online with 24 or 48 hours between turns, it allows the other powers to coordinate perfectly against the board leader. And in this kind of situation, you just don't have that time, and emotions are running so much higher, you don't have time to cool down.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yes.
Yeah, and you see the same thing in face-to-face, and usually if there's a board leader stop effort going on, you get those people get together on the side. And they're either on the same page or they're not. And if they're on the same page, they got their orders written together. And if they're not on the same page, man, there's going to be hell to pay.
We miss face-to-face so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's those face-to-face games that go out till past 1910, the 1911, the 1915 games. Those are the grinders, right? I mean, you usually see somebody ahead, and there's either that person's going to grind out a win, or you've got some kind of budding alliances, and they're waiting for the right time to make their move, and they just, want to slow play through that. And you get some really exciting games from the people playing in high tension, high heart rate games, but sometimes they're not actually that exciting to watch because there's not a lot going on. There's just a little bit of background jockeying going on, for those last couple of game years until somebody, makes their move.
Yeah, sometimes there's just literally a fight over, can you get an army into Bohemia, or can you get a fleet into the Western Med somehow, or into the Gulf of Leon? And you could spend a game year trying to do that one thing, to try to guess right. That's what happens in a really long game. But in this particular set of games, haven't we seen a lot of really fluid, fun, stabby, not overly stabby, but good stab play? I think so. I think we've seen some really good decisions being made. And it's been kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, sorry. Ed, Yeah, let me. I just want to, because it's not. Yeah, that wasn't meant to be a criticism of like an alliance style play. It's more just the way that we've been playing, and so you have to shake that. When we play league games here in Chicago, we play a certain way, and then we go travel to play tournaments with say East Coast players, because there's more of them on the East Coast, just location wise. We have to change our style of play, and you've got to get it out of your mind. The times, the quick time turnarounds, the way it plays. It's not a dig at a style of play, but this feels more like face to face. It doesn't feel, and I'm not, again, I love playing VDL. VDL just has a different style. This reminds me more of a typical face to face tournament.
Yeah, and what I was going to just tail on David's point. The stabs are good. I mean, speaks to the quality of the play. The only stab that I thought that may have been a challenging one was Tommy Anderson's stab of Austria when he played Turkey, and it didn't work out for him where he finishes third in the game. But otherwise, we've seen some tremendous stab. I mean, and that worked out okay for Tommy. We've seen some tremendous stabs, including Tommy's second stab when he played Germany, including Klaus's stab when he stabbed Germany in that game, and Germany janissaried for him. There was another game where Austria. I mean, that's the mark in my mind of a very good stab, when the person who gets stabbed, like Kevin pointed out, says, "All right, you got me. Let's keep going."
In fact, I've often said this, and I'll say it again on this screen. The most important person to talk to after you stab somebody is the guy you just stabbed or gal that you just stabbed. Because first of all, you need to say, "I'm sorry that had to happen," because that's a very natural human thing to do. And the second thing is, that person may very well want to work with you in the future. They may respect the move that you did because it was a good move and be willing to janissary for you, to be a junior alliance partner, whatever. It's very common for that to happen if you go talk to them and don't refuse to. Now, if they refuse to talk to you, I understand that. But if you ought to take a shot at it, I think.
I don't get that line. I get the line of, "Ed Sullivan never stabs, and now you stab me." How does this happen?
I think we've all realized that Ed Sullivan never stabs is a fib.
Ed, it's how I feel on these broadcasts. I am the Dennis Miller, always paired with John Madden in the center right here. So I got to either bribe the host a little more to not be the understudy, or rise my way out of it. So,
well, at least you're not Tony Romo, right? So,
wow,
no Cowboys.
Kevin, come on. No sad sack story. I feel a little bit like I'm listening to John Anderson try to, talk me into doing some move on a diplomacy board. You're just buttering us up. You got the goods. I'm going to do something that makes me a little uncomfortable and agree with David Hood. I know.
Heavens declare.
Don't defend the Ottomans.
Yeah, I actually have very little to say about the Ottomans, although I don't know if you guys noticed, but the chat commenters noticed how quickly the conversation turned to ancient European history as soon as I left. I'm just with David that you got to take chances. The way to make top boards is the way to ensure your place on a top board is to go for it and get a good board top. You can do it. You can eke on by doing lots of shared board tops, but percentages are going to be higher. So. That is my point of view. I'm sorry, David. That actually probably makes you more uncomfortable than me.
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want you to take it out on me later. You keep pairing me with Kevin O'Kelly. I don't want that anymore. Come on.
God, my mind is actually hurting from all of the games being played on it. All right, gentlemen, I think it is time for us to dive into round two. I have chosen some games for us to focus on and posted that schedule in our back channel. If Kevin, are you cool staying on the line here? After that little poor me, I have paired you with Mr. Adam. Adam, what is your last name? Silverman. I kept wanting to say Sullivan, and I knew that wasn't right. Kevin, you good to stay on now, or do you want to break?
Can we do Adam, or at least me off for a bit? I got to get the kids to bed.
Yeah, fair enough. Let us. We will then go to. Why don't we do Adam and Ed, because we just had David and Kevin on for a little while, so we'll give David a break. So we're going to go to game H. All right, Kevin and David, we'll see you guys in a little bit. And Kevin, just pop back in that chat. Pop back in the green room. I can see you down there when you're ready to go again. All right, guys, you ready to do some diplomacy?
Let's roll.
Ready.
All right, we are going to turn to game number H, which is Hamilton. Here is the player list. In Austria, we have former world champion Nicolas Sahuguet coming to us from Montreal, Canada. Coming into this also with a gaudy number 9 DBNI ranking, despite not having won a tournament. That might be the highest of any player who hasn't won. I'm not sure about that. England, Ben Kelman. We were just talking about him. He is in the suburb of Chicago known as Philadelphia. That is from a comment. That is not me. Somebody said that. In France, we have Marcus Edholm coming to us from California. In Germany, Jeff Dwarnicki, whose location I should input. Neither of you guys know it, do you? It was David.
Portland.
All right. I will input that while one of you guys is giving an analysis. In Italy, we have Jay Honold, who is a player out of Chicago. He's a rookie this year and has made the Weasel Championship board, the Weasel Royale, in his first year. So he is one to watch. Very sharp player. In Russia, we have Victor Murphy coming to us from somewhere in the USA. In Turkey, we have Hal Schild out of Alexandria, Virginia. Hal has been a recent regular and is working his way up the DBNI rankings. Here's your first look at this board. Let's start with you, Adam. What anything stand out to you off the bat?
A lot of solid players. Nicola, obviously, world champion. Ben, top board player at Carnage. Marcus is a player I know really well from the Bay Area. Has done really well in some Bay Area games. Jeff, longtime, very experienced player from Portland. I don't know Jay or Victor, and Hal is a longtime pit kisser. These are experienced players, and there'll be some dynamic play on this board. I think a lot of these players have strong personalities, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to interact with one another and the ebb and flow of that.
Nice. And so, Ed, you don't come from the face-to-face world. You come from online play. Are any of these players familiar to you?
Only familiar through the virtual play, right? I've played with Ben a lot, and I know he plays a good England. So I'd be curious to see what happens. I don't know the other 2 players in the West, and I've probably played with Nikolai more times than any other person since we were going virtual, probably 6 times. So I'm very familiar with him and his play and Hal. So I'd be curious to see what happens. But I'm really excited about what's going to happen on the East for sure, and we'll see what happens with Ben in the West.
Yeah, I'm especially going to look at Austria, Italy. What happens with this very experienced, very skilled player, and this very new and hungry player who's willing to take chances. That is one of the things I've noticed about Jay. Will they figure out a way to work together in the interim, or will there be fireworks right off the bat? Guys, let us, if I can figure out how to pull up the map again, need to work on my interface a little bit, make it a little more user-friendly. All right, here we go. Let's try this. Let's start off with East-West split for the first couple of years and then move to a more succinct format. But this was a format change suggested by Kevin O'Kelly, so let's give it a shot. Since Adam, you're on top, you get your choice, East or West.
I'll start in the West.
All right. So, Ed, you get your choice of the East or the East?
I always wanted the East.
Indeed. All right. Let's start off with Spring 1901 moves, and we'll start in the West. Oops. I need to show the moves. All right. Let's start with why isn't this working? Oh, here we go. The moves are showing. All right. Tell us about it, Adam Silverman.
Yeah. I mean, the West is very lovey-dovey. Let's not spend too much time. I think the Liverpool to Edinburgh, which suggests some confidence on England's part in terms of France not moving to the Channel. These are pretty well-established, solid openings for everybody. Also, playing cards tight to their chest.
Ed, tell us about the East.
Same in the East. Bounce in Galicia, which I knew Nikolai would want. We're not seeing the Sunstrom opening, but a more traditional, most common Turkish opening, Bounce in the Black, and then Army Venice holds, so there's no move to Trieste. I couldn't imagine, even if there is an AI, that Nikolai would want that to happen. That's just not his style. So nothing in here surprises me at all in the East.
All right. Then all right, you guys are at risk of falling asleep, so I'm going to just press the button here and move on to the fall of 1901. Ed, let's stay with you in the East. What happens there?
Well, Russia prioritizes taking Galicia, so he supports Warsaw into Galicia, takes Romania with the fleet, but gives up the Black. So we don't know if there's complete RT coordination yet, but maybe we can suspect that. Venice goes to Trieste in the fall, and convoys to Tunis. it is yet to be known whether or not this was intentional or not. I'm going to suspect no, but Nikolai certainly would have known it's possibly coming. But he felt the need to support Greece, Albania into Greece, and that was a good reason because Bulgaria moved there.
And Adam, tell us about the West.
Well, I mean, at first glance, this looks awfully Tripoli, but there is a little bit of strangeness, and I'll just highlight that move of Fleet North Sea to Belgium with support of the French army in Picardy. Man, is that an awkward position if France and England are working together. England having that empty North Sea, but that extra fleet touching the English Channel. Obviously it's a play to get England that second build, yet still convoying up to Norway, but it's a pretty awkward play. And if this is a triple, I certainly would have preferred to see the convoy to Norway and the move to the Barents, and England just forgoing that second build for the early part of the game. But, it's awkward. It's awkward for France, frankly, and it may work out for them. Germany is making the aggravating move of bouncing Sweden. Russia's not going to be very happy about that, and it will remain to be seen who Russia decides to take that out on. But I imagine we'll see an army in St. Petersburg as Russia's build.
At least we will not see a British army die in Belgium.
That is very true.
At least not yet. All right. So 2 questions coming out of 1901 are Austria and Italy getting along? Is the unholy alliance off to the races? And is there a Western triple in the West? Does that Belgium move signify that? And a subsidiary question whether that move to the Black Sea means that Russia and Turkey are okay or not. Let's see if the builds give us any insight into any of those things, and I will call these out. We get 2 fleet builds from Italy, which suggests that Austria was on board with that, or at least will be happy with it, or not too unhappy. And we get 2 fleet builds from Ben in England, which is a bit ambiguous. You might think that one of those would have been an army if it was Western Triple. But France certainly has to be happy not to see a fleet in Liverpool. France, for their sake, puts a fleet in Brest, which is easily defensible no matter what. And elsewhere, we get standard army and fleet build from Germany. And Austria and Turkey do fairly straightforward things, although Russia should be happy to see that fleet Smyrna and not an army. All right. Any quick comments on the builds? Shall we move on?
This certainly does not look Tripoli after the builds to me. If this is as a result of diplomacy on Germany, Jeff Dwarnicki's part, it was well done because it really looks like there's going to be a lot of potential strife or at least concern in the conversations between England and France, and what I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall in those.
Yeah, well, the 2 fleet builds of Italy, Austria's got to be happy with that for sure. And if you're France or Turkey, you're not so happy about that. And especially if you're a France that's looking at those English fleet builds. Well, I'd like to see how it turns out and which way Italy goes.
All right, let's find out. Spring of 1902, we'll stay with our East-West split. And let's stay in the West with Adam. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, I mean... obviously, that was not the right call on my part. Obviously, this is a triple, or it is what is currently a triple for the moment, with England going all out up north and Germany taking Sweden, Germany sending Munich to Silesia, and France is in Piedmont and moving the fleet south. So clearly, that was not the right call. What I previously said in the winter. This is what looks like a triple. It's not as aggressive as I might have liked. I would have probably liked to see that second army build for England, both as a protective measure to leave it home for a little while to make sure France is on side, and then come fall, you really want the ability to convoy that second army up. But they'll make some gains if they can stick together long enough to do it.
All right, and the East, Ed.
Well, you're right on the Western Triple, and I understand that England is not in the East, but I'm liking Ben's situation right now. I will say this: is there's not much going on in the East other than Italy committing against Turkey, at the very time when the Western Triple is forming, it looked like an RT versus an AI. And just as a person who's been in many games with Nikolai, he has a great ability to make other people understand what's happening collectively on a board. And the thing I'm going to be looking out for right now is, Hal is a very experienced player. I don't know who Italy is, but you say, he's done really well his first year. How is the coordination going to happen against the West? And I assume that they'll be getting it together right now.
I just want to add one thing about the East. This self-bounce in St. Petersburg, I don't really see a lot of rationale for doing that. Why not bounce Sweden? Why not send the Bothnia to the Baltic, or even Finland if you sniff something out? I mean, again, I don't know what the negotiation situation was, but if you want to send Moscow north, just send it north, right? You're really limited in terms of what you can do. In this position. So that strikes me as a little bit odd.
Let's why don't we push ahead just to follow it too and see how things work out here.
Yeah.
And Ed, we'll start with you in the East.
Well, now I'm wrong. So it happens. So in the East, let's see, Turkey takes Sevastopol, but Russia, with Austria's help, gets into Bulgaria, and Tunis tried to get into Smyrna through a convoy. Guessed wrong, could have gone to Syria, but the French are coming, man, and they're coming big time. So we have a bounce in Western Med, but otherwise France gets into Lyon, into Tyrolia now, and the Germans understand that part of the West, but they're pushing east as well. So while the East has not figured out what to do, the West is coming at them.
Well,
but are they? But are they?
Yeah, there is a fly in the ointment. There is a fly in the ointment.
Right.
Tell us about it, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, and this goes into what I said earlier on, how awkward that fleet in Belgium is for France, right? And why it was a strange decision by France to set up England that way. You're giving England a free pass to English Channel, and whatever was seen in the Western Triple was obviously not going to be long-lived here. And this is sort of interesting that the set of moves that Marcus makes here. It's an interesting choice to move Gascony back out to Spain, and this wasn't obviously guaranteed to work, but the effect of this is that Brest is now open for and takeable for Ben. Elsewhere in the north, Germany loses that fleet in Bothnia, and now St. Petersburg is probably going to go. Though I guess they do get a rebuild, or actually, they will get a rebuild, or maybe even two rebuilds.
Well, they would they will, and they have St. Petersburg open.
Yeah, they'll actually get two rebuilds thanks to taking Bulgaria and having two units pop. So.
All right, let's see. And it's worth pointing out just a little honorable mention for Jay Honnold's guess around Smyrna. Took a shot that Smyrna would be going to Syria here to try to block the standard Lepanto convoy. So that's sort of high risk move, but it ends up being a want. Awesome if you get away with it, but want if you don't. Okay, let's look at winter 1902. The builds are as follows. Russia puts down two armies, which are you could have made an argument for a fleet, but it kind of doesn't really matter because that unit's going away. So at least with the army, you can drop it down to say Moscow and do something with it. We got Germany putting down an army with that build from Sweden, and Turkey puts down a rebuild, an army in Ankara. And no one else gets to build anything else, which is, for me, the story of this phase. You've got England making a move, probably expecting to get a build there that they could, say, build an army in London and convoy to Picardy. He doesn't get that. So now the question is, does Ben think, he's got to stick with this assault or try to work out something diplomatic? Why don't we find out? And in spring of 1903...
Just before you jump on the moves, I think there's a pretty cool game of chicken going on with the English and French fleets right here. Does English go to Brest? Does English go to Mao? And hoping that hoping that Mao covers Brest. And I think that's kind of an interesting situation. And they're both going to be feeling each other out, trying to guess here.
All right, let's find out which one happens. And the answer is tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, they Irish Sea. Why not? Well, good for Ben for sniffing that out and not putting himself at risk there. This is a mess. The West is a mess, and it's not going to resolve anytime soon. And if you're one of these folks in the East and you can actually make an ally, which I'm not sure is the case, I'll let Ed comment on that because he's been paying more attention. But if somebody in the East can break out, they could have a great game, because right now the West, nobody can figure out what they're doing. I mean, Germany is pushing against Russia, but they go to bounce England out of Norway here while supporting them into Sweden. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Well, don't you think the bounce in Norway is to prevent the retreat?
Good point. Good point. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, you're right.
All right. So, Ed, tell us about the East.
All right. So, well, in the East, Russia loses St. Petersburg and Warsaw to the English and Germans, respectively. So that's not good, although St. Petersburg was going to go no matter what. Warsaw didn't have to go, but I guess it makes sense that Moscow moves to Ukraine. Turkey's setting up in a defensive position. Austria helps Italy into the Aegean, and Tunis convoys back to Tuscany. There's a bounce in Trieste, which you guys can comment on. I'm assuming it's arranged because they're worried about the Tyrolean army, maybe. But I'm not I'm not sure what's happening. But the East is not resolved. The Germans are coming. The interesting question on the West, Adam or Brandon, is there's EG coordination here at some level. It looks like. Why was there not a move into Burgundy?
Well, you got that. Why is Ruhr supporting Munich? I mean, I think that it's probably being just passiveness on Jeff's part, or just holding back to see what happens. One thing that's puzzling to me is it looks like Galicia is supporting Romania. Is that correct?
Galicia supporting Romania.
So why is Budapest holding instead of supporting Galicia? It's got nothing else to do. Nicola knows better than that. I mean, unless he wants to lose Galicia, which is hard to imagine, or wants to risk it, there's no reason not to just support Galicia there, I think.
Yeah, just a tactical error, it seems like. All right, so let's move ahead into fall of 1903 here. You asked me about Jay, and Jay is a sharp player, but can be a little bit impatient and is willing to take risks. And I do wonder as this game goes on if Jay is going to think that the alliance with Nicola isn't paying dividends enough, and will try to take a piece in order to grow from there. With France off of his back, then the opportunity is there. All right, let's stay in the West with you, Adam, here for fall of 1903.
Yeah, I mean, this is no great surprise that Ben decides to make a play against the Germans here. I mean, he sees two dots. He sees the opportunity to patch things up with France. And so this makes perfect sense. And this is actually a nice, showing some flexibility on Ben's part and ability to, renegotiate a situation. So whether it's strategically the right thing to do, it's hard to say. But I do like the fact that he's been able to show flexibility and be able to get things back on track since the progress options against France were not looking very good from that position. So he picks up Holland. He doesn't get Denmark, but, the position here is pretty good. You've got France back into Burgundy. This was relatively low risk for the French. It's an interesting choice to self-bounce Western Med. Obviously, the feeling was that Jay was going to commit against Turkey, which is not what's happening here. I mean, this is all sensible. Ben's got a build coming from St. Petersburg and Holland, so 2 builds, and Marcus is going to be the junior partner. Ben is looking great.
Ed, tell us about the East.
Okay, so what's the urgency about Galicia? You lose Galicia one turn, you take it back the next. Exactly what Nikolai did. This time he uses Budapest to support Vienna to Galicia. He's in Galicia. Okay, no big deal. Italy does not make a move on Nikolai, as Brandon wondered if that would happen or not. Instead, kind of poor France. Just as he gets Ben back on side, now here come the Italians. He just can't seem to get any traction with where to go next. Meanwhile, the rest of the Balkans, nothing happens. There's, a poke at Smyrna. Nikolai protects Greece from Italy just to cover his bases. And we're still in trench warfare in the east.
Boy, that's a hard pill. That's a hard turn to swallow, I think, if you're Jay. You went along. You stayed with your ally, and you were probably expecting support into Smyrna that would have worked,
right?
And instead, your ally didn't trust you, and now the alliance has problems, right? And certainly from Italy's perspective. All right, so let's play that game.
I wonder though. We're not privy to the discussions. I wonder if Nicola, straight out just said, I'm not support, you got to wonder if it was sort of like promised support or just, hey, I'm covering Greece. Sorry. That's what I got to do this turn.
So I'm going to show the builds here, and then I'm going to ask you guys to tell me who you like, and then we're going to put this game on pause and come back to it a little bit later. So here are the builds. We've got Ben, after making his move, puts down a Fleet English Channel. Interesting if you're trying to make friends with France. To put that one down, and an army in Edinburgh could make a strong case for the opposite. Germany, for his part, for Jeff, pulls Prussia, which is clearly saying I'm going to fight England, and that is it. Just two powers get to make an adjustment. So looking at the board right here, Ed, we'll go to you first on this one. Whose position do you like here? If you had to prognosticate, who would you pick? Who would you put your money on to top this board?
I like England 1, and I like Turkey 2. There's a lot of things that can be played out in the East that could ultimately play to Hal's advantage, and he would know how to take advantage of it.
And Adam?
I'm going to agree with Ed. I'm also not going to count Italy out. I think depending on how this plays, if England does decide to make that move on France, it may open some doors for Italy to get some centers over there and have a game here.
All right, interesting. All right, 3 different countries there. We've got. We will come back to this game, see how it works out after 1903. For now, we are going to move over to board number C, which means Ed, we're going to give you a break here, and so enjoy your break. You get 2 games off, but don't go too far because we're only getting 3 or 4 years in before we switch to another game, just because that's where the games are. But we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye. Never far away from the action, Brandon. Nothing to fear.
Don't doubt it. All right, that was Ed Sullivan. We're bringing back to the stream Mr. Kevin O'Kelly. Kevin, back from bedtime duty. Am I right?
I got one down, 1 to go.
All right. Do you want to go do it now? Because we can move over. Okay. All right.
No, it's perfect.
Indeed, it is. All right. Let us pull. If I can get my system working well here, we're going to go to game C, which is Calgary, and here is the board call. Let me actually pull up the player list. Here we go. This board is so massive. The players on this board are so huge that we cannot fit all of their names and everything onto the screen at once. In Austria is Emmanuel du Pontevice. Oh God, I'm sorry. I do not speak French. I'm sure that is a quasi-Italian pronunciation. Anyway, Emmanuel is coming to us from Paris, France. Andre Janeko is coming to us from Lisbon. Janeko, sorry. Portuguese pronounce it Janeko. In France, we have a rare sighting, Tanya Gill, tearing the tour up in the early part of this year, has been on an extended break, but is back for the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic, playing France out of Toronto. That may be out of date. I think she has moved to Ottawa. In Germany, we have the Mastbaum, coming to us from Los Angeles. In Italy, we have Roland Trotter out of Boston. Russia brings us Jaromir Sulja out of Georgetown, Canada. And in Turkey, we have Tony Swinnerton from an undisclosed location. Gentlemen, this is, for me, a delicious-looking board. I would like to hear your thoughts about it. And Kevin, why don't we start with you?
Well, just from a time factor, if Emmanuel de Pontevice, not Vice, or the French, and Andre pulling the late hours, and then Tanya and Jaromir both playing in a board named after a Canadian city. So get those out of the way early. But I played with Emmanuel on a stacked board at a World Champions in Chicago. We had 4 former world champs on the board. Emmanuel, Steve Cooley, and me, and it was a bloodbath. But it was a wonderful game, and he's a fantastic ally. So I'm as Austria, it'll be a good spot for him. Tanya, like you said, ripping up the tour. So we'll see where we go from there. And then, of course, every game I do must have Jason Mastbaum.
The Mastbaum. All right, Adam, tell us.
Yeah, I would say Tanya and Jason are either going to roll this board or drive each other so crazy that it's just going to be complete mayhem in the West. Now, it'll be fun to watch the West. Andre also is a great player that we've seen on a lot of these broadcasts and has done really well. So that'll be a cool dynamic to see. Manuel, great European player, and a few faces in the East that are new to me, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they fare.
All right, let's.
So wait, before we start though, Adam, do we have any bets on Bounce in Burgundy?
That'd be cool. No. Tanya's going to support herself there.
All right, but I mean, really, the question is whether Mastbaum goes there, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
All right. What do you guys think? Yes or no, Kevin?
I cheated, so I won't answer.
No, Mastbaum's not going to go to Burgundy.
All right, gentlemen, we are going to do Kevin in the West and Adam in the East, and that means that Kevin is up first. Kevin, here are the spring 1901 moves.
And Adam is correct. There is no bounce in Burgundy. However, there is a bounce in Tyrolia, which is kind of in the middle of the board. But since I get to go first, I will talk about it first. Sometimes it's arranged. I think on one of the previous broadcasts we talked about, sometimes Italy could have slipped the lip a little and said where he was going. And maybe that means real great alliance. Roll the board. We'll look forward to that. Bounce in the channel, though. So, but Liverpool to Yorkshire, so maybe not all out attack, and with Venice to Tyrolia, probably not an all out attack on France. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen here.
All right, Adam, tell us about the East here.
What's really notable here is you have that bounce in the channel that Kevin pointed out, and you've got Russia opening up north, and this could mean no build for the English. Actually, no, it doesn't mean no build for the English, because Belgium, nobody moved to Picardy or Ruhr, so actually Belgium is free for the English. That is quite unusual, but it could mean 2 northern builds for the Russians if they don't get bounced out of Sweden. So that is quite interesting. They may not get the southern build, of course, because they bounced Galicia rather than arranging a DMZ there and going to Ukraine instead, which is probably what you want to do with this kind of opening, but maybe wasn't workable. So some intrigue here.
All right, let's keep on going. And fall of 1901, tell us what happens in the East, Adam.
Russia. I mean, what can you say? They just took Norway, Sweden, Romania, and Galicia.
Nice.
I mean, what can you say? What can you say to that, right? I mean, how could it look more great? I mean, I guess it could have looked more great if Turkey didn't go to the Black Sea, but nonetheless, this is just a golden start, right? Yeah, you got those 3 builds. If you haven't attracted the attention of all of your neighbors, this could be a great start into the game here. Otherwise, Austria does the normal thing. Italy notably does not go to Trieste, whereas Austria does decide to cover. And Austria also obviously takes Tunis with their fleet.
And Kevin, tell us about the West.
Yeah, well, like you mentioned, Belgium wide open, keeps north in place, although Denmark did hold. So even if London followed into the north to cover it up, they would have been all right. But no, London goes south into the channel. Tanya's top world ranking this year may precede her, and Andre may want to stop her out early. Germany, not much to say, and then but France does get 2 builds in mid-Atlantic, so I'm not sure if we're going to build conversation yet, but you can kind of see nothing in the East really affects my view on what's going to play out in the West yet. Obviously the North, but whether it happened in fall of 1 or spring of 2, it depends on what those Russian builds are. I'll let I know it's Adam's you over there, but I'm excited to see what those are going to be too.
Yeah, I might add a few comments to based on the French moves, because this is kind of an unusual opening that we see periodically, but not a whole lot, where we see France sitting in the Mao and both armies into Iberia, which is putting them pretty far from the action, and it's pretty anti-English looking. Obviously, Tanya didn't really have much of a choice here. I guess she certainly could have bounced the English Channel rather than going to the Mid-Atlantic. But this is setting up for a pretty anti-English setup with that fleet in the Mao, being able to build fleet Brest and then support herself to the Channel following that. Germany does not bounce Sweden, which really suggests that they're smelling blood in the water, and I think that this is going to be a takedown of England.
We do have to talk about Massbaum and Munich, though. You know, he had a choice here, right? This is a moment for Massbaum. Go to Burgundy or go to Ruhr, and he chose Ruhr. You know, this is Tanya has to be so happy about that one.
Well, why show your hand, right? You can always build the army in Munich and support yourself in the next turn. There'll only be that army Paris build there against it. So, you know, not necessary to do that right here, probably.
Tyrolia is the one thing I'd watch with that as well.
All right. Well, he kind of has to build Army Munich here right now with the army in Tyrolia, even if he wanted an FG here.
Army Munich, Fleet Kiel.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what it is, and the answer, when I can get the cursor over to the button, is Army Munich, Fleet Kiel. Indeed. Give that man $5. In Brest, we have a fleet. In Paris, we have an army. Both sensible builds from someone who knows what she's doing. Italy puts down an army in Venice. Always fun, and a pretty clear indication that that Roland just wants to fight Austria. Elsewhere, Jaromir with his largesse, 3 builds for Russia. You know, we got the center chart now. You have this nice visual representation of how far ahead that puts Russia. Puts down a northern fleet, north coast of St. Petersburg, and 2 armies here. So, you know, that army Sevastopol is interesting. It's, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, I think Russia can sell that as pro-Turkey, right? Pro-Turkish. It can be used against Austria, but they do have to figure out what to do with that fleet down there. And Turkey believes that all right, he's on good footing with Russia by putting down fleet Smyrna. All right, why don't we push ahead here? 1902, spring moves. And let's stay in the east here. Oh, there's something beautiful there. Tell us about it, Adam.
Sorry, I'm trying to see what's actually happening down in the.
Well, I'll tell you what drew my eye. Right, so I just had this comment about what to do with the fleet. Well, they figure out what to do with it, which is to convoy the army in Sevastopol on top.
Oh, they convoyed it to Rum. Okay, I couldn't tell from the pictures on the move. So they convoyed Sev to Rum while moving Rum to Sev, and Galicia supported that. That's very nice. I mean, we got the fleet out of the way, got the army into Romania, and you got a juggernaut about to roll here. You know, up in the north, I think this is probably pretty expected. The army goes to Finland, the fleet goes out to Norway, and Andre has got himself a hurting coming.
All right, tell us about the West, Kevin.
Looking back a turn, it's hard to think why England would still put the full court press down onto France, knowing that Germany or that Russia was heading north. Obviously, you see with the repositioning, but can't make it into North Sea as everyone was thinking about. It is a full-on assault on England. Retreats to London. Nothing in North Sea, but now with a Russian in Norway. You know, Germans slide over into Holland, so there's 2 Germans on North Sea. You got Tanya makes the channel, Liverpool to North Atlantic, but the English are spread out, and I want to see how it ends, but I'm not wanting to see how it ends. Paris to Burgundy is interesting, but I think because, like Adam mentioned previously, with those armies being into Iberia, you need some kind of defensive presence, and it may annoy Jason a bit, but that's the right play.
Well, it's better than having that army retreat to Burgundy, which is the only thing that would have been worse than Picardy.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep on going here. Fall of 1902.
What did Belgium do though? Did it hold or?
It did. It had nothing else to do. Yeah. I mean, I suppose it could have gone to Burgundy. Okay, let us go to fall of 1902. Let's stay in the West and see some nice black arrows. Tell us about them, Kevin.
Again, as Adam mentioned, I just let him do all my commentating two seasons in advance. Spain makes it to Wales. Again, not sure what the English. I mean, they couldn't. Could have stopped that, but I guess you want North Sea, but you still didn't get North Sea. So you're just bouncing around, and it's going to be a nearly slow death. Picardy. Maybe there was a promise from France, but. Why gamble with Belgium as opposed to maybe gambling against? I'm going to stop talking about the English now. So it's the question of how they slice them up. But Germany moves east into Silesia, which is its own province. It is not anti-Russian. It is purely defensive, as I've heard so many times. So we'll see how that goes.
And Adam, tell us about the East.
Yeah, no, I think the German move to Silesia by Jason is great, right? I mean, you can afford to do it. You have the unit, and you want to get that unit splitting the front as early as possible. Like Kevin pointed out, this is not anti-German. It can do all kinds of it's not anti-Russian, but there's all kinds of stuff that it can do there. And it gets you talking to the people in the East. It gets you engaged in the conversation, finding out what's going on, influencing the rest of the board. Really solid play by Jason, trying to keep influence. I also find it really interesting what Russia's non-play in the North, which is really interesting, right? Russia could have made the decision to get involved in this scuffle over the North Sea. They could have gone out to the Norwegian. They could have done all kinds of things up there. There's nothing threatening Sweden, Denmark, I guess, which they could have covered from Finland. St. Petersburg has nothing threatening it. So there's all kinds of options, and they decided to remain neutral and watch for a turn. So I keep an eye on that. That's really interesting. In the South, I mean, I don't know what was meant. I think that this was obviously just a takedown of Greece. This is pretty much forced. So RT just makes the right moves to ensure that Turkey gets Greece here.
Did it? Was that painful at all? The words coming out of your mouth. Really strong play by Jason Maspone.
We give Jason a lot of flack, but Jason plays very strongly. I would say more often than not.
You're only saying that because Siobhan's not in the comments.
All right, let's push ahead here. Check out the builds.
He'll blow it. Don't worry.
Well, he's got. I mean, look, we have created two different definitions for his last name, and he needs to use at least one of them at some point. Here we see him put down a Fleet Berlin. Very, very interesting and fun build here. You can make an argument for either one, either army or fleet, going after Russia. But I personally like the fleet here. It gives them more future tactical flexibility.
Do you have enough confidence in that you fully understand what the hell Italy's doing that you want to build a fleet this turn? I'm just saying. I mean, that's a strange Italian position, and I mean, all kinds of stuff could happen from there.
Yeah, certainly.
Adam, you're in my jurisdiction. I was going to say that is absolutely mass bombing, and just leave it at
that. Good. And Turkey, with his build, puts down a fleet, which certainly Italy should be concerned about. Austria makes a decision and pulls an army. A very interesting decision there. You have to wonder how useful that fleet is going to be. Kevin, you said you'd played with Emmanuel before. Any insight into what might be going through his head there?
Pick an ally. Like I said, I think in the game of Sharks I was in, it was a earlier tournament. It was a world championship, so you were trying to find any friend, and Emmanuel and Steve were my hopes, and even that didn't help. So two great alliance players didn't pick me. So he's gonna use that to try and maybe sway Italy or Turkey to go one way or the other.
Interesting. Yeah, he sort of holds the cards, especially as regarding Turkey. All right, let's see which direction that goes in 1903. Let's stay in the East, Adam, and here are the spring moves of spring 1903. Tell us what you see.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it looks like, at least from the perspective of making some progress, Emmanuel made the right choice here. I mean, Italy walks into Vienna presumably with his blessing, and he actually manages to knock the Russians out of Galicia, which is a great positional play for them. The Turks are doing their thing, right? They're protecting Greece and bringing their fleets out. And Russia now is wise to the idea that Jason maybe isn't their buddy, and so they position accordingly. It is interesting that St. Petersburg moves to Finland here rather than Norway, which means they either they might have been thinking Skagerrak might bounce, or there's a lot of trust with England here, which would make sense since England has a lot better things to do than screw around with Russia up in Scandinavia.
And Tanya is the tentacles are spreading, aren't they?
Yeah, I just from the trust thing, they both have problems with Germany, so leave me alone. Let me take care of my business. Other than Tanya walking into Liverpool, there's a whole lot of red around there. The army's repositioned. Gascony is getting in place for another convoy up to the island. I mean, 2 armies up there would be even more fun than 1, so we'll see that. Forces to Baltic is exactly what I would have done. I wouldn't have expected, Norway to skag, but he'll deal with it. So,
I mean, I wonder what the record is for consecutive multiple power standoffs in the North Sea is. But this is a good one. Multiple supported standoffs. That's what I meant to say.
I'm looking at this a little more carefully. I mean, the move to Finland is actually pretty nice because it does give Russia some tactical options in the fall, which they wouldn't have elsewhere otherwise.
All right, let's have a look at the fall moves. And here we go. So let's stay in the West. Kevin, tell us what happens here.
Yeah, and following up on that with nothing touching St. Pete too, so definitely go. Tanya makes maybe fleet progress getting into North Atlantic, but it's more just a ring around the rosy. I mean, now they got to cover Mid-Atlantic later on. Walks through Liverpool to get to Eddie. I mean, you're guaranteed 1, so might as well get the one that's a little further away from home. Finally, so no more standoff in the North Sea. Jason manages the North Sea. Doesn't lose any position, just plays the nice, safe, consistent route. I mean, I know it's time limited, or not time, it's year limited. So taking a long time to push against Russia in the north, but maybe play. No, you're going to get it. Maybe it's Tanya's first game, but Jason may want to move a little faster. That's my only concern with him. And then Selp on some Burgundy, just playing a little defense.
And about the East, Adam.
I'm guessing this is an Italian NMR, which is kind of unfortunate. I mean, I'm not sure what we would have expected from this position, but I mean, there was an opportunity here probably for AIG to be a little bit more aggressive against Russia than actually turned out. I would say, if Italy's going to take one of the Austrian dots, why not push into Budapest, right? So that you can at least make that play on Romania or be more aggressive against the Russian next turn. But obviously, whatever the plan was, they just didn't get orders in on time. Not much else to be said here. Turkey exits the Black Sea in order to get that 3rd fleet out. They don't need to be there anymore. They're working with Russia.
Hey, if you're going to take Budapest, why not take Budapest and Vienna? That was an option, if you're Italy. In any case, neither happened. Okay, let us move.
Yeah, sorry. I see a comment in the a note in the comments from Matt Shields, and I think this is a really good point that the tactics here could have been better by Russia. Could have kept that fleet in Skagerrak while moving Finland into Sweden while covering the Baltic. And I think Matt makes a really good point here that probably would have been a stronger tactical play.
Yeah, it does sort of foreclose some options as far as next year. Yarmir sort of exploded in year 1 and now seems to be going sideways 2 years in a row. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, there is a player who is not going sideways, whose center count just keeps ticking up. And that is France. France takes that build, puts down another fleet, this one in Brest, fully committed to the northern attack, likely headed to cover Mid-Atlantic here. England picks the non-French aligned fleet to disband, saying "F you, France." And Rollin puts down a fleet with the build that they picked up from Austria, who finally drops the fleet now that Ionian is no longer under threat. And Tony in Turkey regrets not having supported himself into Ionian last turn. That's about it. We had a bunch of disbands here and a couple builds. And let's so this is winter 1903. Let's play Who Do You Like? Let's who's got the inside track? If you had to put your money down, who would you bet on for the board top here? And Kevin, let's start with you.
I'm analyzing the West, and I will stay in the West with my pick. Tanya's got fantastic position. Her alliance with Jason, who Adam said would mass bomb at some point in this game, or mass bomb, as I've seen in the comments as well. I think that nothing in the South, maybe IF, as I think I've seen 3 or 4 times already, just staying apart, letting them go, and as the other games have done, waiting for the stab. So I'm excited to get back to this one.
And Adam.
I really like what Tanya has done here. I think the move from Liverpool to Eddie was really nice because it sets her up to now be able to support herself into Liverpool. Jason's gaining options to gain are becoming thinner and thinner, even though they're working together, so to speak. What is Jason getting out of this, and what can he do about it? Not much, and you really have to like the way Tanya's setting herself up here. So I would say she's definitely in the strongest position on this board. I kind of like where Roland is in Italy as well. I think that there's a lot of growth options for Roland, especially if he can figure out a way to avoid getting into direct conflict with Turkey. That's going to be really hard if the RT continues. But, diplomatically, there may be some options for him. And there's certainly lots of centers, and there's a lot of light there for him. So I don't dislike the Italian position either.
So maybe cut out Austria would be the thought that you had?
Well, certainly that's part of it.
All right, let us put this one back in the drawer or in the oven, let it bake for a little bit longer. That is Calgary, currently with Jaromir Sulja sitting on the board top. We will turn now to, let's see, game number E, which means, Adam, you're going to get a break. So, Adam, we will bring you back after we've come back to board number H. So enjoy the time off. All right, and let's welcome back to the stream Mr. David Hood. David, welcome back.
I'm here and ready to go. Glad to be back.
All right. Let's take that enthusiasm and bottle it up and roll it up and smoke it. Here is the player list for there had to be something that we do with it.
Yes.
Smoking it seemed like the best option at the time. Here is the player list for board number E. Get your forks and knives out, put your bibs on, because in Austria, we have Stephen Hogue coming out of Lexington, Kentucky with a 38 rank in the DBNI standings. In England, we have Peter McNamara sitting at number 20 in the DBNI standings and with an even heavier reputation with him. In France, we have Bill Hackenbracht, the current tournament leader, the current leader in the DBNI standings, also the tournament director. Is there anything that Bill is not out in front of right now? I don't know. Germany sees Richard Lowenberg, who we've seen on our broadcasts with a number 58 ranking. In Italy, we have Craig Mayer out of Billings, Montana. Craig is well known to every one of us. Craig is also the first person on this broadcast that I can confirm has gotten vaccinated for the COVID virus. Craig comes in with a 27th rank in the DBNI standings. In Russia, we have J.J. Raymond, named after John Jameson, out of Santa Monica, California, with an 84th ranking. And in Turkey, Chris Campbell, out of Montpelier, Vermont, who it seems to be the low man on the board. But I think you guys know Chris Campbell, is that right? He's a face-to-face player from the circuit.
He has played it. Yeah, he has played in Northeast tournaments. I have not played with him often. But honestly, even starting with Chris and going all the way up the chain here on these rankings, this is a very experienced board. We should see some really interesting play here for sure.
Yeah, it is in terms of the matchups. I can pull up the map now so you can see them next to each other. Come on, little map. There we go. All right. Quick question here. Any matchups jump out at you? David, what theaters are you going to look at? What pairs are you going to look at right off the bat? Yeah,
it's got to be the EF relationship between Peter and Bill, not just because they're the top ranked on that list of 7. It's because they're probably they're definitely the 2 most experienced players on this board. And both are capable of tremendous, bold moves. So we'll see what the EF relationship has in store for us in this game. I'm hoping a lot.
Kevin.
I know Steven had a fantastic VDL season, and Craig is a fantastic player. I think he started playing the VDL a little later on in the process, but former great results in tournaments, and even had some nice results this past weekend in VDL. And I think Dave Miletsky's reference to Chris's passion for Carnage, and we've played a lot with JJ. So RT is going to be exciting. AI is solid, and I mean, David, yeah, you got the underhand pitch there with EF. So
those are the best ones to hear. Those are the best.
Haven't paid. Yeah, I still haven't paid Brandon enough. So
that EF, it's just hard not to just want to circle that and have a look. And it's an interesting dilemma, right? You've got two top players, have big reputations. They both know it. They both can be really good allies too, right? I mean, they're very good at manipulating an alliance for their benefit, but they both might say, look, we have a lot to gain by working together. Let's just start out on the foot together. And, then one of them might think, well, this is an opportunity if they're going to believe that I'm going to do that. So there's a lot of prisoner's dilemma in action here. It seems heightened because they're such high profile players, and they're both they both got good results earlier today. So they're both in the hunt for the top board.
Let's turn this around for a second, Brendan. Richard, this is a spectacular opportunity for you to play these two guys that go off of each other and benefit from that conflict. Let's do it.
I was going to throw in, and Richard's a really good player. We had a nice alliance. If I'm looking to be someone on this board, I'm actually looking at him. Everyone's going to want me, so I want to see him.
All right, let's dive in here and see how it plays out, at least in spring 1901. And David, tell us about the West and that.
Sometimes you see a bounce in the English Channel because it's like an arranged bounce. Sometimes you see it because one side or the other thinks, I think I can slip into the channel, and I'll bet you money. I'll bet you cash money out of my own wallet that each of them thought they were going to be able to slip into the channel here, and the answer is nope.
I got a Benjamin right here for you, David.
My only disappointment is that Liverpool didn't go to Wales. But with Paris Picardy, we get at least half of the equation. All right, Kevin, tell us about the East.
Opening north. So, of course, with England being a fantastic player, might as well have him go north. Bouncing black. No bouncing Galatia. That's nice. Venice holds. So no commitments, but lots of fun to have. The opening north. I can't wait to see what happens in the fall.
This is a fun start. Oh man, this is a great start to this board. If I were me and I were Peter, I'd be sweating. And this is a moment where, a top player pulls out their diplomacy skills and makes something happen. All right, let's keep going here and see how the fall works out. Let's stay in the East with you, Kevin. Tell us about it.
So unlike the last game I was lucky enough to do, the convoy to Belgium did not happen. It was a block out of Norway, but it gets there. Oh, I take that. So St. Pete goes to Finland. Unless he's building North Coast. Oh, I'm going to be excited because he does get into Romania, Budapest into Serbia, Albania to Ionian. Oh, man. Serbia to Greece. Oh, and then Black Sea left open, though. So Juggernaut and maybe not AI. I don't know. There's play in the East. But I don't know. I question Finland. I wouldn't want to give Peter McNamara a build if I didn't have to.
Is RT is an ART a possibility here? Which, by the way, we need a good name for. The rad is a little bit too unfortunate.
It's art.
Is there a possibility here for an ART? You think, or wishful thinking, given that Romania was taken with the army, not the fleet?
I think this is a a peppermint. This is an AR. I think they get ready to turn on the Turks, probably.
Mm. Even with Romania being taken with an army here, not the fleet.
Yeah.
All right. David, tell us about the West.
Well, I don't think Peter did get a build, right? He misordered somehow.
Yeah, let's find out. I assume he wrote a support here. No, I think North went to Norway here.
Yeah, because the black line gets in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he didn't do the convoy.
Oh, it's underneath. I couldn't see it. So he just didn't move the army. He ordered the army and then didn't do it, moved with the fleet. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. But
Well,
that doesn't mean that Russia can take it easily now in the fall.
Yeah, that's certainly not ideal from a keeping Norway point of view. I guess he kept the army there, unless this was a last minute change or something. I hadn't really thought it through. He's keeping the army there because he's having conflict with Bill and wants to keep his army there for defensive purposes. But look at Richard getting the 2 builds. Good for him. And look at JJ getting up position. Kevin, how much do we want to see North Sea Fleet? North Coast St. Pete Fleet. I want to see it. You want to see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 2-0. Brandon.
On a scale of like 0 to 100, I want to see a North Coast fleet about 5,000.
Okay, good.
What another great turn. Thank you, board. Thank you, diplomacy gods. We've got Austria in the Ionian. We've got 2 bounces in the English Channel. So Germany's builds here are something I'm going to be looking at. Germany kind of has to make a little bit with Munich open and free. Kind of has to make a little bit of a commitment here, potentially, with their builds. So let's just dive in and see what they choose to do. Leaves Munich open. All right. So Peter probably sweating a little bit more, and Bill probably breathing a little more, bigger sigh of relief. All right. So Richard puts down a Fleet Kiel and Army Berlin, which is actually interesting, right? To not put the army in Kiel. I'll give you guys a chance in a second to tell me what the tactics are with that, what the advantages and disadvantages are. England puts down Fleet Edinburgh, clearly trying to hold down the north. Bill puts down 2 armies here. Very interesting. Could have made an argument for Fleet Marseille here if he wants to focus on the battle with Peter. Elsewhere, we have 2 armies from JJ. We did not get the Fleet North Coast. Sadly, JJ. Let's have a conversation later. We'll have Siobhan have a conversation with you. She's our official conversation person. And in let's see, Turkey puts down a fleet. Italy puts down a fleet. So no early signs of a Kraken developing. All right, let's talk about these German builds. David, talk me through it. What are the differences between putting the Fleet Kiel versus Berlin?
Well, the Fleet Kiel is simply more flexible. You can go either direction. Fleet Berlin doesn't really do anything for you except assure people that you can't go to Holland or Helgoland. So the Kiel is really just for flexibility. I totally agree with that. In fact, I think a Germany that doesn't do that is really losing some ability to react with the other players talk about and then do in spring of 2002. The more important build for me is the 2 armies from Bill in France is really limiting. We've talked about this before. If you're France and you have 1 fleet out of 5, that is a very limiting position. Now, I understand that if you take Spain, you can build another fleet. But right now, what are your choices? Not very many.
Both of those builds, just both of those builds diplomatically. So there's a lot of times where you want that second fleet, but putting it in Marseille is an absolute no-no. If you're going to have another IF, stay as far away. And putting that fleet in Berlin, it's diplomatic. If you want to make a statement, I'm going at Russia, you put it there. 99% of the time, I'm not putting it there. But in this case, perfectly played into Kiel. But diplomatically, I think those builds were important.
I think if you're going to worry about that, the Italians just waive the build and wait until you can build it in Brest, as opposed to building the army. Unless he really is committing to the Germans and saying, Peter, you're my best bud now. You're in such trouble. I am your best friend. Let's go kill the German. Maybe that's what this is. We'll see.
Peter built north too, so maybe it was a charade for the first year. Let's bounce and then roll the board.
Yeah, the double bounce and English Channel is rough. I do wonder what this army build in Marseille says about Bill's relationship with Richard. Maybe he was worried that he'd see an army in Munich and just wanted to cover his rear end. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here in spring of 1902. Let's stay in the West here. David, tell us about it.
And, as we were finishing that conversation, I thought, unless he's going to go to Piedmont to try to intervene, and there he went. Almost brought it up right before you moved to the next turn. I thought, well, that would be the other thing he could do, as opposed to going to Burgundy, go to Piedmont, and that's what he does. If you're going to bounce in the English Channel, keep bouncing the English Channel. It's worked. It's really worked well so far.
Have you ever seen that before? 3 consecutive
I'm
bounces?
not sure that I have, at least not from players who had played before. And I think these guys have. But to look at obviously the Russians were going to take Norway. It's important that they took it with the fleet. They're trying to make Germany feel comfortable, and Germany does feel comfortable enough to move to Helgo and Bite. So got a little Russia-German love going on up there in Scandinavia as well. Makes perfect sense. Berlin going to Munich is interesting. Just they got it. They weren't sure what the French were going to do. Weren't sure whether one of the Italy, Austria guys were going to poke up in there. So interesting moves there. But I think the most important and awesome move that is going to change the face of this game is another bounce in the channel.
All right, Kevin, walk us to the East.
Not that I want to take up time, but I've seen a 6 consecutive bounce in Galicia. Chris Martin and Jim O'Kelly. Neither wanted to be the first not to go there, so they continued to go. It might have been more than 6. Maybe someone can come on. It was at a wonderful WAC event many years ago. Yes, like you mentioned, taking Norway, moving things along, and to not see a single unit in the middle eastern part of the board. Warsaw going to Ukraine, that whole space is open. Leaves both sides, both spheres are in their sphere. They want to take care of it on their own. David was right. The Austrian fleet trying to go east. Maybe it was a take of Turkey, but no progress. So maybe frustrating, having that army in Greece. They do make progress into Serbia, so the takedown of the Turk is likely the option. And the most interesting move, maybe as interesting as 3 straight bounces in the channel, is 3 straight holds from Venice.
The retreat for Ionian here, rather than pulling it off the board, is kind of interesting, right? Like, what do you want that fleet for at this point? But maybe there's an anti-Italian want to keep that card in the pocket.
You got to cover Trieste, and you want to keep those armies where they're at. It's maybe just a move back to Trieste.
And if you're going to stick with the Russia as your ally, you need your fleets.
Yeah.
As I've said many times, AR needs fleets.
Yeah, that's what it makes me wonder, is whether it's a prelude to the peppermint. Oh God, we need a better term. Whether it's a prelude to that or not. I'm curious to see what happens with Piedmont and Munich here. If we get a Bohemia and Tyrolia double move here, or whether one of them double crosses the other, or just does something less interesting. And the answer is, David, tell us about it.
Hey, Bill, what happened? Well, I went to Piedmont, and then I came back because I realized the Germans were coming at me. So they killed the French guy in Belgium. If you've built those armies, maybe you can make a deal with Germany, but mostly Germany's going to say, "Hey, man, you got 4 armies. It's hard for us to be friends when you got 4 armies." So that's probably what happened there. Again, building the 2 armies just really does not leave you very much flexibility, and that's what the Germans were thinking. You don't have much flexibility, so I'm going to attack you here. The English do actually take Sweden, looks like, right? With support of the Germans, because if the Germans are going to jettison the French, they need to make a friend, and they have. They made a friend with the English. Is that another army ordered to Norway but isn't actually convoyed to Norway? I'm not sure what Peter's trying to tell us.
It was convoyed and it moved. It just wasn't supported. So it was cutting the support for Sweden that Norway was giving to Sweden, and then Skagerrak went to Sweden with support.
Oh, I see. Yep, I see now. Yep, thank you. I just had trouble understanding what was happening there.
It was a way to cut the support without risking Norway. Yep.
So we got a little bit of a late breaking Anglo-Saxon alliance here, the EG. So we'll see what happens there.
And Bill is going to get a rebuild here because stays even and had 1 piffed. And the answer is Army Paris.
Do we want to talk about the East, or just want to?
You skipped the follow too from the East.
I'm so sorry.
How could you do that given all those Austrian moves? I can't wait to hear.
Yeah. Tell us.
What Kevin's going to tell us about.
Tell us all about it.
Well, a big rotation, so it does finally get the fleet down to Greece, which will be helpful. Romania convoying over to Armenia is fantastic. I mean, like I didn't want to talk about the English in the last game, I think the Turks, this might be the last time I mention anything useful other than the Ottomans staying alive. So Ed Sullivan will not be happy with me now too. So, something had to cover Trieste. We just wanted to make sure because Venice finally moved. Two on Trieste now. But is this the right time for Italy to turn on Austria? I'm sure something's setting up, but nothing is clear. We'll see.
I mean, Italy certainly seems to think so.
Yeah.
This is really nice. This is set up really nice for the AR here, hasn't it? They're guaranteed to get that fleet into Caen if they want to, if they can stomach each other. All right, so the builds here, we get that army in Paris, we get an army in Vienna, and that's about it. Let's push ahead here. Spring
Berlin.
Oops, sorry. Was there? I missed
Army
it?
Berlin. He picked
Army Berlin. Yeah. Thank you.
Picked up Belgium.
I knew there had to be something I was missing. All right, let's push it. Oh, Army Berlin's interesting, isn't it? Rather than Kiel. You could have made an argument for Kiel here. Although if Munich is going to be the mover here, it kind of doesn't matter. But still, if you want, I'm sorry. He just attacked Russia, didn't he, with England?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's full on Anglo-Saxon at this point.
That's headed for Warsaw, and put the pin in the balloon from the middle. All right, spring 1903. Let's hear about the East first, Kevin. This time, tell us about it.
A little bit of a rotation. Serbia walks to Romania because Romania's got to kind of keep an eye out on Warsaw now. Maybe if he thought Munich and Berlin both come east, although that would have been a lot of pressure knowing what Bill has still back home. So curious to watch to see how that move handles each other. Turkey does a good job defending, so I will not cut Turkey out of this game yet, but Ionian makes Aegean with no walk-head support, but not a problem. It's Venice back down to Apulia and Tyrolean to Piedmont. So there's not much from the east to the west, but that's the first kind of, do we want to finally attack the TD / organizer / tournament leader? Finally see if it's a delayed crush of France. So.
Real quick, the tactics against Turkey from Austro-Russia are troubling, aren't they? Suggests that either their coordination is, they're not on the same page, or they just messed up, right? I mean, they could have guaranteed Black getting into Constantinople here, which would have been great for both of them in the long run. Certainly good for Russia. I
think there's sometimes you play it where you don't mind, messing around a turn to see what you're going to get out of it. And it still doesn't prevent them from popping it this time because Aegean taps Smyrna the same way anything else can be tapped. So maybe they slow play it. It's the only defense I'll have for them.
Either that or this is Hogue actually stabbing JJ, which is a possibility. Really, the better move here would have been Black Sea supports Bull to Khan, because that little business about hitting the Black Sea to cut support doesn't work if this attack is on Khan. So you support Bulgaria to Khan in the spring, and then you take out Ankara in the fall would have been a better way to do it if you were trying to actually do it. So we'll see if that's what Hogue was. Is this just a mistake, a poor tactical decision, or is Hogue actually going to stab the Russians here?
It feels like a stab to me.
It does to me too. Yeah.
Khan's popped. Yeah, Khan's popped if they do it the right way.
Yep, exactly.
All right, David. It took a turn off, but our old friend is back. Tell us about the West.
There is a bounce in the English Channel because that is what people do. It's always what I do, unless I'm playing with Chris Martin, and then I just let him in the channel. But anyway, there is a bounce in Burgundy with lots of armies because there's lots of armies facing each other. So that's a little bit of a standoff, really, in the West. And the only thing that's really moving here is the German assault against the Russians with the English help is moving. That's why you've got the fleets repositioning and the army going to Prussia.
All right, let's move forward then and see how it works out for the EG in the fall. And the answer is, David, tell us about it.
That army finally convoys out of England to Norway, which of course was going to happen. The Germans did go ahead and take a shot at Warsaw, even though they knew it wasn't going to work. I may have been tempted there to go to Silesia to prevent, the Russians from going to Silesia, which is exactly what they did. Again, the rest of it pretty much stands still in the West. Bouncing this channel, continue bouncing Burgundy. In the East is a little bit of a surprise, though, Kevin.
Gosh, I just,
Tell us
I
about
mean,
it.
Ionian stabs Greece, maybe. I'm not sure. Does Italy need one? Maybe it's a trade-off. But Austria walks out of Romania, so peppermint patty comes back together, and you mentioned the Russian move to Silesia, which is nice luring in because now Russia and France. I mean, there's ways to tap on Munich to annoy Germany in the middle. I want to say they started it. Germany started it. They went after Sweden, and so if I'm Russia, yeah, maybe that's revenge. But I just can't excuse the tactics in the
what the hell happened in Turkey?
There are 7 red arrows in Turkey. In the Turkish, there are 7 red arrows for no good reason. I guess they didn't communicate or something. I don't know.
I want to blame Backstabber on this. There's got to be something had to been.
This is intentional.
No, this is a failure. This is a failure of imagination. This is not a failure of hitting the buttons correctly.
No,
this is
over
a failure
to
of imagination somehow.
Honestly, it looks like the 4 of them got together and said, "Let's make a whirlpool," and I can't for the life of me understand. That's not in anyone's strategic interest, except Turkey's, right?
Yeah, Turkey's got 3 centers left. And Chris, I'll salute you, but I have no idea how you frickin' did that.
Well done, Chris Campbell.
I mean, he should be at 1, right? He should be at 1. He should be literally at 1, not at 3.
He just rotated around the peninsula. He didn't even attack anyone else.
Even if he'd NMR'd, it would have had the same result if he'd NMR'd.
Yeah. But this is more fun. All right, let's have a look at Winter 1903 on what has been a thoroughly entertaining board, and then I'll give you guys a chance to give me who you like, and then we'll let this one go back in the oven for a bit. All right, Winter 1903 builds. We see Peter McNamara's least surprising build ever, a fleet in Liverpool, fully committed to anti-French. And Richard Lowenberg is even, but interestingly positioned, right? The question sort of like what happens next for the EG, at least from G's perspective. JJ gives up on that northern fleet that is the same one he started out on the south coast of St. Petersburg with, has now made the full rotation around to the north, only to say adieu. Elsewhere, we get Craig putting down a fleet, which just replaces the Austrian fleet. So, an interesting question here going forward is whether that was planned and agreed to or not. And, you can make a good strategic argument for it, certainly if you are Craig. All right, guys. This is this board has been as fun as we hoped, I think. And it is really anyone's game at this point. Probably Bill is going to be sweating a little bit more. Maybe Chris Campbell is wondering what the hell is going to happen here. But who do you like? Who would you put your money down on, even if the odds are pretty even at the top? David, I see you shaking your head.
I'm just looking at the supply center chart. 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 5, and then 3. Come on. I don't even know how to answer the question of who you want to be, because this game has just barely started. Really, from a strategic point of view, it has barely started. I'm not even sure I don't want to be Turkey here, because if these guys clearly don't want to kill me, somebody wants to work with me. I don't know who it is yet, but somebody wants to work with me. If you're going to make me pick, and I feel like you're going to make me pick.
I don't want to make you do anything, David. You
if
are.
You're going to make me pick. I'm going to go with my buddy, the doctor from Montana, Craig Mayer.
Nice. Kevin, what about you?
Again, you handicap me, give David the easy choice. I'll go first. I had Turkey on my pick because if he could survive that, he could survive anything. No, I'm going to go with Peter McNamara in England. Removing that northern fleet with Russia. Yeah, he could still rebuild it, but Russia's moves over the last 2 turns have slowed him down and set him back. The Army in Silesia is fun, but I think that flexibility lets Peter, even with a few units and a seemingly decent alliance with Germany, I think he'll have enough to run the board, and even if it only ends up at 7, 7, 6, 6, 5, 5, whatever, I think he'll be 1 with 7.
All right, we are going to put this on ice, come back to it, and that means that it is time for one of you guys to take a break, and I believe that is Mr. Kevin O'Kelly. All right, Kevin, we'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you. Take care.
And that means it's time to bring back to the stream Mr. Ed Sullivan. Ed, welcome back.
Welcome back. What is this anti-Irish discrimination that you won't let Kevin and I on at the same time?
Wow. That's the card you pull as soon as you get on screen. You pull that.
David,
That
do you
quite
get
a
the
card.
feeling that you might have not put on some deodorant or stepped in something?
It's not me. It's Sullivan.
Wow.
And I think everybody watching knows that, and everybody who watches this for the next 6 months on DBN is going to know this. And that's all I have to say.
All right,
Well, I have to say that you've been around long enough to seeing London and Brest bounce more than 3 times in the channel. That was a lot.
That was a lot. That was a lot.
all right, I think that deserves a little switcheroo. So I'm going to rearrange you. There's a question from the audience that I think just got answered, in fact. What board are we doing here? We're doing board F. Is that right? That is. All
Man,
right.
I don't know anymore. All I know is I'm dealing with Sullivan talking about Irish this and Ottoman Empire that. That's all I know.
All right, we are on board F, which means Flint, and that means that Austria has George Mork out of London. England has Seva W out of California. France has Greg Duenow. Oh, I should have had Kevin O'Kelly on for this one. Greg Duenow is a longtime Windy City Weasel. I think I've played with him once. Actually, memory serves now. Yes, and there was a funny story behind that, which maybe we'll get to later. But he used to play a long time ago, has a big reputation in the hobby, so I knew the name before I even knew him. In Germany, we have Farron Jane, who is a really new player who has kind of set things alight a little bit here recently. Some really good results, really strong play. In Italy, we have Pace Rodel, who finally gave us his last name, came as Pace Racer for a while, but sits as Pace Rodel. In Russia, we have Karthik Kaneth, who has impressed all of us multiple times. And in Turkey, we have Chris Hellwig out of New York City. I feel like I've recognized the name Chris Hellwig from Face-to-Face lore. Is that true, David, or am I making that up?
It sounds familiar to me from very early in the virtual season earlier this year. But honestly, the name sounds familiar, but I can't place him either exactly.
Do you have recollections of Greg Duenow? Have you played with him?
Oh, I've definitely played with Greg. I think he's been to DixieCon before. He's obviously a really good player. It should be fun to watch him play this. And Karthik, I know pretty well from watching him, and he was on a Deadline News episode recently. Really, really sharp player.
Right. What was that episode about again?
He was on the episode about how to play under different scoring systems, which might be useful in this one when we got a new scoring system. He's probably a good one to work on that.
All right, and Ed, let me pull up the board here and ask you if there are any specific matchups that you've got your eye on to start out with.
I don't really have anything in mind because I know Karthik's a really good player, and I just wanted to get in that not only is he good at scoring systems, but that's probably because he did go to the University of Texas at Austin.
Oh, here we go.
A Longhorn, he would, of course, know how to do math. The Karthik-Farron relationship will be interesting. Farron relationship with anybody is interesting just because having played with her 3 or 4 times and being in the room with her, she's the kind of person that holds her ground very firmly, is flexible, but if you make a move on her or lie to her, it is not accepted. That's not acceptable behavior with her. And then she will flip on a dime, even if she senses danger.
She struck me as has a very strong strategic sensibility, is able to read the board well and figure out the alliance structures that work and don't work. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, especially between her and Greg. Greg has, I think, is a bit combustible, is the reputation the word I would use. So let's see if there are any fireworks coming out. And Ed, we're going to start with you in the West and tell us about it. What do you say?
Well, France has a Burgundy, but usually we see the Parisian army going to Burgundy, not the army in Marseille. Munich bounces. So that's sort of interesting there. And Brest moves to mid-Atlantic while English just goes right into the channel. And we've seen this opening from England, I think 3 or 4 times today. It's what I call the brother board gunboat opening for England, which is Channel, North, and York. provides a lot of flexibility, not necessarily anti-English, but one never knows. And Germany, standard German opening, except usually you see Ruhr these days and not going to Burgundy.
Feels like we've seen a lot of openings to the channel today on both sides. And, here's one that succeeds. All right, David, walk us around the East.
Well, the biggest thing that hangs out, well, there's two things that really jump out at you. The first is that the Italians did the sort of whole hog move with the armies north. Instead of just poking with one, they're going both, baby, Tyrolia and Venice. So they are really making a statement. Pace is in there saying, you know what? I'm going to be a player in the Balkans and forget about all this Lepanto business. And the other thing that jumps out at me is Carthage having the fleet in Sev hold. Now, the theory behind that is so that you can support an army unit to Romania and not leave Sevastopol open to do so. That's the theory behind it, because you'd rather have an army in Romania than the fleet. But look at the full Sundstrom opening from Chris, just jumping right on the Russians to begin with. And by the way, unless you're from Chicago, yes, this means you're jumping on the Russians. You're going to Armenia and Black Sea and Bulgaria, and that's anti-Russian to do that. It hurts the Russian position. It is bad for Russia, and Russia knows this. So it's interesting. We'll see how that goes from here.
Yeah, and I suspect we're going to see why Russia holding Sevastopol in spring of 2001 is an unusual occurrence. Let's see if it's hard to believe that was intentional, to be honest, especially from an experienced player like Carthage. But you never know. Sometimes people.
Well, like I say, it is a theory of the universe. If you've got a deal to leave the Black Sea open, you can hold Fleet Sevastopol because you'd rather have your army in Romania, but you think you might need support to do it. That's the reason that you hold it.
Well, if it bounces in black, isn't it?
Yeah, but the theory behind it is you've got an RT and you're going to send the fleet Ankara to Khan. That did not happen.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do that, kids out there, you in your Russia, you negotiate a bounce in Armenia. Turkey doesn't really have any. If Turkey's really moving the fleet to Khan, they don't really have anything else useful to do with Smyrna.
I'd say that's a good point.
All right, let's push ahead here in fall 1901. Let's stay with you in the East, David.
And the Russians realized they had sort of misplayed that, so they made a deal and just didn't fight for Romania and just said, "Well, all right, Turkey, you take it." Either that, or either a deal, or just I'm not going to bother with this. It's not going to work, kind of thing. Although, if he had moved Sevastopol to Romania with support, it would have all bounced. But I guess that's why I'm thinking it's probably a deal. The Italian move, when you move both armies up there, it usually means that you're being anti-Austrian. But instead, he's doing it with support. I hate to step on Ed's toes here a little bit, but the Italians moving into Munich with support is an incredibly rare move. I've done it before, but it's pretty rare and awesome.
It's awesome. Strike Force North, the Hood Hog contingent Tyrolean North Army going into Munich. You gotta love that. And you don't see that a lot. You see armies in Burgundy and Tyrol a lot. You don't see it. So I'm glad to see something different. Meanwhile, England puts the fleet into Belgium and gets Norway. So they're going to go up 2. France only gets 1. So that move to help Italy sort of, I guess they could have bounced England and Russia, but one would think that the EG is on, maybe. Certainly the Italian-French alliance is on.
All right, let's check out the builds here. I think England has a choice to make here, right, with their builds. Let's check it out. I'm also curious to see what Turkey does with their largesse. A fleet in Romania, right? Like Turkish getting a fleet into Romania in 1901 is atypical. With that bonus, Chris puts down 2 fleets in Constantinople and Smyrna. So that suggests that R&T may actually find a way to work something out. Maybe. Carthage puts down just 1 unit here, an army in Moscow. Didn't take Romania, of course. Right, so only had 1. Germany, Farron puts down 2 armies. Was that because they pulled the army in Munich that was dislodged rather than retreat it? So they had 2 armies 2 units to put back down. And the two builds that will probably make Farron pretty happy are that England puts down 2 fleets, one of them in Liverpool, clearly anti-French, while France puts down an army in Marseille. While bad for Germany tactically, is good for Germany strategically because it gives England easy purchase over France. All right, you guys. And then Italy puts down an army and a fleet. So interesting. What? So let's spend just a couple seconds here. I'm curious about your thoughts on Italy's builds in particular. And David, you're in the East. Tell us what do you think that tells us about what Italy has in mind here?
Italy is not friendly to the Austrians. In fact, they tried to get into Trieste at the end of 01 and failed. And I think they're just trying to say, look, I'm going to be an army power in the north. Probably not expecting the 2 Turkish fleet builds. I wasn't expecting the 2 fleets from Turkey. In fact, I think that definitely means Turkey is not with the Russians. Because if he's going to fight the Austrians, he needed another army. So I think this is like supported move into the Black Sea territory, and the other fleet just being defensive. But we'll see. But I have to shake my head. I know you didn't ask me this question, but Greg, Army Marseille, your Army Paris has been sitting the entire game doing nothing, and now you're going to build another army to sit and do virtually. I'm not in for this.
Ed, any thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's really good news for Farron in the short run, right? Because she'll get probably Munich back, one would think. Although that army build in Venice is interesting. I'm not convinced that the bounce in Trieste at the fall of 01 wasn't arranged, by the way. So it's possible that they're going to go help Strike Force North, Strike Force Hood in Munich, and continue the assault up north. But with those Turkish fleets, that's going to be problematic. So I'm curious to see how this all plays out. It's a great board so far.
All right, let's dive right into it. Let's stay in the East with you, David. Tell us what happens.
It's an AstroTurk, as you can see. So what I thought was I wasn't positive about the Black Sea, whether they're going to do it with support or not. But the Turks actually put the Austrians in Romania. They hit Sevastopol to cut one of the supports for the Russians' move. So this is an AT forming, and the Italians are moving apparently against the Austrians, which is what I thought they were doing. So very interesting set of moves here. Sort of the Italians maybe had to do this given that there was an AT forming, but I also think that was their plan from the beginning. When you send 2 armies north and you're the Italians, it's hard to ever sell that to the Austrians as anything good. So I think that's what's going on there.
I think you're right, David. Just write that down. I think you're right.
Noted.
I would write it down if it was unusual.
Ed, tell us about the West.
Okay, so France has to move to fend off the oncoming English assault, and is going to be able to save Brest this turn. We'll see what happens in Mid-Atlantic. It may go. We'll get a build in Spain at the end of the fall. Farron takes back Munich. As you can see, France supported Munich, but Italy had other ideas. It wasn't a retreat to Bohemia. It was a move. So that is the main reason why I believe David was correct. That's good news for Carthage.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's move ahead to the fall, and we'll stay in the West here with these moves. Wow, there are lots of turns of events here. Tell us about it, Ed.
Well, apparently Gascony was real important to France there over Brest. I'm just stunned that Brest was not covered. I don't even see what Mid-Atlantic is doing. Honestly, is it just holding, or was it an enemy? I mean, wasn't an? I mean, I guess it just
three units held, and the one moved. It seems kind of likely that this was not the intended set of orders. Maybe there were revisions that they didn't get in by the deadline.
Yeah, well, it's very unfortunate for France, and it's it's surprising that England thought that the convoy to Brest could succeed. To be honest with you, that would not be a normally successful move. A lot of times you see England, you could see why they wouldn't go for mid-Atlantic, right? Because you'd be worried about the retreat or any number of things. But anyways, great news for England, bad news for France, and Germany is going to join the pile on right now with the move into Ruhr, and we'll get a build. I'll be curious to see what that build is.
Gets 2 builds here. Picks up Belgium from the English.
Oh yeah, see, I missed that. That's why it's hard. It's easier to do this when you're commenting on YouTube than actually talking on the broadcast. I missed that. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
We should give you
the unfortunate part for England.
All right, we need to remember to give you a chance to plug the diplomats.
I don't. It's okay.
We'll do it before you sign off. All right, David, tell us about the East.
Well, one way to react to the AT is to form an IR, which is exactly what happens here in Vienna. As you can see, the Italians actually support the Russians in there. And the Turks taking Greece is a recompense for having lost for having lost Romania to the Austrians. So that's a deal there, I think. Although I'm not sure. Well, I guess that's why Austria held, because it knew it was going to be hit. And so there wasn't any point in trying to support the move to the Ionian. If I were them, I may have gone ahead and taken the Ionian there and not worry about the switch around, or maybe just leave Greece to Albania and hope that Bulgaria going there without support works or something. It just would have been positionally so much cooler to already be in the Ionian at this point, I think, if you're the AT.
Oops, sorry. Well done, Carthage here. Yeah, negotiating to get the build here, and solid defense against the Astra Turks. All right, let's push ahead here into the winter of 1902, and this finds an army in Warsaw. I really gotta. I have like a big smile inside for Carthage right now, and that's just got to feel so good. Much different situation at the moment than seemed, and for Farron as well, right? Farron has now rebounded, and depending on the relationship status with Seva, this is a potentially a good situation for her. All right, and Pace pulls the fleet in the Tyrrhenian Sea, and that's about it. Correct. All right, let's push ahead here. Spring 1903. Let us go back to the west first. Ed, with you, tell us about it.
All right, so in the west here we have wow. Okay, so France is moving into the Med from mid-Atlantic and is apparently not worried about the English much longer, and the English aren't worried about the French. The French lose Burgundy to the onslaught of the Germans, but English Channel goes to north, Irish to North Atlantic, and Picardy to English Channel. So it looks like England really didn't like that slip into Belgium by Germany. I was a little surprised. I'd be curious to know what you guys thought of Farron's fleet build in Berlin, as opposed to, she made a move both against England and France before, and then she builds a fleet that's anti-Russian. That might be too eager too soon, but I guess we'll find out.
I was assuming that the move to Belgium was by agreement, to be perfectly honest with you. But it also looked, and I could be totally wrong about that, but to be honest, I didn't say this before. It almost looked like Greg tipped England off that he wasn't going to cover Brest, because otherwise, who in the right mind would think a convoy to Brest would work? So it's almost like Greg was either mad about something or desperate or something, and was going to try to make peace with the English by saying, okay, why don't you just take Brest? I'm not even going to defend it. Because I think this move to North Africa, maybe that's a joke move, but I doubt it. I think he was expecting, Seva was expecting a convoy to put the English in North Africa through the mid-Atlantic, a multinational convoy. So it's interesting.
Really interesting set of conversations that must have led
must have been fascinating.
But David, walk us around the East, if you would.
Well, the Ionian Sea does fall this time. In fact, the Italians couldn't hold it, so they didn't try to hold it. They went to Albania, trying to cut support for the move they did against Trieste, and the move worked. But of course, the Albanians are in Adriatic now, a little bit out of position for the Italians to deal with. Otherwise, just a lot of bouncing and stasis there as the AT fails against the IR defenses.
All right, and there's lots of things that can happen here, and most of them are not good for Italy, I think, in the East. So, David, walk us through it, if you would.
They could just lose their guy completely, which is what happens. They could lose Naples, which they were going to anyway. It was guaranteed. Guess what? They were also going to lose Tunis because that was guaranteed. So there's lots of terrible things happening to the Italians. On the other hand, the Russians are okay. They've kept their stuff. They even still have Vienna. They're actually in Galicia now. So the Russians have gotten out of this okay in the East, but perhaps not overall.
All right, Ed, tell us about the West.
Well, kind of good news for France. They got Tunis, but bad news, they don't have a place to build. So that's not good, and the fleet goes away. Meanwhile, that North Atlantic fleet goes wide into the Mid-Atlantic. I'm loving the English position here. It looks like Brest tried to support Burgundy into Paris. That was cut. France did do one thing that was, to France's advantage there. Meanwhile, I was wrong. There does look to be English-German cooperation at some level because Germany puts England into Sweden. So this is a really good year for England.
All right, let's see what they do with the success. And the answer is another fleet in Liverpool. Boy, you got to feel good about that if you're a Farron. And it sure looks like a classic EG is on at this point. Elsewhere, we see Russia give up. Carthage gives up on that northern fleet. Italy gives up on. Well, Italy's just choosing the flavor of poison that they're going to be drinking. And Chris puts down a fleet. So it's a really interesting AT that has developed here that is somehow succeeding in spite of Russia, being perfectly viable above them. All right, guys, let's hear the Who Do You Like story. We'll start with you, Ed. Who, if you had to put your money on someone for this game, who would you put it on?
I think I'd put it on Turkey.
So we have 3 players tied for the board top here. It's worth saying it's 6, 6, and 6. Yeah, maybe we're a year premature to ask this question, but screw it, we're going to do it anyway. David, what's your take here?
I agree. Turkish position is pretty good. I mean, particularly given the assault on the Italian boot that's already started. For goodness' sake. Right. But I think I'll go ahead and say England to give a contrary opinion, because as Ed pointed out, England's position is really strong here, assuming they can keep the Germans on side. Now, the Germans no longer have a whole lot of use for their fleets because the Russian fleet's gone, but that's often true for an Anglo-German alliance. You've usually got 2 German fleets. What do you do with them? And the answer is you usually use them to convoy armies. You usually put one in Bothnia or use it to go after St. Pete. The other one is used to convoy armies from Germany into Russia. So we'll see if that's what's getting ready to happen here. It certainly should happen, I think, from the English point of view.
I think Turkey's going to try and convince Carthage he's got to move up the line and let Turkey go. So we might see an RT here with the help of Turkey helping Russia into Romania. But in the long term, if one of those alliances break, it'll be good for either England or Turkey.
All right, I tell you what, guys, I want to take this one another year, and then we'll pause it. So let's dive into spring 1904 here, and David, let's stay with you in the East. Tell us about it.
All right, so the Turks move their fleets around to get in better position. The fact that the Italians went into Greece is not going to matter, I predict, to the fall turn. At least at this point, they're not taking up Ed's offer of changing this into an RT. It's still an AT, and that might just simply be because the Turks have so many fleets. It might be hard for them to functionally work very well against the Austrians. On the other hand, the Russians can do fine on their own because they already took Budapest. So that's a really good set of moves there because the Austrians really want to do something to the Italians instead. So they didn't defend Budapest there as they could have, and instead moved Trieste to Venice and Serbia to Trieste. And the Germans are indeed coming, as you can see, coming to the east, which is why I'm even bringing this up on my part of the equation. There is a German army now in Prussia and a German army in Tyrolia.
All right. What about the West, Ed?
Well, the Tyrolean army going to have to move back to cover Munich because, well, in what I call another series of bizarre French moves, this time just vacates Paris to go to Picardy, and Burgundy takes Paris. French get into Burgundy, so I guess they're going to try and set it up to take Paris back in the fall. I don't know. I'm trying to do my Chaban interpretation. Meanwhile, England goes ahead and takes Portugal. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that. I mean, that's always going to be there, given where everybody is, but fine. But Germans are coming east. David's got it.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a funny moment here for Greg and Farron and Seva. Greg's got 2 on Belgium and 3 on Paris. So it's Greg, right? So even though Paris seems to be guaranteed, not 100% actually. It could be the pull through to put it. All right, let's stop the speculation. Just dive in here, and Ed, we'll stay with you and.
All right.
Tell us about it.
Well, we didn't get Paris, so that's gone. For the French, didn't get Munich, which was, I guess, the attempt, thinking that Belgium would move somewhere, although if that was the case, Burgundy would have theoretically been the mover. Anyways, I'm not a big fan of the French play, and the French aren't going to be around for much longer, so I'll stop piling on. Portugal moves to Spain. Okay, fine. That makes sense now that I see that.
Let's give Seva and Farron some credit here, by the way, because they picked a set of moves that I believe, if I am seeing this correctly, actually no, there's one. The one weakness
would have been one move that would have worked.
Belgium supported Picardy, but Paris could have actually gone to Burgundy here, which would have thwarted that. But all of their moves, all the other moves, were guaranteed to prevent Paris or Brest from falling.
Right.
So
that's really, just good. That's just good tactics. That's just really good tactics.
It really is. I'm sorry. No, Brest could have fallen here because Paris didn't move. Paris had to either move to Gascony or Burgundy. That's the one thing. Otherwise, this is a really nice set of moves. Way to use motion instead of supports to create defense when a player has some forcing you into guesses. All right, Ed, Dave, tell us about the East.
The Germans killing Bothnia, that's sort of the East, so I'm going to say it anyway. The Germans killing the fleet Bothnia, I'm assuming, is so it can just simply be rebuilt, is the purpose of that, because it's lost its effectiveness, its usefulness up there. It also has the double benefit to the English of keeping the German fleets bottled up over there. Although, as you can see, they've done a switcheroo here where the Germans are going to get Sweden, which is probably on purpose somehow, in order, or at least that was the idea, is it was going to be on purpose, I think. I know that the English fleet was ordered to Bothnia, but that still doesn't seem. It still seems likely to me that that's intended to kill the unit.
Yeah.
All right, so finally somebody listened to Ed Sullivan because they decided to do an RT after all. You can see that the Russians actually supported the redeployment of one of the 2 Turkish armies into Romania, which is kind of what they needed to do in order for this to work. What else happened? The Italians lost Greece, as was expected. The French lost Tunis, as was expected, since the French apparently don't want to hold stuff. They just enjoyed not holding things.
Convoy to Naples.
Yeah. So they Tyrrhenian Sea convoys the Italian army in Rome to Naples, which switches places with the Turkish fleet in Naples.
Which is only for comedic value, because I can't see any other purpose of it, which is my point. Greg just doesn't apparently care about this game very much, and maybe he never did, but he certainly doesn't now.
I think he's my favorite player ever.
I mean, it's fun to watch, but kids, as Brandon said earlier, kids, don't try this at home. Don't try this at home.
All right. Here we are in winter of 1904. boy, it's brain is starting to melt a little bit here. Nice movement on the center chart graph. Sees Turkey and Germany both go up 2 and England go up 1. We have very clear alliance structure here, at least in the East. That EG is really cooking, working really well in tandem with each other. So here are the builds. We get 2 German armies in Kiel and Berlin. This is just now a classic EG, I think. And with the exception that Germany hasn't actually had to advance too far into Russia yet, but Germany should have a slight upper hand in terms of center count in an EG. England stays with the program, building Fleet Liverpool. Army London's interesting, potentially a future fly in the ointment for that EG. It's one to keep an eye on. France pulls some units. A little surprising not to keep Turanian Sea, just because that's the fun option, and that seems to be what Greg has been going for. Turkey puts down an army and a fleet, which seems consistent with the change in strategy there. And Karthik pulls the fleet here, which keeps his armies relevant, but also opens up the possibility for Turkey to just change course again. All right, let's give Flint a break here, and I believe that also means that David Hood gets a break, correct?
Fair enough.
All right, David, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
And let us bring back to the stream Mr. Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back.
Unmute myself there. Hi there.
All right, and I hear that you have done some homework for us. Is that right?
Well, we had a game that appears to have ended, and so I think we can probably do a fast recap of Game B.
All right, let's jump into it. And B, Baltimore finds Jackson Roberts in Austria, a young kid who's made a lot of noise on the tour so far this year. He's playing out of Orange County. I think that's where he's from. I don't think he's playing there. I could be wrong about that. In England, we have Christophe Bourget from a place in Switzerland. I will not even try to pronounce. In France, we have Christian Brown, Windy City Weasel, out of Peoria. In Germany, we have another Windy City Weasel, Christian Klein, coming out of Chicago. I need to type that in. In Italy, we have Louis Quintal, also in Switzerland, so 2 Swiss players here. In Russia, we have, who are playing, by the way, in the middle of the night for their time. In Russia, we have Jonathan Frank out of Baltimore, Maryland. And in Turkey, we have a new Windy City Weasel, Michael Stover. He's played 4 games of the Weasels, ended up in 8th place in our league standings. Really fun board. We got 3 Weasels on here. We got 3 Chris's. All right, tell us what happens here. I will pull this up, put 3 minutes on the clock, and you are on, my friend.
Okay, I think the real question in this game that we're going to all find ourselves asking ourselves in a few minutes is, did these folks come here to play diplomacy or to play something else?
Excellent.
So 1901, I think we've already advanced to the fall, but 1901 brought us an English unit in the Channel and Wales, making a try on Brest. Not going to go. We also saw Italy opening into Piedmont and then proceeding to push something up into Tyrolia from there. We got a bounce in Sweden. We got some love between RT and the South. So a few unusual things in 1901. But then when the winter builds come on, we really start to have some fun, where we see a South Coast build by Russia. We see an army in Venice by the Italians. We see 2 French fleets. Just so much fun on this board, just in 1901. 1902, it looks like Austria and Italy are a little bit confused and not on the same page. We've got Austria supporting up into Tyrolia and all kinds of other weird shenanigans going on. Russia seems to be focused up in the north, but brings their fleet into Finland for some reason rather than the Gulf of Bothnia. And France is kind of moving in all sorts of directions. It looks like they're sending some units against Italy. They're sending some units up against England. Who needs any consistency here? What are we doing? We don't know. Let's go into 1903.
This is awesome.
What is this sport?
Turkey is making some slow gains, but Turkey's in Tunis and Austria's in the Ionian Sea. It's 1903. What is going on here? We've got Austria. We've got France and Venice. We've got, We've got Austria and Turkey seem to be doing something together. We've got Austria and Italy fighting each other. All right, let's just move right along. Keep it going. 1904, we've got Germany fighting France and fighting England at the same time. We've got England fighting Russia and fighting France. We got Russia fighting England. We've got Austria fighting everybody except Turkey. What is going to happen? Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Okay. Oh my God! No, what? What? Wow. Wow. They played 4 years, and then what? Went? Did they go play a different, like, Fortnite or something? Wow. And it ends with Austria picking up 3 in the last year to go to 9 and snags the board top. Well done, Jackson Roberts. Well done. This is smash and grab diplomacy, right? This is efficient and vicious. Well done, man.
There is no possible way to understand what was going on this board unless you were playing it, I think. So great job, guys. This was incredibly entertaining to review. I would have liked to see it go on a little bit longer, but great job, guys. This was crazy.
We have a question from Mana's hand. Should that game even count?
Hey, if it made us laugh, it counts.
I'll also point out Jackson's comment. Jackson with the board top. I came, I saw, I ran away.
There we go. Excellent. Well done. No, this is impressive. This is just like pure entertainment and also a good result for Jackson. A 9-center board top in this scoring system is pretty good. You pair that with another one, you have a really good shot at making the top board. Woo!
I got a question, just so I know. Germany took 3 and built 3 in 01. And I've heard Hood say, if I get 3, I'm taking 3. But, you saw that created a lot of problems for Germany in this game. The rest of it never advanced beyond the 3 builds in 01. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Wow, so all right, so let's only spend a minute on this. So your thought here is that the winter builds, he should have waived one here.
I'm wondering if that would have been the better move.
For it depends on the player. In this case, you have Christian Klein, who is the best tactician in our local club, just a fantastic tactician, and actually can struggle at times with alliance building because he's just a true scorpion, and that reputation really follows him. And I think even people who are playing with him for the first time can feel it. But if he's a player, if he gets a tactical edge, if he gets a positional edge, he can ride that to create a sort of avalanche situation. So I think if I'm Christian Klein, I put down those units and I try to bully my way through. What about you, Adam?
I agree. I mean, I think when you're playing Germany, you're a central power. You need the units on the board, and you're gonna attract attention when you're at 6 in 1901, regardless of whether you got the units there or not. People aren't forgetting. So I think I'd rather have the units than not. I think there's positions where it's France actually, if you happen to take 3, that you can definitely afford the wave. But I think it's a lot harder in Germany.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, props to Bill for putting 3 Chris's in the West.
Matthew Shields, who will be joining us as a commentator on tomorrow's broadcast, suggests that all games should end after 1904. If they can provide this level of entertainment in that short span of time, by all means. All right, let's put Baltimore in the books where it barely got out. And you guys, we were doing. Help me out. Which game?
I think it was H.
Yeah, you guys are on game H. All right, let's go back over to game H. This was our. All right, this was the board where Ben
Kelman show.
Yeah, had made a move here and we liked it. Do you guys remember who was in the East? Who was in the West? Because I don't.
Nikolai was Austria, and I was in the East.
All right, let me switch you guys up.
Yeah, I don't remember. I might be lying.
All right, the tape will tell. In any case, all right. Do we need more to get ourselves reacquainted with this here?
Let's roll.
Let's do it. All right. So, Adam, you are in the West. Tell us what you see.
Okay, and this is really cool because we actually had some questions about that English fleet in London about whether Ben was switching sides yet again when we last chatted about this game, and Ben manages to leave himself ambiguous, not ambiguous about his desire to attack Germany, but a little bit ambiguous about what he's doing with that fleet because it holds so that he can convoy the unit down into Holland, get up into the Helgoland, and really start putting the vice onto Germany here. France is mainly dealing with Italy. Again, I think that this goes into saying why this position, one of the reasons this position is so strong for Ben. He's got a solid ally in France, but France really is going to be just struggling to hold back the Italians. All those tasty German dots are there for the taking for England without really France being able to partake very much.
I still want that fleet in Norwegian right now. You've got more tactical flexibility with it going forward.
Instead of Norway.
No, instead of London.
You wanted in Edinburgh. I agree with that. I mean, it certainly would have been a stronger build. And I mean, seems to be about keeping his options open, but I think he may have overplayed a little bit.
All right, Ed, talk us around the East here.
Okay, so Nikolai's had it with Russia. That's it. So he helps Turkey into Bulgaria. He tries to take Romania. That doesn't work. The Howe and Turkey gets the army into Sev and gets into the Black. So it's a very good spring so far for Turkey. We'll see where that will play out eventually. This Italy-Austria thing, I still don't know to this day if it's arranged or not, or I assume it is because it's happened now 2 or 3 times, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But Italy is committed, and France is coming. So it's good that they are committed down there. It's hard to see who this doesn't help other than Turkey.
And why is France going to Bohemia here? If he's fighting the Italians, so what are you doing up in Bohemia? I'm not sure what you can do from Bohemia that you can't do from Tyrolia. So I'm a little confused by that move.
He's giving Eds a bad name. His last name is Edom.
All right, let's stay in the East here. Ed, talk us around it.
Well, what France is doing is tricking and lulling Austria into thinking he's doing something else with that army. Instead, he takes Vienna. I'm sure Nikolai's really happy about that, by the way, where Italy, Jay has had enough of not making any progress, then goes to Tyrolia, sets up good position, just at the very moment when Nikolai got it all to work and got into Romania and Bulgaria. So this is not going to make Nicola very happy here at the end of fall 1904. And Ed Sullivan, wrong again. You can just put that as my middle name since I don't have one. Not great for Turkey, having gotten Bulgaria and then out. So, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Let's bring Hood back on.
This is a brutal turn for Nicola. Brutal. He goes up a dot and he can't build because 2 of his home centers are owned by foreign powers and the other one is occupied. He was going to be playing short one no matter what because he, for some reason, Budapest wasn't the mover here. But that's really frustrating. All right, tell us about the West, Adam.
I mean, Ben gets that fleet out finally, taking Denmark. The English hordes are advancing. Plenty to be happy for if you're playing England right now. The interesting thing is maybe Marcus has worked something out with Italy, maybe not, but certainly it's looking like there's a little bit more diplomatic room there than there was previously. And so that could definitely change things going into 1905.
All right, let's find out. As far as builds go, we see England put down another army here, and Russia sees the writing on the wall, pulls an army, and Germany pulls an army as well. And let's see, elsewhere we get an army from Turkey and Constantinople. All this is pretty sensible. France puts down another. Boy, lots of armies everywhere, huh? It's all army builds and army pulls. All right, anyone, either of you want to make a case for anyone on this board besides Ben topping it?
I think it's Ben's game to lose.
All right, let's keep on going here. We'll stay in the West with you, Adam. Tell us what does and doesn't go well.
Okay, so Ben takes the sure thing, making a force on Sweden in this case. Is it just a bounce in Denmark? Is that what I'm seeing?
It is a failed convoy. No, it's a bounce. You're right.
Okay, I'm assuming he's convoying over the North Sea. It looks like he's also convoying over Helgoland, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. He's probably supporting himself from Helgoland.
Yeah, Helgoland supports. That's why it's a bounce, because the German move is also supported.
Yeah, so he'll take Sweden. He can keep he can keep Denmark in the fall by supporting himself back down. I mean, it might have been interesting if he had gone Norway to Skag instead, which wouldn't have actually made a difference, I suppose. So yeah, I mean, I think he's still rolling slowly but surely. So that's great for him. The French seem to be working with the Italians now, supporting the Italians into Trieste. The French are also kind of making a little bit of a circle. Oh, they're up in Irish Sea. How about that? Well, it's probably a solid play on Marcus's part. He's got to get himself back in the game. He's got to find something to get. And he's going to probably have an ally in Germany at this stage. So this makes a lot of sense, I think. Nikolai's probably ripping his hair out, but otherwise, from the West's perspective, I think it's a good play by Marcus here.
This is to me, this looks like a fantastic play by Marcus. This might actually be the best strategic switch that I've seen today. It's good on so many levels, and I think it immediately puts France in position to top.
Just on a tactical basis, it's a little bit of a strange way to move his armies around. With this kind of follow the leader thing, rather than just moving Paris to Picardy and Marseille to Gascony. But kind of small point.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because it could have supported
right.
Burgundy, used Burgundy to support Paris to Picardy. But yeah, now he's in position to convoy. These were not the optimal orders, I should say, for Ben. Really quickly, your idea of Norway moving down to Skagerrak would have been great here. Actually, let Germany into
Denmark.
Yeah. And then you get Sweden and Denmark, and now he's likely only to have one at the end of this. All right. What about did we already do the East?
Oh, he covered Trieste a little bit, but I think this is the French help of Italy into Trieste is super nice, because what Nicola's doing is, okay, Russia, go back in Romania. I'm going to get position and kick the French out of Vienna. That's not going to work now. They're going to be able to support Vienna. The triple support of Tyrrhenian Sea into the Ionian is odd when no support was needed. And Gene could have just maybe moved into Bulgaria, on a lark and didn't do it. But, oh, well, live and learn. Turkey's just holding back, chilling out, seeing what's going to happen.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. And you tell us about it, Ed, in the East.
All right. So Italy got into Greece. Vienna was protected. Romania goes to the Turks, so it was just occupied by passing through Russians, and Smyrna into the Aegean backfilling. So this is really bad for Nicola. It was already bad. It's getting worse, and he's not happy. I can tell you that.
And let's give Jay Honnold some credit here for guessing right around Vienna and Trieste. So Tyrolia had to choose which one to support, and it chose correctly. Well done. Interesting turn of strategic turn by Jay. This is a game full of strategic turns now. All right, Adam, decipher the West for us.
I'm starting to feel a little bit bad about saying this is Ben's game to lose, because this was not a good turn for Ben at all.
I don't know if you heard me groan when you said that, but I was like, as soon as that's said, that's going to be bad.
I think there were some maybe not optimal tactical choices here. I don't like walking out of Sweden in this situation. It's a center. Why are you going to Skagerrak? If you were going to walk out of it, maybe in using it to somehow protect Denmark, but why just walk out? That's really hard for me to fathom why you would do that. You're losing Liverpool. You've got a high probability of losing Holland or Belgium in this situation. So you really need to take that dot so that you're not pulling two. Otherwise, France and Germany do what you would expect, right? They go against Belgium and Holland, and England can't protect them both, and so Germany gets a build. Well, I don't know if they actually end up with it, but yeah, they do end up with a build because they take Holland.
Germany gets two here.
They get two builds, and that shouldn't have happened. I mean, that was just a mistake on Ben's part.
Yeah, it's hard to remember a prediction failing so quickly. Just a year ago, 3 dots earlier,
you got to hand it to Marcus. I mean, this was a great decision, and it was obviously a great feat of diplomacy to get on the page with Italy, and what was actually a really hard position to untangle that they managed to untangle themselves from.
And let's give a shout out here to Jeff Dwornicki, who turned what looked like a death spiral into a really nice position. Suddenly he's in the mix for the board top as well. All right. So for his efforts, he puts down another fleet. Interesting. Definitely putting down a claim for the rest of the north. And also an army in Munich, which gives them some defensive, security. Turkey puts down a fleet. Turkey is sort of slowly growing in the corner. Jay in Italy puts down an army in Naples, and France puts down a fleet in Brest. All right, let's keep on going here. And spring of 1906, let's stay in the West. Lots of black arrows all over the board. Looking forward to hearing about them. Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is setting up for an FG here, right? I mean, and Ben is going to be in a tough way right now. Marcus takes the English Channel and gets his fleet into Wales, so he's got a supported attack against London in the fall. He ends up again north to Norwegian is really strange to me in this position. I'm not sure that that's somewhere you necessarily need to be. It looks like he was trying to leave. I guess he's trying to leave it open to move out of the English, maybe trying something diplomatically with Marcus that didn't happen. But, he's going to lose Belgium now. He's going to lose London. He may hold Sweden, I suppose, though he may lose St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of problems for England right about now. So that's just rough. Kiel makes it out to Livonia via convoy. You've got to enjoy that particular move. This is a solid FG play right here. Munich to Silesia. I mean, lot going on, and a lot of opportunity for both of them to grow.
All right, Ed, tell us about the East.
Well, we have a budding Astro Turk, as David Hood would like to say, with a low A and a capital T. Even though I think Nikolai's like, look, get me into Greece, take Bulgaria. I think Turkey's going to just keep growing, and we'll have the battle between Italy and Turkey next. And I believe that Nikola will help. Well, I don't know where he can now, but I think he'll do whatever he can to be against Italy at this point.
All right, let's.
I'll point one thing out, and maybe the game isn't going to go long enough. You can go on to the position, but the thing that Jeff now has to be thinking about if he wants to top this board is, how do I make sure that I can get Marcus to turn around, and so that I'm not dealing with him. So I either have the opportunity to get more dots out of the north, or at least I'm not going to be tangling with him in 1908, 1909 when we're actually trying to play for the board top. So I think there's a lot of careful negotiation that has to be going on between Marcus and Jeff at this point, where they're both kind of probably thinking, what's next, right? Once England's down, which isn't going to be that far from now, how do I come out of these last couple years of the game in the better position than the other?
Well, the problem for Jeff right now is that Marcus is holding all the cards. Marcus is the one sitting in Belgium, can't be dislodged. Marcus is guaranteed London here, and Jeff is guaranteed to lose Sweden. So the only way this alliance continues, from my perspective, is if Marcus just walks out of Belgium and lets Jeff have it. Otherwise, what incentive does Marcus have?
This seems unlikely. Oh my God!
Whatever Adam says, it's the opposite. So
I need to. I'm done, guys. See ya.
Good Lord! Wow. Talk about somebody giving away the advantage here. Talk us through it, Adam.
I mean, obviously there's diplomatic reasons to do this. So I don't want to be hard on Marcus for it. Honestly, I think that there's probably diplomatic reasons to do it. It's still tough to watch that, right? I mean, you are holding the cards. So Marcus takes London, loses Belgium, is going to be even this turn. And
no, Marcus is up one. Belgium is English.
Belgium is English. I apologize. Okay.
And Jeff ends up one because he takes St. Petersburg in Belgium, loses Sweden. So just talk to me about the strategic results of this.
Well, I think it puts Jeff in actually a good position. He's now got all of his fleets positioned in the north, which is not good long-term position for untangling between FG. And so the question ultimately will be tactically who can position themselves better. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a diplomatic solution here, and maybe these guys are going to play nice. But certainly there is a lot of reason why you could expect this to escalate quickly should the game continue. Jeff is going to build 2 here. No, he's going to build 1 because he's losing Sweden. Nonetheless, he's got a case to be made for Germany to own all of Scandinavia, St. Petersburg. That's 2 more centers in the next year. France at best is looking at getting Edinburgh as their next center. And they've got a lot of units up there to do it. So what are all those fleets doing? Just trying to take Edinburgh and then sit for a couple years, or something else?
All right, Ed, tell us what doesn't happen in the East.
Yeah. Well, nothing happens. So what doesn't happen is everything. The only thing of interest is, Russia's done with the Balkans, is just ducking and covering there, and then Italy loses Greece, which it lost in the spring, didn't get it back, and just given what had to be protected, they couldn't take the Ionian this turn. We'll see what happens with Italy's disband and where the advantage is.
So Italy had a pop, so they're not going to have to disband anything.
Good point.
The net result is that Turkey grows 1, and we have a nice little 3-way race for the board top developing here. All right, the builds are as follows. We have England dropping Edinburgh and North, which has to make France very happy and annoy Germany. Germany puts down an army in Berlin, going for those Russian dots. France puts down a fleet in Brest, which is really interesting. And Hal puts down an army in Constantinople. All right, let's shift gears here a little bit. Let's see where they are in the game. Which one is this? This is H. And this is winter 1906. Oh boy, we're already almost caught up with them. So let's put a pause on this game. We'll come back, and hopefully it'll be finished the next time we come around. This means that I think, Ed, you get a break here, correct?
Amen.
All right, Ed, I'm giving you a break. We'll see you in a little bit. Don't go too far. And I think that means Kevin O'Kelly is coming back, because I don't think I've seen him for a while. Kevin, you're up here, yeah?
Yes, I am. Glad to be back.
All right. If it's Adam and Kevin together, that means we are back on board number C. And do you guys know which one of you was... let's bring the board up here. Do you guys remember which one of you was East, which one of you was West?
I would never forget I'm in the West.
Okay, good. Oh, good, because Adam was in the East last, so we must have gotten that one right then. All right, this board was... Oh, right, this was Tanya Gill really taking over. And us, wanting to have someone else also get some attention here. Right. Okay. And Rollin in Italy is getting a build here. And all right, you guys ready to dive back in here?
Let's do it.
All
yeah,
right.
we had Rollin. She was looking with potential. I know I picked Tanya, but I'm waiting for a mass bomb.
Right. This is the massed board. All right. In spring of 1904, Kevin, tell us about what happens in the West. How successful is Tanya?
All right. Well, let's see. So out to the Channel for England. So a little pressure still being pulled. Yeah, Liverpool, we were excited about her position. Jason's convoying up to Norway, which doesn't go anywhere. Still bouncing in Burgundy, which I guess you don't want to move those anywhere, but still keep them there. We'll see. Positioning setup, it's only the spring. In the middle of the board for the West, Jason is rotating. I don't know how I like that, but it's not any worse. So I'll leave it there.
Well, I'm interested to see what happens with Edinburgh if Jason mass bombs his way into that one. Tell us about the East, Adam.
Well, dare we hope that Italian army from Silesia goes to Berlin in the fall? Dare we hope? Yeah, I mean, Turkey is continuing to make advances here. I think it seems like Emmanuel in Austria has made some decisions about how they are and aren't going to defend with the Serbia to Albania move. I'm not sure what that was intended to accomplish. Obviously, they couldn't hold Serbia against the three-way attack, but they could have tried, I suppose. But the Italians are supporting them in Galicia. Russia is really playing very conservatively here, supporting the Turks forward. Also interesting is that Khan seems to go to Bulgaria's south coast, leaving that fleet down in the Med rather than going up to the Black Sea or setting up to do that.
All right, let's push ahead into the fall here. And fall of 1904, we'll stay in the east with you, Adam.
Yeah. So now the Germans and the Italians do make that play on Warsaw. I'm sure, much to Jason's chagrin, he'd had to put Roland in there. I would imagine that was part of the deal. Roland also makes the play for Trieste, or maybe that's an agreed upon bounce. It's hard to actually, it probably is a agreed upon bounce to keep the Turks out. And then just a whole lot of red arrows down around Greece. I think it looks like Italy's trying to convoy there, but doesn't have any support, so that's not going.
All right, and the net effect is Turkey +1.
And Italy +1 for Warsaw.
Correct, yes. All right, Kevin, tell us about the West.
So getting that +1 might be helpful now that England, who I didn't want to talk about before we took the break, I don't have to talk about afterwards. So Jason did do a convoy, not to Edinburgh, though. He got to London and Tanya held Liverpool. So thanks for playing, Andre. It didn't work out, but FG's still rolling. Jason picked up some diplomatic strength there, putting Italy into Warsaw. Then Scandinavia is still kind of I don't know. So Jason hasn't put any attention up there. I don't even think he's made a play on Norway or Sweden once. So be interesting to see what his next turn is. This is the moment of truth for them. Does the alliance hold? Do they push? Is Italy on? I mean, Picardy and Gascony bounced in Burgundy, I think, 3 or 4 times in a row. Now they bounce in Brest. So what are those units going to do? This is a setup turn for me, so I'll stop talking.
Yeah, we got the builds here are going to be really interesting. So let's have a look and find out. We do have a fleet in Brest, which Jason should be pretty happy about. I think an army would have been worse, but those fleets could certainly be used against him. For his part, he puts down an army in Berlin, which makes the most sense as far as I can see. Jaromir picks the place to open up a weakness, and he chooses Sevastopol. Mm-hmm. So, banking on the Turk staying on side, which seems to be a good bet because the Turk puts down an army here rather than a fleet, which could potentially be used against Jaromir. Elsewhere, we have the rare Venice build. So this is unusual. Is it the right call here, Adam?
No, I don't think you. I mean, I don't think you need that. I mean, this looks to me like it's going to drop into the Adriatic with Apulia going up to Venice so that they can finish off Austria. If it's anything else, then it's the wrong build, probably. But I'm feeling like the Turks are going to get that Bulgaria fleet into Greece very quickly. At which point they're going to need that third fleet to be defending the Ionian. So it's an aggressive play, probably, if the goal is to try to put themselves into Trieste from Apulia. So that may be what we're looking at here.
And maybe you're blinded by the middle of the board, but my side of the board, I mean, I can't imagine France's fleets aren't coming down too. So Rome would have been probably more helpful.
That's certainly possible. Though, I mean, my immediate worry is Turkey, and I'm negotiating trying to get France to stay north, which is also not outside the realm of possibility. There's a lot of tasty dots up there, and France can get a big result by staying up there. So there's a lot of possibilities, and this turn will be telling, I think.
And also some good alliance reasons, it seems to me, for Tanya to have good reasons to argue that her fleet should stay up north to help against Russia. and then help, and then who knows what happens after that.
I doubt that's the kind of help that Jason wants right now, but it's possible.
And she's got 4 too, so she could split 2 and 2 if she wants.
Indeed. All right, let's find out. And start in the spring 1905 in the West. Kevin, tell us what Tanya does with their fleets.
Well, 2 go south, so we got that. Wales to Irish could flip either way. Irish or English. English at least stays out of Jason's hair, so he's thrilled with everything. Jason's been convoying over to Norway, I think, each of the last how many years have we been playing now? The whole game. So Norwegian will help out in that endeavor. Another bounce in Burgundy. So there's nothing not to like about FG at this point, and I just can't even imagine a stab coming. I mean, Tanya's going to have to pull off a dot somewhere, and if it's a 1 dot, just to get some position, yeah, maybe that turns it. But she's even walking away from, Belgium. He's at Belgium, but I don't know. I'm not guessing she'll do it, but we'll see. We'll see. There's play, but there's north and south, plenty of action.
All right, Adam, can you make sense of the East for us?
Maybe.
I think just the phrase "dipsy doodle" and move on.
Yeah, it looks like this is kind of cool. What Turkey does here, they move Bulgaria to Khan and Khan convoys to Bulgaria, right? This is not looking friendly to Russia, right? Or maybe it's not unfriendly to Russia. Maybe it's just getting that army out. But Russia's got to be thinking about Turkey possibly putting that fleet back into Khan. Of course, this all happens with a lot of dipsy doodle, as you said. The Turks moving into Albania, the Austrians moving into Serbia, blah 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 blah.
It's just easier to look at the final state here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I'm a little bit frustrated that Italy keeps trying to convoy into Albania. I think moving that army up through Venice and Tyrolia would be more effective, considering Turkey is almost assuredly going to be continuing to bounce that and prevent you from doing that. So you'd like to get that army into play.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look at fall 1905 and walk us through the East here, Adam.
Okay, so we do finally get into Albania because we've got the support to do it now. Of course, that comes at the expense of Austria losing Serbia, which we kind of knew was going to happen. Germany does finally get into Norway. Congratulations, Jason, you get a build. And Tanya is slow playing here, right? She's sitting with 4 of her units in potentially. Places where she could actually do something, but she chooses not to. So she's clearly got diplomatic reasons why she's slow playing here. And it will be interesting. I mean, this could be because mind hasn't been made up as to should I be shifting down? Should I be moving after Jason at this stage? So that's kind of interesting. Jason's shift to cover Munich and then pulling Prussia back. You probably got to do it in this position, but you don't like it very much.
All right, so
hang on, Adam. You're the Eastern guy. I mean, we're getting into
I got carried away. I'm sorry.
All right, but I know you're getting there, and that's fine. I know mid game we kind of switch things up. Alliances never hold still to the end, but Khan to black, Bulgaria to Romania. You missed the big prize.
Yeah.
All right, why don't we switch gears actually in how we're doing the analysis and see if we can speed things up. We'll just have one of you guys. In fact, why don't I try to call out the moves and just have you guys give strategic comments. Here we've got. The big moment here is that Tony in Turkey goes into Bulgaria and takes Romania as well. So it's clearly a big stab here. The net result is that Germany, France, and Turkey are up fighting for the board top. We get a bunch of builds being laid down here. An army for Turkey in Constantinople as Turkey looks to explode out of the corner. Tanya doesn't get a build here, and I kind of have to. There's a little concern I would have here that she might be outsmarting herself. But Jason puts down an army in Berlin, which keeps his units pointed toward the east, and Jaromir pulls off that army in Sweden, which Jason has to like a whole lot. All right, let's keep the train moving here. In spring 1906, there is lots and lots of movement. The things that stand out to me here, so Tanya moves fleets into the Med finally, shifts units westward, also goes over the top, and as just sort of spreading tentacles all over the board. Germany moves into Sweden here. In the east, we have Turkey getting units into position with the support of Russia, very interestingly. And then the one sort of main thing here to see is that Tyrolia supports Budapest into Vienna. So Russia and Italy having some fisticuffs here. All right, let's talk about the way that this shifts the strategic situation. And why don't we do this one season at a time? Kevin, you take this in the spring. How do you think things have shifted based on these moves?
Well, absolutely right about the tentacles. I'm surprised that Tanya didn't go for quick pickups here. She could have easily walked back to had London, Belgium, Holland. I don't think she could have gotten all three. But the Norwegian down to North, because North walked straight into Skag. I mean, Jason knew he had his eyes set on Sweden. I don't know who St. Petersburg was for, but just mopping up tactically. They've been in seam all the same page all game long. No surprise there. Just I wonder. I mean, Tanya could have gotten big there. Tunis is hers. She could have been everywhere. In the east, maybe. I mean, I don't know. So if I don't know if you can. We did get past there. So you got to watch Trieste into Budapest. Now you got to cover Budapest. Maybe that's a Turkish pickup as part of an alliance play to build a line against FG finally. Setup wise, let's see. Norway getting to St. Petersburg this time. Yeah, Norway will get into St. No, that's not guaranteed, right? So I think we're one short there because unless who knows.
It's all right. Let's let's push ahead here. I think the big question here is whether Tanya stabs or not. So let's find out. Once again, I'll call out the moves here, and this is not a stab, presumably, but she does get into Norway. She takes Tunis, doesn't take Belgium, so that would indicate that trading of Norway was prearranged. And she helps Germany into St. Petersburg, takes Russia. And then there's a whole bunch of this is quintessential Dipsy Doodle, although it might have been planned actually around Venice and Trieste, which are exchanged between Italy and Austria, and the Kraken, such as it is, gets units further west in order to combat the French. So Adam, break down how this changes the strategic situation.
Well, I mean, I think the main issue right now is Turkey probably jockeying to figure out, can I catch up to the FG, and can I do that in a way without angering my neighbors in such a way that FG just plows through and makes it impossible for me to stop them. So on one hand, I need to take centers. On the other hand, I need those units that are at the front of the line to be holding things back. And so that's a tough position for Turkey to have to navigate right here. I don't, there's not a lot of impetus at this stage for the FG to be breaking up. I think the only impetus will be at the stage where one of them needs to jockey for board top if they so desire to go for that. But this system, the scoring here may put them in a position where even if they're tied, or even if one of them is slightly ahead of the other, they're still both going to get great scores. So they may not be so inclined to break it and may just try to push as far as they can.
All right, let's see. Here are the builds. We have 2 fleets down from Tanya to indicate that she's perfectly fine with the FG as it is. Jason puts down an army. So they are sharing the board top currently at 9. The question that Adam's raising is whether they'll be content to stay there. Italy drops a couple units, and Turkey doesn't build any. And there's just, it's a bit of a kaleidoscope in the east. We have Austria still alive in Venice. So let's push ahead here now, spring of 1907. I
just want to point out, Tanya built 2 fleets. She now has 6 fleets and 3 armies.
Nice. And one of the armies is in Gascony. Not doing anything.
Pretty far. One of them is in Norway.
Yeah. All right. Well, she only has 2 armies now because one of those armies gets popped, the one in that was in Piedmont. But she seems to be setting up a line here in order to protect those southern gains. We have in the north some movement of fleets. That's about it. And elsewhere we have units of movement of armies towards the line. So it seems like we're setting up a line here. The problem for the Eastern powers is that they have to foreign powers have to traverse supply centers owned by other players. And so the question is, will that cause some centers to change hands? Can Turkey talk Russia into letting them tie for the board top? The answer is no, because the game ends right here. Interesting for Turkey to agree to the end here, but maybe they figured that they weren't going to get into the board top, couldn't talk other people into it. So this board ends with Tanya Gill in France and the Mass Bomb in Germany sharing the board top at 9, earning 144 points each. Tony Swinnerton in Turkey. I think that was a nice patient game by Tony. Ultimately, maybe a little bit too patient. Is this the right result for you guys, or do you think anybody passed up an opportunity to maybe get more? And Kevin, we'll start with you.
Tanya certainly passed up an opportunity. Jason was full alliance. She could have walked in behind him. Not judging alliance play versus the stab, but in games we've seen so far today, we've seen more of the knife come out. It hasn't just been you go your way, I'll go my way. We'll share board top. So shared board top, 144 points is a good number. With 3 scores, let's say it's probably your third number if you're looking for a top board, but that's not a bad third number to have. So Jason had some room too. He had armies. With one in Marseille. I mean, Munich walks to Burgundy that turn. There was play there too. So both of them. The East was a mess, and I'll let Adam talk about that.
Well, I think the point is, yes, Tanya or Jason could have made a play against the other at a couple of points. Particularly Tanya could have made a play. The issue is, number one, Tanya is very army light. And not just at this point where she had the army destroyed. But the other issue is that, as I mentioned earlier, the main problem for Turkey is they've got the position to get a lot of dots. They just can't take them because those units are needed on the line. The moment Tanya stabs Germany, Turkey's going to explode because Turkey's got no impetus not to take the remainder of those Russian dots, not to start pushing into those Italian dots. And, then you're sort of contending with somebody else for the board top, right? And maybe, you're in sort of a bird in hand position here for Tanya and Jason. And so take the great score and that's okay. And I think, from Tony's perspective, I think he probably did the right thing in accepting a draw here, in the sense that if Tanya and Jason weren't going to break up, he's not going to get that much bigger. The flip side is, could Tanya and Jason push on this board? And I think the answer is probably yes, but it is a time-limited game. Do you really feel like playing another, 2 years, 3 years is worth it, losing the sleep just to get another couple of centers? And maybe there was a feeling that, this is a good enough result, and let's call it.
I'm voting no. If I'm Turkey, Seb's in my back pocket. Budapest is mine. Trieste is mine. Naples is mine. Make them take them from me. They've been passive, maybe stabbing, maybe say, okay, Tanya will start to stab. And then, Jason flips one way or the other. Make them take it. I think, there's Turkey. If I'm Turkey, I vote no. There's no way I go on. I might not make it, but I'm certainly not going to be stuck down at 7. Even if I don't make it, I'm still getting closer to, 10 or 11.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Kevin. You're here to play diplomacy, right? And what's another hour or two at this point, and you got a chance at a bigger result. We're still getting to know this scoring system. It's brand new. It's first time it's ever been used. And I'm not sure if 144 points is a good score yet. And certainly we've got so many games. We're going to have 50 or 60 games. So it's a little bit different from Moot and Carnage in that way, because with more games being played, you need to get higher scores in order to make the top board. It's just harder that way. All right, guys, let's put this game in the books. I believe that means that Adam gets a break here. Is that right? Yes. All right, Adam, we'll see you in a little bit. We are hopefully heading toward the end of the broadcast, about an hour left, I think. And we've got 3 feature games to finish. All right, we'll see you in a bit. That means I believe Ed Sullivan is coming back on, or is it David Hood? One of you guys wave. Tell me.
think David's with us.
I think it's David. Yeah, I get this vague sense of who I haven't seen in a while, and it feels like David. Welcome back, David.
Glad to be back. Enjoying the broadcasts.
All right. The enthusiasm is infectious. So if it's the two of you guys, then that means we are on game number E, correct?
Yep, the Canadian cities.
All right. And game E was right. This was our powerhouse board with Peter McNamara, Bill Hackenbracht, and Peter and Richard had made nice and had gotten the upper hand on Bill, correct?
Yeah.
And let's see. Kevin, I believe you were in the East here then. Is that right? David
That's
in
right.
the West?
Yep.
All right. So let's switch you guys up. Right. And this was anyone's board. Anyone's board here. All right. Let us dive right back in then. And spring of 1904. David, let's start with you in the West. Tell us about it.
Well, there had been a triple bounce in Burgundy of 3 events 3, but look who gets in because the Austrians decided to intervene. Not only did they intervene in Munich, they're going to Bohemia, etc., which I'll let Kevin talk about. But the otherwise the EG makes progress against the Russians and makes a little progress into the English Channel. But that's pretty much what's going on there.
All right, Kevin.
I think when we left, I was wondering if it would be Silesia that would be messing with the Munich, but now double bounce in Warsaw, and I hate when 2 units are trying to defend against one on the other side against one center, but it's where they're at this point. Turkey, which was the fascinating part about how we left this game, repeated the same orders. And sadly, it did not work out as well for him. So I'm glad I did not put my money there. The peppermint, maybe I'm going to call it the peppermint patty, has come on in. Bulgaria does get and blows up Khan. They must have worked things out. My guess is all 3 of them have worked things out with the push to the middle of the board, like David said. And Naples to Tyrrhenian. So maybe they realize the chaos in the West isn't going to end. We might as well take advantage of it.
All right. That brings us up to fall 1904, and we will stay in the East with you, Kevin.
I didn't mention anything about the North, but England making progress and now steals St. Pete with the army, it looks like. So Germany stealing Sweden from England. So probably agreed on if that alliance is still moving on. Ankara blows up. Smyrna stays. So one more year with the Turk. So I have to bring the Turk back on, and the Turk didn't move all. Had tried to support an attack, did not work. So we'll mention one more time. Greece to Ionian. So peeling back there, a bounce onward, but the East seems pretty stable now. So
all right, and let's go to the West then. Tell us about it.
West is not stable in the sense that we thought the Bill Hackenbracht was on the ropes, but look at what happened. The Austrians put him in Munich, and he outfoxed the Germans and put himself into Belgium. Just a great tactical guess there on Belgium, and he took it. And he also bounced the Italians because there was no point in trying to bounce the English or try to deal with the English fleets coming. He decided he would just make sure the Italians didn't get anywhere, and he worked on that. So this was a really good turn for Bill Hackenbracht. Spectacular turn for Bill Hackenbracht.
Fascinating. Totally fascinating. Yeah. I mean, you see why these guys are at the top of the leaderboards, right? Both Peter and Bill have turned positions around here.
Yep.
All right, let's see what Bill does with that newfound largesse. I will be very surprised if we don't see a fleet in Brest. The question, I think, is the other move, the other build. All right. We get an Army Brest, Fleet Marseille. So maybe this is a play for Bill to go to Peter and say, look, let's make nice. You're not going to get anything off of me. You're just going to waste your units. The elsewhere on the board, we have Germany, despite their love affair with the English, pulling a unit. And that one is in Sweden, which bodes well for the English and their future prospects. Austria puts down an army in Trieste. And that's about it. All right.
So I have a question for Dave before we move on. A critical turn. Why, if you're England, do you go to Germany that past time and say, I need that build? Because if Liverpool, I mean, he could have been more aggressive on to Bill, but he had to be careful about slipping into Irish. So he had to rotate him around. If he would have been able to take St. Pete without losing Sweden, leave Liverpool for a build possibly, does the momentum to Bill change? And if Germany is demanding to go up one and then absolutely gets the position blown up the way he did Peter say, well, this is my time to slip, to the point, Brandon, you just made, saying, okay, let's play nice and work together?
I'm against it. I'm totally against it. He's got Bill on the ropes. You finish him off. There's only one fleet in the Mid-Atlantic. You go and you take the Mid-Atlantic. You take control.
But then what?
What do you mean, then what?
What do you do after you take Mid-Atlantic?
Okay, so what you're saying is going to the Mid-Atlantic is not going to mess up the French position? I think it does. If he helps the Germans, I mean, the Germans are going to take Munich back and cover Kiel with Baltic, all right? So if the argument is that you're going to go and stab the Germans, why? You go take the German stuff later. You know, power on power, break that power down, then go back to the unpowered one and take their stuff. That's what I would do in this situation. I sure wouldn't let somebody like Bill Hackenbrack up off the mat. I just wouldn't do it.
That's the price, isn't it? All right, let's see how it works out. Spring of 1905. And in the West, David, tell us how right you are.
Well, he takes Mao and he helps the Germans back into Belgium. That was not the move I was expecting. There's nothing wrong with it necessarily because there is a little something wrong with it because he didn't support to Kiel. Yeah, the Munich move failed. There's a little bit of a tactical mistake in there. The Germans could have done a better job of getting the Baltic Sea Fleet into Kiel, which he really needed to do, because with the French retreating to Holland, it puts the position a little bit less secure. But at any rate, that's what I expected them to do. The Russians moving to Prussia was a little bit of a surprise, I guess.
Let's go over to Kevin here. Kevin, tell us about the East. Should be quick here.
Yeah, the one thing that David didn't mention is Mid-Atlantic. English does put the force into it, which kind of plays down to the bounce in Lyon, Ionian moving to Tunis, Aegean finishing it off Turkey, who piffed the unit as opposed to at least hanging around to make them wait for it. The move to Prussia, St. Pete's not going anywhere yet. Now it frees them up to do it in the fall, so I'll be interested to see the fall. But you want your forces on the line and maybe fly on the wall kind of thing. I want to see about it. Anchor up. Getting rid of Turkey really frees up the East.
Man, I mean, now that you're in Mid-Atlantic, I think you really don't need Germany anymore. Finland to Sweden. That's what you were suggesting or implying, Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Does it happen? The answer is no. Finland goes to Bothnia. All right, David, break it down.
On the other hand, Burgundy does go to Belgium, right? Killing the German army. So the French did pretty well defensively there.
Gets another build.
He does.
Nope. He does.
Well, see,
he holds on to Holland.
That's right. He keeps Holland. He sure does. And he can build it in Brest because it was a bounce in Brest. I mean, it's not like Bill's in great position. The Italians are coming. That's what I was trying to say. Once you get in the Mid-Atlantic, if the Italians are not coming, then maybe that you stop there. But with the Italians coming, Peter thinks he can make a deal there to split Bill up with the Italians. He's going to try to prop the Germans up as long as he can, and then take his stuff.
Yeah, but it might just be too late at that point.
It's only 05. Or you mean too late because the Eastern powers are already in Germany? Is that what you're worried about?
Yeah, and you have to use units to hold them back.
How does hitting Germany help that not happen? I mean, if you hit Germany, you're really going to put the Eastern powers into Germany.
Well, then you get the dots yourself, is all I'm saying. I just don't see Peter is not on a path to topping this board, as far as I can tell. But I have to give hats off to Bill, who should honestly be on his last legs by now, and instead is actually leading the board.
Bill can order some pieces around, and he's doing this with no ally.
Yeah, no ally whatsoever. All right, but Austria is making a claim here for something. Tell us about it, Kevin.
Moving to Venice, taking Greece. I'm not sure if they saw it coming or if the plan was bounce, but couldn't do anything about Smyrna. So pick net -1 only for Italy because they were picking up one. But again, I know you're making a play. It's only 1905. You want those Italian fleets to be messing around with France. Those dots that you're stabbing, you're going to get them. Italy was only going to get one. You maybe could have negotiated that, saying, all right, look, you're in no position. We're going to, make you even. And maybe Italy wasn't happy about that. And so that's the reason why. Maybe there was some, like last time with England and Germany about who's going to get the build. Well, maybe Austria or Russia wanted the build, didn't get it. And so, fine, we'll take it out of your hide.
I have to say, I kind of like the move by Austria here. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, I said a minute ago the Italians were coming. That's because I wasn't looking at the eastern side of the board and realizing they were getting stabbed. That actually lets Bill back up off the mat again.
Yeah.
But what that also means is Austria's thinking, I don't really care about the Italian fleets. The English and the French are hitting each other.
Yeah.
Let them pound into each other, and I'm going to make some progress. I'm not positive it's going to work because you're not. Who are your fleets going to be? I mean, Trieste isn't even open to build an Austrian fleet.
Yeah.
So at some point you could be really big but not have any fleet presence, and that's not great. I mean, there's one Russian fleet you might be able to get into position at some point in the future. It's a little risky. Now, playing Austria and trying to get big anyway is risky because you're never going to have enough fleets.
Yep.
So I'm not suggesting that you don't ever do this. I'm going back and forth there, Brandon. I'm going to say maybe this is the right time to do it. I just wish Trieste was open for a fleet build. That's the main problem.
I do agree with that. Yeah, and they could have taken a chance and made Trieste the mover here, but went the safer route with Tyrol. Yeah. All right, let's see what the builds are. Austria waves one, presumably in order to open to put down a fleet in Trieste next. Italy does pulls west instead of Lyon, interestingly, but pulling one of the western units was the obvious thing to do. Bill puts down a fleet in Brest, now has 3 fleets, and there's just no way to break through him at this point. Unless Lyon supports, but even that's not going to work, so never mind. Okay, elsewhere, that's sort of it, isn't it? Austria waves the one build. So, all right, let's push ahead here. Spring of 1906. Kevin, let's start with you in the east.
Yeah, but where does Austria go? If you're building all those armies, just going to try to plow along, maybe get down there. We'll see. Romania convoys to Ankara. So trying maybe to still work peppermint patty style, push the Italian out of there. Nothing really. Yeah.
It's rearrangement of armies.
Yeah.
All right, West. David, let's go to the West. It's a little surprising.
Well, Peter does go to the North Sea. He does go to Sweden. I mean, I think he's listening to you, Brandon, in some psychic way. On the other hand, the Italians are still going west. They probably realize their position's kind of shot, so they might as well try to go live in Iberia or something. So that's still not a good situation for Bill, although it's pretty good that England's apparently moving away. Now, I'm not saying they're moving away totally. I mean, but certainly they're going to the North Sea and going to Sweden for a particular reason.
All right, let's push ahead here. Yeah, it does change the tactical situation around the east. Wow, Craig, what an interesting move on Craig's part here. Let's see if he gets away with it and is able to get a build out of it. I suspect Smyrna is going to be gone, and the answer is yes. In fact, I'll just call these out now. I think we're at that point. Smyrna goes away. Russia and Austria collaborate. Craig does get into Spain thanks to some help from Peter McNamara, who, while taking his foot off of Bill's neck, keeps his pinkies firmly planted on them, which is enough. Austria advances armies onto the boot. Let's see, in the center, Germany is basically folding, and Peter gets 2 builds out of it. So Russia's going to pick up 2 builds here. Suddenly, Russia. All right, so I'm going to call out the builds, and then I want to talk to you. I want you guys to tell me what's going to happen next, because we have 4 players within a dot of the board top. We have Bill pulling some Portugal here and hoping to secure the rest of his. I don't know. He's in a more difficult situation. Peter McNamara puts down Army Liverpool and Fleet London. Russia puts down 2 armies. Austria puts down an army with their banked build. And Italy gets a build here. It must have been a rebuild. And that ends up being an army Naples. So good luck getting through that. Austria, need some guesses there. Okay, talk to me about the strategic situation here. And David, we'll start with you. Who's got the edge?
It is not Bill. He has played spectacularly to get to this point. Honestly, really good moves, etc. But Craig going after him, even after being stabbed by the Austrians, has really kept Bill from being in the forefront of the ability to top this board. The problem with Steve Hoag's position is, where does he go from here with no fleets?
Yep.
He's almost got to. The only thing he could do is attack the Russians, who just built 2 armies. I mean,
if he was going to stab Russia, he should
had to have been. Yeah, had to have been before now. So I don't like Steve's position in terms of board topping. So you're really down to the English or the Russians. The Russians actually have some potential here, but I think the English have the best position in the sense that they've got the fleets to do it. Now, it's hard to see where their first immediate build's going to come from. I mean, in some ways, none of these powers has a tremendous offensive potential unless Russia hits the Austrians. But see, they can't even do that very well at this point in the game. And they'd have to convoy to Ankara or something and take Khan out. No, they can't do that because they can't take Khan. Anyway, there's not a great answer to who attacks whom and gets a lot of centers from them right this minute.
Kevin?
Yeah, I absolutely. As you were starting to go on that, David, it's like, well, okay, well, where's whoever's next build? And it's even the stab by Austria onto Russia last time, it 1 dot to Romania. I mean, yeah, again, 1 dot could change things, but then it shifts everything away. Whoever wins this board is going to do it diplomatically. Bill can walk into Tunis this time. Craig built Army Naples, so there's no other fleets in the south other than in the Black Sea. So Bill has the only fleet that way. There's a lot of play left. It's a question of who's going to win this diplomatically, I think.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a peek and see what we can glean from the moves. So, all right, let's go back to having you guys call out the moves. There's a lot going on here. David, tell me about the West.
Western Med going to Mid-Atlantic is interesting in the sense that he could have taken Tunis. He still can, but that wasn't guaranteed because Lyon could have been pulled back to Tyrrhenian and then no more Tunis. So it's interesting that that's what he did. He did kill the Germans and kill the poor Richard. Just his position just completely fell apart when he got outguessed by Bill earlier, and he has just been completely destroyed. But Bill doesn't have a lot of offensive potential beyond that. Is he going to have a place to build? And he's not even going to build. He's lost Portugal. So it's an interesting situation. I still think Peter's got the edge here. It's just always better to be the guy with all the fleets, and France can't really get to you. So even though he doesn't have a great potential for taking centers immediately, he also is not going to lose anything. And so it's great to take Kiel. It's great to get rid of that. But what do you do now unless you can build another fleet somehow?
All right. And in the East, we do have someone making a move. Kevin, tell us about it.
Well, before I'm surprised. I'm curious about Craig's moves here. The attacks coming. I mean, moving Venice down to Apulia might not have, I don't get that. So Austria will pick up Rome here and can't lose it. So Austria up 1. Russia moving down, but it's only to his own center. It does move into Khan though, so I wonder if they're trying to set up a defensive position. Wartegal, Austria's pushing to the center. I don't know. If Austria turns all the way around, what are they going to get out of it? And they have 1 in the bank, so clear out those centers to build 2 more armies down for Austria right now, and Russia's not getting any. 1 here, 1, but it's not going to be a lot.
Yeah, so there was a 50-50 guess for Craig. I'm going to stick up for him a little bit here. He had to either cover Apulia or support Rome, and Stephen just outguessed him. I don't think Stephen has 1 in the bank, though. I think that's Yeah, I think that was from last game.
Oh, was it? He didn't build the fleet. Was that the time before?
Yeah, that was
okay.
I just want to make one more comment. This is such a unique situation in the East. The reason that it looks so clogged up and there's nobody's going to be able to do a whole lot is because nobody has any freaking fleets.
Yeah.
There is one fleet in the Mediterranean area, and it's French.
All right.
That's what makes this situation so bizarre. It's why we're having trouble analyzing it. Because when's the last time you saw a situation where you had four powers and none of them can really do a whole lot of hell of a lot against each other? Yeah. And so all these armies clogging up everything.
Yeah, and of the 6 spaces on the Italian peninsula, 5 of them are covered in armies. But I have to say, no, I do think that Russia has a tactical advantage here, and it feels like JJ is making a move. JJ is going to pick up Constantinople and can pick up either Budapest or Bulgaria. Has to risk Romania to do it, so there's a bit of a guess here. But JJ has the potential of picking up 2 dots off of and forcing a disband.
Yeah, when Hogue left Constantinople to go to Bulgaria, I thought, really? Because that army it was cool because you could retreat to Ankara, you could threaten Ankara. So I wasn't sure what he was trying to do there, except maybe get better defensive position or something.
All right, let's
one other note on that. Berlin supported Munich to Kiel. Just curious.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
it's a French and Russia working together. Okay, and the answer here is that actually, interesting. I'm not sure if there was a guess that was won or lost there. Galicia wasn't involved in an attack on Austria, so I suppose that works out for Austria. All right, but JJ is going to go up 1. Austria is going to be even thanks to the pickup in Rome. France picks up 1 by going to Tunis, also picks up 1 by going to Kiel, loses Portugal. So Bill is getting another build.
And he opened up Brest.
For a fleet build. This is phenomenal, I have to say. The only other thing that I would point out here is that Peter is getting his fleets into position now. So even though Bill is getting a reprieve for the moment, it feels to me like Peter is the one who's picked up some real positional advantage. Do you guys agree with that, or do you like someone else's chances better here?
I agree with that, but I just want to say another word about Bill's excellent moves. Kiel to Munich with support of Ruhr allowed him to bounce the Russian attack on Munich and keep Kiel because Denmark was ordered to Kiel. Yep. He just knew what he was doing there, and it was really good.
All right. The question is, how long can it last? Here are the builds. We have Russia putting down an army in Warsaw. We've got Bill putting down yet another fleet. I've never seen someone under so much duress, being able to build so many fleets. It's really, really, really spectacular on his part. And that's it. We've got Italy forced to disband, drops Portugal, which, I want to say that bodes well for Peter's future prospects, but I feel like I've been saying that for a little while. All right, so this is where the board stands. We've still got 4 players. 3 of them are tied for the board top with 8. We've got 1 a center behind. That is England. This game is currently, all right, we've gotten through winter of 1907, and this game is currently still going in fall of 1909. So we know there's not going to be more than 3 years left in this one. This seems like a good point to leave it and then come back to it and finish it off. Kevin, do you want to leave us with a parting thought on this one before we come back to it?
Yeah, I think I'm changing my bet. I had Peter going into the last break. I'm betting Bill. He's played so well and had so many breaks against him. He's going to break out somehow. I don't know how, but he's going to do it.
I like that. I like the betting on the long shot, the dark horse, who's managed to do it so far. All right. Let's see. That means Kevin is time for you to get a break, correct?
Yes. All
right. We'll see you in a little bit. Let's bring back to the stream. I believe it's Ed Sullivan, his turn, or is it Adam Sullivan? God, I don't even know. Let's bring back Ed. I believe Ed has prepped a recap for us. Is that right, Ed?
I'm ready on game G.
All right. I'm gonna hold you to 3 minutes because we're getting short on time here. All right.
Physician, heal thyself.
All right.
That is true.
All right. G, Green Bay finds John Jameson in Austria. Welcome to the party, Mr. Jameson, playing out of Vancouver. England, we have Dave Roberts, recently made the top board at VDL last weekend, playing out of Snohomish, Washington. In France, we have Chicago's own Wes Ketchum, hoping to make a mark. Germany's Ken Gordon from Brisbane. In Italy, we have Ben Barov out of Skokie. In Russia, we've got Robert Primus coming to us from New York City. And in Turkey, we've got Matthew Krill coming to us from Everett, Washington. So we've got 6 North Americans and someone playing. We've got Ken playing from the other side of the world. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock and go for it, Ed Sullivan.
All right. I think Matthew Krill may live in Washington, but I'm pretty darn sure he's Irish. And the lesson of this is don't mess with the Irish or the Ottomans. In spring 1901, England opens north, so does France. They go into the Channel. It's like a half hood hog. John Jameson does not move to Galicia, but guess who does? The Russians. In the fall, it's hilarious. Italy is full-on anti-Austrian. Turkey's got the Sunstrom, but Italy and Turkey end up bouncing Greece. Fall, even though you've gone past it, is still hilarious. There's another bounce in Greece, this time with Turkey. As we go into 02, we'll just call this the John Jameson gang up. Everything sort of just tees off from John Jameson getting demolished. Is it an RT, or who's going to work with Turkey? Is it Italy? Is it Russia? In the fall, basically, we find out Turkey doesn't care about Italy. He takes the Ionian. Italy's getting ground out. As we go to 03, Turkey gets position in the center of the board, is looking really good. Turkey gets position in the south, Russia in the center. They head towards the line while the West is still messed with their backs to them, turned on England. Turkey then uses John for help to break Italy. Russia starts an Italian attack now. But Germany, starting to see the problem, foregoes taking Edinburgh to take a dot off Russia and Norway. So Germany sees the issue. In 04, the West allies, and it just starts going worse and worse for the West. Fall of 04, by the way, even though I know you're one head, is really bad. If you could just go back one. This is a really bad time for Russia NMR, okay? Loses St. Petersburg, loses Romania, loses Trieste. Turkey gets on the boot. So this is a one-dot stab of Russia. It's the best one-dot stab ever for Turkey. The best ever, all right? Because this is essentially game over. As we go into 05, Turkey just continues to advance its position through the board. It turns out being Turkey versus FG. Turkey's going to win out here, given its position, and given the fact that Russia decides to janissary for Turkey after the stab. Very critical help for Turkey here. And then Russia tries to turn it around in 07 and turns around towards Turkey, but it's too late. Turkey's taken Vienna. Turkey's taken Venice. They've taken 2 Vs, and then they get the 3rd V for victory. Game over. Turkey, Matthew Krill at 12. Good for the Irish. Good for the Ottomans. Don't mess with the Irish or Texas. In 3 minutes.
Nice. Well done. David, what's your take on this history lesson?
Well, Matthew Krill is a spectacular player anyway, but here's the thing. You take advantage of that NMR. He didn't know it was coming, but it certainly took advantage of it. And then he's able to switch Primus around to be a janissary for a while. This is what I was talking about earlier on the broadcast, how important it is to talk to the player you stabbed. You may find interest in mutual cooperation going forward. Now, I know that Primus tried to buck his master there at the end, but it didn't work. So good job, Matthew Krill.
All right. Congratulations, Matthew Krill. A point total of 198 points, which is starting to feel like a good score, I have to say. That's, pair that with another one, and I think you're looking at a potential spot on the top board. All right. Well done, Ed Sullivan, for leading us through game G. And so for the two of you, goodness help me, which game were you guys doing together? Lost my little thing.
Don't know.
You guys are doing F. All right, let's go back to F, Mr. Flint. That was this game with Greg Duenow causing entertainment to break out. And let's see, when we left this, Turkey and Germany, Farron Jane. That's right. Farron Jane had a nice turnabout in this one, lost Munich early, and was starting to look really nice. The EG had formed with Seva, and the East was starting to look RAT-ish, if memory serves. All right, let's keep going here. David, you were in the East then, and Ed was in the West, correct?
That's fine.
That's right.
All right. Here we go. Spring of 1905. I'm sorry. I should probably show these orders like that. All right. Tell us about spring of 1905, Ed, in the West.
All right. So Germany backs off the move towards the east and is shifting everything back west right now. I assume that's an arranged bounce in Norway, and they are advancing their position on France on the European continent there. And England is moved to Gulf of Lion, but in dislodging Gascony, France can retreat to Spain, which it does, and Burgundy moves to Marseille, but it's only a matter of time for France.
All right, David.
A lot of movement in the east. Look at all the Turkish black arrows. Lots and lots of movement, including taking Sev. I'm assuming that's not part of the deal with Carthage. Chris Hellwood probably took that without permission. The Italians go to Tyrrhenian, probably trying to figure out how in the fall they can be next to as many centers as possible to try to guess right. But that means that the Turks are in the Ionian, which should matter, and the Turks are in Naples, which should matter. And the Russians, not realizing the Turks were going to pull the plug, are actually trying to take Budapest. But look at Serbia to Romania. So we'll see how which side does Austria take now that there has apparently been a stab of the Turks against the Russians. We'll find out.
All right, this looks fun, and the answer is David Hood. Tell us about it.
The answer is that the Turks take Austria out of Romania, maybe trying to pull up a little bit on the stab, but the Austrians do take Vienna with German help. It's always dangerous to accept help from the other side of the board who's trying to break in, but if you're in desperate situations, you take whatever help you can get, and that's what's happened here. The Russians basically have to retreat, and the Germans are backfilling, coming in, because as far as we can tell, the Anglo-German alliance is still going, and that's really going to matter to the powers in the East. Italy is now officially dead as Austria takes its last center.
Yeah, the East is really interesting here. Turkey seems to have sided with Russia, and has taken Serbia here as well. But I believe Austria is going to get a build here, picking up Naples and Vienna, even though losing Serbia. All right, tell us about the West, Mr. Sullivan.
I'll do my David Hood thing. Did Farron say she was moving west? She's moving east. She pivots on the line there better than Andre Agassi did, on a clay court. So Germany's all back in. We're moving east again now. So that feint is over with, whereas France is, I guess France is still alive and owns Portugal, but the EG is on like Donkey Kong.
And France pulling the unit rather than retreating to Portugal. Just
right.
That convoy to Brest stands out to me a little bit. I'll have to keep an eye on that, see if there's any funny business coming out of that.
Fair enough.
All right, and let's see. Winter 1905 finds us with a new army in Kiel, a new army in Trieste, a new army in Constantinople, and some tickets for the fun ride about to come. Spring 1906. David, tell us about the East, if you would.
Okay, so the Germans are moving against the Russians. The Italians are moving against the Austrian unit in Ukraine. The Turks are moving against the Austrian unit in Ukraine. They're also moving to Sev to cut off the support for that Austrian unit. They lose Serbia. There's lots of going on here. They do take the Austrians out of Naples, which Austria couldn't hold that. In relation to the last game or the earlier game we were looking at, where there were so many armies and no fleets, in Italy there's actually a bunch of fleets and no armies, which is a little bit of a problem. It's why the Turks can't do anything to Venice, because they don't have the ability to touch it. But here comes the Anglo-Germans.
Yeah, boy, seeing that German assault on the stalemate line is
Piedmont, Tyrolia, Galicia, Prussia, bam.
for whatever you think about stalemate lines, you just have to appreciate that. That's just really a thing of beauty. All right, Ed, I'm going to save you a little breath here because nothing else happens in the east, or in the west, rather. It's all about those units shifting east. In the fall, Ed, I'm going to give you the chance to break down the whole board for us. Fall of 1906. Tell us about it.
Well, I was suspecting this might happen with all those beautiful units way across the stalemate line for Germany. France goes because Mid-Atlantic moves to Portugal, but the real news here is the turn of England on Germany. This is not great as Germany loses Marseille, Germany loses Belgium, Germany loses Paris. It's a 3-dot stab, and all of Germany's armies are out of position. It was right there for the taking. I was thinking it could happen. This is kind of what happened to Farron at the end of Carnage in that move. This is puts England and Seva in fantastic position. Whereas I look in the east and, it's a minor Turkish advance. That's all I see into Serbia.
The other thing that happened here, in addition to getting stabbed the crap out of her, she also didn't guess right or do the right move to actually take anything in the east, and she could have. So it's a double whammy, I guess is my point.
Yeah. And Turkey walks out of Sevastopol here. So, but Turkey does pick up Naples. So I believe Turkey is still going to be behind by only 1 dot. So this is the stab of the day so far, as far as I can tell. A great stab that is likely to lead to a board top. We have to wait to see that, but it's a 4-dot swing. Seva can only put down 3 units because only has 3 home centers. But now the question, right, is can Seva consolidate the gains and build on them in order to secure the board top? The builds are always a question here, but you need armies, but you need fleets to get them somewhere. So Seva recognizes that, puts down 2 fleets and an army. Elsewhere, Germany pulls the units that might be otherwise holding Turkey back. And so that's the deal that you've made. I have to give credit to Seva for going for it, even if it doesn't work out. How do you guys feel?
I think go ahead, David.
No, you go ahead.
I think you were prescient, Brandon, when you talked about the convoy to Brest, which occurred, well before the stab. That should have put Farron's radar on a little bit. She built the army in Kiel, but immediately moved it east. And yes, I think Seva needed to go for it because of Turkish position. I don't know if it's going to work out right now. I mean, Farron, what I know of Farron is if she can, she'll throw everything she can at England right now and try and help Turkey.
David, you like it?
I do like it. I think it was worth a shot because, otherwise I'm not sure Seva had a great immediate way to get centers. So given the push for the board top, I mean, if this was a different game and a different system that was going to have unlimited potential, you stick with the alliance, go forward, beat the crap out of the East, and then stab the Germans potentially. But in this particular game, I think this is the right move, and I totally agree with you guys that the convoy to Brest should have been a tip-off.
All right, let's have a look, see how things continue. Seva and all right, I'm going to let you guys call it out because I'm getting a little bleary-eyed. David, talk to me about the West is where the action is. So Ed, break down the West for me.
All right, so Germany tries to do what it can, but England is trying to advance its position on Germany, takes Burgundy, takes Holland. So Burgundy will retreat to Belgium, but that's temporary. And it's really just England making sure it can consolidate what it can and fend off Farron, who moves. And then the question of whether or not this really helps the Turks can be answered by Mr. David Hood.
And the answer is?
Well, sure. I think the Turks are fine. The Carthage obviously thought the Turks were going to hit him. I think that's why he moved back to Sevastopol and so forth. And it also, and I think that was probably smart because what else was he supposed to do? There wasn't any point in going after the Germans anymore. I don't think the Turks were going to do it, though. I think the Turks were getting ready to hit the Austrians pretty hard. So it's interesting that Carthage has come back there. We'll see if that changes the Turks' plans at all.
All right, and the Turks have gotten in position to take some swings at the Austrian home centers, and here is how that works out. David, I'll just call it out. It's pretty straightforward. Turkey gets Budapest. Turkey also gets into the Gulf of Lyon and doesn't get hit by Russia. Russia, for their part, gets supported into St. Petersburg by Seva in a clever move there. Seva wins this round, gets an army into Belgium and holds on to Holland. So Germany is going to go down another dot here. Germany retreats to Picardy. And also Seva gets Mid-Atlantic into North Africa. All right, I'll call out the builds here. Farron pulls Berlin, keeps Picardy, so it's keeping the forward units and also keeping the rear guard vulnerable. Seva puts down an army, and Chris puts down an army as well. All right, let's move forward here.
And Carthage got a build.
Yeah, Carthage did from St. Petersburg, puts down an army here. So, Carthage could sort of play Kingmaker here. Could at least hassle Chris enough to slow him down. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think Austria may be small enough at this point. All right, let's just push through to the end here. Spring, we got spring 1908 orders. I'll turn this back over to you guys. Ed, tell us about the West.
The West is just simply that England's just telling Germany, you ain't going to get anything off me. In fact, I'm going to just press my advantage on you and get more off of you. So it's all England everywhere, defends well, and is ready for a good fall.
And David, interesting developments in the East here.
Yeah, George is not even trying to defend, so it's hard to know what that means. Maybe he's going to try to make a bid to be a puppet in Germany or in Marseille or one of the other, or maybe he's just tired of playing. But he's not even trying to defend himself. That is a big advantage to Chris, obviously, for the board topic. It's an example of how the small fry, the little players, can make such a big difference in how the game ends.
Yeah. That really cements. If George is really doing that, that really cements Chris's board top.
Yeah.
And the answer is so Lyon convoys Piedmont into Spain. A little too clever by half here. I think supporting into Marseille would have been the more sensible option there. But Chris does advance the fleets, picks up Trieste and Venice, while Seva picks up 2 dots here, picks up Denmark and Kiel, gets the benefit of Sweden and St. Petersburg, a German and Russian unit bouncing in Norway. So I believe we're going to end this year with the two corner powers still tied at for the board top, and that is the case. They're both at 13. For builds, they both put down a fleet and an army. But at this point, it's just tactics. And actually, Austria can't even help Turkey anymore, except by vacating, which they would do anyway. I think if we were earlier in the evening, I would say let's talk about who's got the tactical edge here. But at this point, let's just find out, shall we?
Turkey.
It's set. No, it's England.
All right. So we have David voting England, Ed voting Turkey. And the answer is, England loses Norway. Turkey is getting in position to take a swing at Sevastopol, but that's going to be a stalemate. But picks up Vienna and also picks up position in the Western Mediterranean. England picks up Munich. So I believe Turkey has the edge here only because Norway was lost. And Norway can be held, but Sweden can't be protected at the same time. All right, so wow, this is actually going to be a photo finish here. Is this going to be a split board top with along with Karthik at 4? No,
they let it go. Wow,
they called it off.
Oh, interesting. Is this the right result? Who messed up?
Well, let's look at it tactically. Let's see.
I'm going to give you guys a chance to break this down without me because I need to step away for a second.
You do that. I mean, England gets either Norway or Sweden.
Correct.
All right, so that's definitely one thing that happens.
But Turkey and England has Munich, so England would go up to 14.
Yes.
Turkey.
Now, if the Germans do something screwy, the English theoretically could take Berlin. It depends on what the Germans do there.
Right.
The Turks are not taking anything else.
They're not taking an 09. There's an 010 though, with Russia having to disband Galicia. Turkey.
They're both going to 14 this turn is what we're saying, right?
Correct.
But
Well,
see, then
no, 15. Why doesn't? Because Norway, Sweden's a push. You're right. They're both at 14 at the end of 09.
Unless there's something goofy and somebody or misorders or something, it should be 14-14. But then, I mean, the Russians are there to block the Turks. Who is going to block the English from taking Sweden if they don't already have it, and Berlin? I mean, the Turks are not even in Bohemian Tyrolia yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. It's sort of up to Karthik. And I think you're right. I think England probably wins it. There's no action that's going to happen in the south. It's Scandinavia. English has got a chance at dots. Turkey would have to somehow get Russian dots.
Well, it could, because of the next turn they'll get into Galicia,
right?
Because there's no. So I guess it's still pretty close.
Well, Farron could have easily supported Galicia into Warsaw. Maybe. Well, if she kept the Silesian unit, but then she'd lose Berlin. It's hard to say. It would be a photo finish.
Oh, actually, Adam's right. That because there's no army in Burgundy, and once the Turks get into Piedmont, there's an issue there. That's true. That's a good point. I mean, there's several things that could happen here. It's kind of hard to predict for sure. The short answer is it would be a photo finish, and if these folks are perfectly happy with 184 points, then fine. It's not. I guess it's not a guarantee that England tops the Turks, but I don't think it's very likely that the Turks top the English. Is my point. It's probably a tie, or England comes out ahead.
David Hood is always right.
No, I'm not. No, I'm definitely not. But that's just the way I look at it.
Bring back on Adam, who gets things wrong.
All right, that's a perfect segue to end that game. Congratulations to Seva and Chris. This was an enjoyable board to watch, I have to say.
For sure.
And you can see from the supply center chart really gives you a nice overview of how sort of topsy-turvy this game was. Split board tops go. This is the case where you have two people duking it out on opposite sides of the board, ending up just canceling each other out, and splitting that way. This is not an arranged shared board top. This is an honest one.
And in hindsight, the stab was correct.
Yeah.
And really good. It wasn't just the stab. Her tactics after that, or his tactics, I'm actually not sure about Seva.
Yeah.
The tactics after that were really good. Really good in Germany.
Yeah. Well done. All right. Let's put that one in the books and remember those names for tomorrow. If tomorrow will come. None of
tomorrow
us
always comes.
Indeed, doesn't it? All right. Let's so now I believe David's getting a break. David, are you even done? No, we got you back for game E, I believe. Yeah? Yep.
I think I've got one left.
All right, so that does it for F. We've got E and H still going, and that means that Adam comes back on the broad. Let's see, is H done? No, H is still going. What about E? They're both still going, but they're both in. All right, I tell you what. Let's do E right now. Oh, I see. There's a bunch of messages that I've missed. All right, let's just keep going here. David, you've been on, so you're going to get a break, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right?
Okay.
See you, Dave.
All right. So game H is still going. This is what I just said. Let's bring Adam Silverman back on the stream here. Hey, Adam, you are muted.
You'd think after 9 months of this, I'd have it figured out.
Indeed. All right. Did any other games that we? I think we've done almost all of them at this point.
Yeah, it looks like A and D were set to do short recaps, but those are both still going. I was just checking a moment ago.
All right, so we have gone through. This is you guys were together on Game E, and on Game E we have gone through 1907. Let's switch on over to Game E.
Oh, this is cool. We just got some comments from Seva saying everyone was going to throw to Turkey if I continued. So that was probably a good reason to end the game as England.
All right, I'm being told to go to H unquestionably, and let's see. This is H. And H was being called by Adam and Ed together. All right, good. You guys are H, not E. And on H, we only went through 1906. They are currently in the fall of 1909. So let's go with this game. See if we will finish before they or catch up before they finish. All right. Oh, you guys can't see it. Only I can. And this is game number H. And this is the Jeff Dwornicki game. Marcus Edholm had, that's right, Ben Kellman had made the stab. Marcus Edholm had made a really nice recovery, or a nice stab on him, right? So there was a couple turnabouts here. It feels like we didn't leave this game all that long ago. All right, so here we've got Marcus dropping a fleet in Brest, Jeff dropping an army in Berlin, and Hal dropping an army in Constantinople. And Nicolas was just getting by in the east. Ed, you were in the east here. I remember that you were talking about Nicolas, correct?
I was first in the west and then in the east, and I'll stay in the east.
Okay. All right. Switched you guys is what you're telling me?
I switched us accidentally.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Let's keep going here then. Let's look at the fall 1907 moves. And here we go. All right. Adam, talk us through the west.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing to notice here is Italy has just shifted everything after France, which is going to make a big change on this board. So they were getting along for a while. Well, they weren't getting along, then they were getting along, and now we're back to some fighting. Marcus makes the right choice in sending Brest to mid-Atlantic, but he does also walk into Munich, which does leave some things behind. And Italy is going to take Marseille this turn. Elsewhere, Marcus gets into the North Sea. Germany seems to still think they're working together. Maybe they are. Maybe that Burgundy army is passing through. But nonetheless, it's not going to be very helpful, and he's probably wishing that he had kept it at home or moved Picardy back down to Burgundy or something along those lines. I'm actually guessing that the Munich is a pass through, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Picardy to Burgundy seems like an obvious way to protect your homeland. Ed, tell us about the East. Another turnabout between Jay and Nicola.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Jay realized that he wasn't going to get anything more off of Austria and Turkey working together for that full year and a half, or at least a year before. So Jay's like, we have an FG. He's going west. Okay. Nicola's going north. Turkey's going north. Everything Turkey did bounced, and Turkey slipped into Greece. Presumably, Nicola knew that, but that's there's not much Nicola could do about it, even if he didn't know.
Yeah, Greece to Albania is a little bit curious, but maybe it's a sort of keep you honest kind of move by Nicola. All right, let's push ahead here into fall of 1907. Let's stay in the east with you, Ed, and lots of fun stuff over here. Yeah, you can call this out quickly. Tell us about it.
All right, so the Turks keep Greece. Austria gets Trieste back, but supports Trieste into Vienna to kick the French out. Yeah. So Austria is occupied now by another foreign invader with the help of the Austrians. Meanwhile, Galicia gets into Bohemia, and the East is starting to try and work it out to form against the FG as best they can. And good for Jay, he took Marseille.
All right. And in the West, some things get cleaned up. Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, we commented earlier on when Marcus gave Jeff Belgium, and now Jeff returns the favor when Marcus needs the build and gives it back to him while Marcus walks out of Munich. And so I think, if my math is correct, that Marcus should net a build here, losing, but getting Vienna piffed and taking Eddie and Belgium and then losing Marseille. So this is the right alliance move for them to stick together to get the build over to Marcus. The only thing I'm wondering is if Jeff's going to have to disband, which he's not because he's taking Warsaw. So I think that's probably the right play. Of course, Jeff's going to have problems of his own with the East solidifying and getting units around Warsaw and into Bohemia and such places.
It's still, you have to sort of admire the alliance management that France and Germany are doing. There's a lot of give and take. This is, I need this at this moment. You need this at this moment. All right.
They just, I think Marcus just took one turn too many to get the units turned or get the fleets turned around. Right. And maybe there wasn't really an opportunity to do that, but certainly in hindsight, you can feel that way.
Yeah, and certainly, like you said, holding Picardy behind, not moving into Burgundy, ended up being
very costly.
Very costly, but really nice for Jay. And then the management, the dot management that that this Western triple or Eastern triple is doing now is really interesting because, Nicola is staying even at 3. Even though centers are changing hands all over the place. The net is that Turkey is gaining a dot here, and that makes the center chart look like this. France is still on top with 8, but feeling a little bit precarious about it. And Germany and Turkey are at 7. Kind of got to like Turkey's prospects at this point.
It was the night of the Ottomans.
With no explanation whatsoever, just who you like. Who's your top pick on this board, Adam?
I like probably
just
Turkey first, and then maybe Italy second. I think Marcus is gonna hit a wall here.
Ed?
Turkey.
All right, let's check it out. Here we go. I'm sorry. So there were builds that I was just skipping over. Turkey drops an army in Ankara. France puts an army in Paris. Ben pulls that fleet in Skagerrak. A little sad to see how quickly Ben has fallen. At the moment after we all gushed about his position, and Russia pulls that army in Ukraine, hoping to hold on by staying in Moscow. All right, let's look at spring of 1908. Lots of black arrows all over the place. Always like to see that. Let's break it down. Adam, tell us about the Western units.
Yeah, so Marcus makes the choice not to drop into the Channel, but to continue pushing his fleets north. So he goes down to Portugal, which was guaranteed, but then gets bounced out of mid-Atlantic. He's positioning himself to try to retake Marseille, which is not going to happen, most likely, because he's also going to have to deal with Spain. So he's probably going to remain. He may not go down one, but he's going to remain even at best down there. In the middle of the board, we continue to see cooperation by the Eastern powers, right? We've got Bohemia moving to Munich, and we've got Germany trying to consolidate some stuff. They, again, are making good alliance moves with Belgium going into Ruhr. That's a smart move. They need the unit there, and that's the best way to do it. So I like that. England is not looking super long for this world, though perhaps with the Russian help in Moscow, they'll be able to hang on in St. Petersburg for a little while.
All right, and the Hal has what looks like a gnarly little misorder on the convoy. Convoy
Sev.
Yep, it happens to the best of us, and also other people. And Italy gets another unit further west. The way that Italy is working against working on that Iberian Peninsula area is pretty impressive. All right. I'm going to just push us ahead here. Fall of 1908. Ed, come back to you now. Some activity in the East. Maybe not too surprising. If we had more time, we probably could have seen this coming. Tell us about it.
the dark heart of Nicola. He put all the rage and anger and hatred that he had with Italy's play, and it came back out at the right time. He picks up Munich, takes 2 off of Italy in Vienna and Venice, and even though he gains 3, he can still only build 2. So Nicola had enough with Italy. He figured that's what he's going to do. Turkey gets the convoy order correctly, and Romania into Galicia is big. I'm wondering what's going on with the Bulgarian army. It didn't follow behind in Romania, so but with with Austrian building right now, I don't think we're going to see war break out there. It'll be curious to see what happens now with Italy because Italy's down 2 and only got Spain. So they are going to have a disband, and we will see what happens.
Yeah, it feels like good for France here. You got to feel like Hal might have missed an opportunity here to take a bunch of dots and put himself in contention for the board top, or put himself in the lead for the board top. All right, in the West we do have some activity, and let's see, Adam. This is relatively straightforward. Germany exchanges dots with England. France picks up a dot but is going to be even because loses Spain. But now might have won the diplomatic strategic battle with Italy. We'll see what Italy's disband.
I'm not so sure, right? Because Nicola has a really good case to make to Italy, saying, "Hey, I took Venice with a fleet. I'm not threatening Rome or Naples. I retook my home center. That seems reasonable for me to do. And yeah, you got to pull one, but you got this position on France. You keep that up. I'm not going to mess with you any further. I do something somewhere else. I push up into Germany and we deal with that." And, I think it's a reasonable pitch for Nicola to make at this stage. Whether that's something that he's amenable to, I don't know.
All right. Well, so you'd expect Tyrolia to be pulled here.
Yep.
But of course, this would be happening without negotiation because the stab came in the fall turn. So unless that was arranged between the two of them, which would be amazing. All right. All right. So let's look at the builds here. We do get Tyrolia pulled here. So, maybe that worked. It'd be interesting to see what Tunis does here. Does it go to Tyrrhenian Sea or Ionian? Or does it move forward to NAF? Elsewhere, we have England and Germany pulling northern fleets. Again, that feels kind of good for France. It's hard for me not to like France's position here, but maybe I'm being a little bit Pollyanna-ish. All right, quick reassessment here. Do you guys pick your poison without too much analysis here? Who do you like? Ed, we'll start with you first this time.
It's really hard. France.
You got France and Turkey 8-7, and then Germany and Austria both at 6. Germany's probably not in it, so Italy at 5, probably not in it either. So we're looking at 3-way race for the board top here, 4-way including Austria. Sorry, 3-way. No, France, Turkey, Austria.
I'm going to say France if there's only 2 game years left, but Turkey maybe.
Adam.
France really doesn't have anywhere to go unless they can make like a last turn stab or something. If this game goes all the way to the end, maybe they can pull a dot or 2 off of Germany at the last second and sneak a board top. So that's certainly possible. But, it looks like they have to drop into the English Channel now to make sure they don't lose the Mid-Atlantic, which is going to really limit their options in terms of being able to actually make progress. So I'm not too confident about France's ability to gain. They are at 8. I'm not confident about other powers' ability to gain, but Nicola can be pretty tricksy and may figure out a way to get in some Turkish dots or something along those lines, or even into he could go Trieste to Venice down to Adriatic, and there's a walk in on Rome and Naples and those sorts of things. So I'm not even counting Nicola out at this stage.
Yeah, you meant Apulia there, not Adriatic.
Sorry, Apulia.
Yeah, but I see Holland, Denmark, and Sweden. I see dots that France could walk into. Maybe even with German consent. I don't know. All right, let's find out how things play out. And lots of black arrows here. Adam, why don't you call out all of 1909 for us?
Yeah, I mean, Nicola moved kind of as we probably were just talking about, but Italy did sniff it out, and so this is actually going to open that door for France that you pointed out, simply because Italy just makes this decision like, okay, Nicola's fed up with me, I'm fed up with him, and I'm pulling everything back. Given all that, it is kind of strange that he first decided to pull Tiroli and then subsequently pull everything back, considering he could have pulled one of the Western units and not had to go through this, this convoy situation. But France does retake their two centers down there and is setting themselves up to potentially do something against Germany now with that extra army out of England. So yeah, France's position's looking good. In the east, not a lot going on. Germany, Turkey is trying to position a little bit, but not a lot of movement.
Yeah. But the moving in the fleet in Romania is just defensive. No, it's really France's game at this point. And the answer here, the only question here for me is whether France decides to take any German dots, and not this turn, but gets awesome position in the Med. Turkey slips into one of Austria's dots. That's probably the only surprise. While Italy allows Austria to step into Rome and Naples. But it's not going to matter because France was already ahead and now gets further ahead. So going into winter...
That's quite a tank on Italy's part. Wow.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear, what the thought process was there.
Well, I think it gave Nicola a concession, and I mean, remember, it's not a negotiated disband, so Italy probably tried to work it out, and Nicola may very well just said no, like took the concession, and and
but why not cover your home centers? I mean, he didn't need to lose either of those right now.
In any case,
I can't explain it, but
in any case, it's academic, and I believe this is where the game ends. So Marcus Edholm with a pretty dramatic game here. I think Marcus. We've seen two really good stabs tonight, both by France. One was in the game by Seva, that we just finished, and this one by Marcus, I think, is also up there for the best stab of the day. And here Marcus converted it into a solo board, a lone board top, which is maybe worth a little more. All right, guys, is this the right result for this game? Ed, I'll start with you.
Yes. I mean, it's fantastic play by France. Yeah. I mean, remember, Ben Kelman had a fantastic position. It was the right move at the right time with the East that could not resolve itself. And it was fantastic for him.
Adam?
Yeah, I agree. It was solid play by Marcus. He made good decisions throughout the game. He took what came to him later in the game with the situation with Italy and Austria not getting things together. Well earned top. Hats off also to Jeff. He had some trouble early in the game and really came out in a good result. So hats off to him as well, and Hal as well. Hal really kind of stagnated through a lot of the middle of the game as Turkeys do, and then finally found his footing and got quite a respectable result as well.
All right, let us let H go here, and I believe that does it for the two of you tonight. Unless you guys want to go look at game A and D and try to finish that off tonight. How do you guys feel about that? Actually,
should we just do? We could just do it. Are those games over?
A is almost done. Actually, that one's only in fall of 1909. Let's leave that one for tomorrow. D is done. So if one of you could take that and work up a 3-minute recap, we can get to that.
Adam, feel free, but if you don't have time, I'll do it.
Whoa.
All right, I'll let you guys figure that out off air. Just let me know in the back channel, and I'll see you guys in a little bit, all right?
Sure.
All right, and
bye, guys.
We're going to bring back Kevin O'Kelly and David Hood. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Glad to be back.
Glad to have you guys. All right, are you guys ready to finish off game number E?
Let's do this.
All right, let's bring back my map. All right, here is where we left things in winter of 1907. This was definitely the marquee board of the night in terms of the star power. of the players coming in. When we left it, we had 4 players tightly bunched at the top. 3 players were actually tied for the board top. That was Peter McNamara. I'm sorry, that was Bill Hackenbracht, J.J. Raymond in Russia, and Stephen Hogue in Austria. Bill's position felt more precarious. Peter McNamara was just 1 dot back at in England. I think I asked you guys to say who you liked here. I've already forgotten what you said. But do I have the East-West right, or were you guys the other way around?
Yeah, it was East.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's right.
All right, let's dive back in here, and let's go into the spring of 1908. And David, start with you in the West. Should be easy.
Bounce, 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 bounce. Convoy to Norway.
All right,
Over to you.
In the East, Kevin.
Well, I switched my pick to Bill, and he just let Austria walk right into Munich. So I think I'm going to be wrong on that one. Austria repositioning. We were thinking that JJ may have his chance, but going into fall of 07, I think JJ had the chance to stab and didn't, but now is attacking and made progress in Bulgaria. So we'll see what the position brings going into the fall.
All right. In the fall of 1908, Kevin, stay with you in the East.
In the East. So JJ will pick up Bulgaria, keeps everything the same. Maybe that was a trade-off for Munich, knowing that Austria was going to go up 1, but Austria really covered Budapest with force. So my guess is no. France will get Naples out of this, though. So maybe that was the trade. I will. It's kind of crossing paths here, but
just call the whole board here.
All right, so Italy will be gone. That'll be the whole board. Is Craig fought valiantly, but lost out to maybe we're getting to fall 1908. It's carve up time. Everyone get as much. We thought Peter was going to be in good position, but just keeps his fleets on the coast. I think we were talking about how many fleets were built, but when France had no armies against him, he had a lot of freedom, a lot of flexibility. Russia pushing into Bohemia is already in Silesia and Berlin, so that'll play. I think we go all the way to the end here. I shouldn't say that. I know we go all the way to the end here because that's why we're on last. But so there will be some play. It's going to be some dot grabbing. This feels like nice C Diplo where we're going to be grabbing for everything at the end.
Can I just say, wow. Bill Hackenbracht is getting a build here, yet another build, tied for the board top with Russia, going into with 2 years left to play here. David.
That's partially because Peter honestly has played suboptimally here. I mean, why are you doing these attacks you know are not going to work, as opposed to changing position? Convoy the army from Norway to Picardy. Do something. Go to Baltic Sea. Do something to change the situation that you're in. These supported attacks on French positions weren't going to work. So I'm not saying Bill would still be in a good position even if Peter had done that, but at least Peter would have some hope of defeating him. I just don't see how he's going to beat him now that the French are getting another build.
And Portugal is in the bag.
Yes.
Actually, not 100.
Naples isn't though either. So
right. So Austria is still in play, but Russia kind of has them surrounded. This is an awesome setup for the final 2 years.
This is the most fascinating in-game position. I mean, we've had the races. We've got 2 big powers, but in this one, we've got 4 powers racing.
Yeah.
Probably 3.5, but still.
All right, so Russia puts down another army in this one goes into Warsaw. Interesting. You might have wondered whether you had Sevastopol here, but this does give an option of going up to Liverpool and trying to snatch St. Petersburg. We get another fleet from Brest, which actually does make Portugal guaranteed. So Brest taps English Channel here, and Mid-Atlantic goes to Portugal. We'll have to potentially sacrifice position to do that, but man, this is all about diplomacy here. Bill can top this board if Bill can get Austria to work with him. The question is whether Austria will want to do that. Austria can guarantee Naples here. And then there's the question of what happens in the former German centers. All right. With that, let us dive in. Spring of 1909. David. This is some sort of interface issue. Backstabber has done some funky things. So this is Backstabber sending some funky orders that include some retreats that don't happen. If you can, ignore the yellow. You can see the black and red underneath it. I'll just call this out because I can actually make sense of what's going on here. Bill does the right orders around Portugal, so he actually gets into mid-Atlantic as well because English Channel doesn't go there. English Channel goes to the Irish Sea, so Peter is trying to position himself to hold Bill back, bounces in the Channel. St. Petersburg goes to Livonia, but Norway gets bounced, and Russia takes Munich and Vienna. Those are the two most significant developments as far as I can tell here, while Austria gets in position to take Naples, no surprise. But Russia has made a move for the board top that seemingly is working for the moment. Question is what will happen in the fall. Did I miss anything, you guys?
No, I don't think so.
My favorite part is Ionian to Eastern Med or Aegean, since there's no other fleets down there. And
I mean, that's what separates this board from any other normal board. Is the lack of fleets. That's what's caused this weird position for Bill, because he had Tunis and Naples because he was the only fleet down there.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, he built those two armies in winter of 1901. All right. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Why wouldn't it go? I guess Black should go to Constantinople here, but Black needs to do some work to fight against the Austrians here. So, yeah. All right. What's going to happen? Fall of 1909. David Hood, can you tell me, please? Wow.
Yes, I can. The French took Munich back, allowing the English to take Kiel by convoy. Of course, in terms of the Balkans, that was all just a big bounce. The Russian fleet did go to Caen to sniffing out the French move to the Aegean coming up. But
JJ with the play of the day here over Vienna. Holds on to Vienna.
Yeah, holds on to Vienna by guessing correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a big bounce there, but does lose Munich,
which wasn't his. Yeah, so
Bill Hackenbracht, good grief. Bill freaking Hackenbracht.
Which part?
All of it.
So Bill, I believe, is getting is even. Finally, is not getting another build.
Yeah,
right?
He's not getting a build, but I mean his position's pretty good. So.
But doesn't Russia win this year? Russia is now going to go up a unit, is going to be dropping 2. Austria should be losing a unit, but it might have had a PIF. I don't remember. And anyway, has Naples and Rome that are useless now with 1 year left. All right. I'll show you guys. So we got 2 more armies from Russia. We've got a fleet from Peter. We now have the 4 powers, 10, 9, 8, 7. Who's got the edge?
Well, Russia's got the edge, but it's not guaranteed because there's still a lot of play that could happen here. Berlin, Vienna, somebody guessing right in Turkey. I don't know who that person is. I'm not going to name him again. But there's some possibilities that Russia could lose its advantage. I mean, there's a lot of interesting tactics here for this last year. That's absolutely fascinating. I know we've had some great games today. This game to me has completely fascinated because it's just so unique what has happened.
And I will. Oh, go ahead.
No, you please come.
The only thing I was going to add to that is Bill and Peter may have worked together for the first time with the coordination of Munich and Kiel. Do they go into the back room in 1910 and say, all right, look, we bounced in English Channel 14 separate times. Can we figure out a way to split a board top? You're shaking your head, but I'm throwing it out.
I don't see how Peter gets in on it.
Yeah.
He's too far back, I think.
Well, but Peter can just about guarantee Holland, I believe. And it's kind of like why would Peter? Yeah, why would Peter? Peter needs to pass. Needs to pass Bill. I just don't.
Well, but Berlin. So Berlin is clearly not stable for Russia. So that drops Russia down to 9, and assuming bounces back and forth, then it gets to 9988 again, and one center flips it one way or the other. So
that's why I'm saying there's so many guesses and tactical decisions to make here. We ought to just see what happens. It's fascinating.
Let's do it.
I see what you're saying, Kevin. Maybe I was shaking my head too quickly. All right, let's see it. Spring of 1910. I will call this out. We've got Vienna getting blown up, so point to the Austrians and point against the Russians. In the north, we've got France making the English Channel. I believe this is the first time that Bill has made the English Channel. But that's it. No one changes. Nothing changes. No centers change hands. London is safe. Liverpool is safe. Holland is at risk. And actually can be guaranteed, except that Kiel has 3 French units against it. But Russia has 2. Yeah, so this is just a mess. But I believe this puts Russia and France equivalent at 9, and England and Austria together at 8.
Look at Hogue trying to put Pakenbracht into Bulgaria. I thought that was
so there's no. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, there's anger there. The stab onto Austria the last time. I'm sure Austria doesn't want to work with Russia at this point, and giving anyone a board top, even if it is the tournament coordinator, the current leader. I mean,
yeah.
I damn my enemies. I'm killing them all. So,
all right. Is this all? This is all going to come down to a guess over Holland. Are there guesses anywhere else? I don't think so.
Let's see.
Romania. Romania is one
because Galicia can be hit, right?
Yeah, Warsaw.
It's because the Russian army got piffed is the issue.
Yeah, Warsaw needed to go to Ukraine there to secure that. All right, so actually, Stephen Hogue is a candidate here. Let's see if he can do it. All right, and I guess there's also something around Kiel. So Kiel, Holland, and then Romania is where it's at. And the answer is
Holland Falls.
Holland Falls, but Greece falls. What?
What the?
He walked out.
He walked out.
Well, here, count the dots. Maybe that's 9-9-9-7. Oh, 3-way tie. Oh.
Wow.
You know what? This game is called diplomacy. It's not called tactical move fest, as I think I said last weekend, and that's because diplomacy matters.
Stephen Hogue, why'd you do it? Stephen, you're in the comments.
He is in there. Oh, here you go. No, we're picking on you. It's the last turn. It's 1:30 in the morning for me and 2:30 in the morning for these guys. We want to know.
Why would I want England or Russia to do well? I mean, that's the issue.
So he was trying to lower Russia and France's score by helping France. He was trying to lower Russia and England's score by helping France, and lowering his own score. All right.
Not necessarily England's trying to lower Russia's. What does he have against England? He full vengeance on Russia. Yeah, you're right. You're right on what he does, but the motivation going into it is Russia stabbed me. I'm getting him any way I can.
No, but he said he said he wanted to. Why do I want England and Russia to do well?
Well, why do you? Why do you want Bill to do well? I want to know why you want Bill to do well.
Let's not linger on this too much. It's either a shared board top with 2 of them or a shared board top with 3 of them.
Yep. It's
not that big of a difference. The big deal is that nobody was able to come out of here 1 center ahead. That's the big deal. And that's just a very fascinating in-game situation. Forget what Steve did for a minute. All that does is change it from a share to a share.
Yep.
The question is, they didn't do. Nobody was able to get the advantage, and that's just fascinating.
Yeah.
For somebody that's really interested in diplomacy tactics, they should go back and watch this game, particularly the end game.
Yeah. And Bill Hackenbrack's game here. I mean, to be honest, Bill's game here is kind of breathtaking. He was under assault, had no allies, and thrived. That's just impressive.
It's a fitting end of the game. It was a struggle all game long. There was never a clear leader. It might have been a center count, but diplomatically, it was always a struggle. And we thought the EF was the strongest. But look at AR. They worked together until the end, and it fell to where it was. But absolutely agree, David. Great game.
I do want to clarify one thing. Bill, when you listen to this later, we are not saying you take our breath away. We're just saying that your particular game was breathtaking. I just want to make sure that's clear, because his head's big enough as it is. He can't fit it through the doorway in his house.
David, it makes me sad that you even needed to say that. But I agree that it needed to be said.
I think it needed to be said.
All right, David, your point about this game being called diplomacy sums up that final turn. And let's congratulate, I think, everyone on this board, to be honest, even the sacrificial lambs, because this was the marquee board in terms of star power, and you guys delivered. So thank all of you. And congrats to JJ and Steven for playing a hell of a game.
I agree with that, particularly JJ. There were some times that I thought his position was not that great, and he sure bounced it back. I've been very, very proud of JJ's play here.
Yeah, got into the shared board top, had a shot at the lone top. With a couple more guesses, won correctly. Could have done it, but guesses one correctly, and good play put him in position to do it. All right, gentlemen, there are a couple games that we're going to wrap up in recap fashion. I am happy to let you guys go, though. It looks like looks like Steven and Ed are both done. So I'm going to let you guys go. You're welcome to stick around and watch. I'll throw up the standings at the end of it. But either way, thank you both for joining.
All right, enjoyed it, Brandon, and thanks for all your hard work on this. This has been quite a day for you. Host duties on every single game, and it's been awesome to watch. So we the hobby, appreciate your efforts.
Excited about the new format, and I will sign off for the night as well. Enjoy.
All right, see you guys. And bringing back Adam Silverman and Ed. Where's Ed Sullivan? Ed Sullivan, hello. You guys ready to close out this evening? Which I don't know how many games we've done, but I think it's like 18 or 19 or more. I don't even know. 20. All right. Let's do game A first, just because I see it. And I don't know which one of you is on tap for that, but you will tell me when the time is right. In Austria, we've got Liam Stokes out of Victoria, British Columbia. In England, we've got Mark Breinholt making his debut today, I believe, out of Utah. France, we have Gabe Rass in an undisclosed location. Hopefully I said last name something close to correct. Germany, we've got Joseph Michael out of Austin, Texas. I hear you feeling good about that, Ed. Italy, we've got Benjamin Leff out of Texas. In Russia, we've got Gavin Atkinson, whose location I should have entered by now. In Turkey, we've got Natty Schaefer in Salt Lake City. All right, let's get to it. Pulling up the map here and putting 3 minutes on the clock, my friend. Tell us about it. One of you.
All right. Okay, so Russia opens up north. There's no bounce in Galicia. In the west, you don't want to be France. England goes to the Channel. England goes to Wales. Germany goes to Burgundy. Italy goes to Piedmont. In the in the fall, Marseille falls. The east, it looks like an RT, but there's this odd move by Trieste to Teroy. It's like almost like all four Eastern powers work together. In O2, Austria builds a fleet. Adam said earlier it's not very good. Let's see if it works out for Austria. Russia then goes full on north. 4 units in the north. Turkey's moving south. Germany's the only one seems to be worrying about it, but the attack on France is sort of faltering now. In the fall, Austria attacks Italy. Italy gives Greece to the Turks for the Ionian. EG has slow progress against France. So we definitely look like we have an ART here versus an EG. In the 03, Austria just pushes on Italy. It's definitely working with the Turks. Russia is occupied in the north. Italy doesn't seem to care about any of this. He's like, I'm just going to go west, dude. You guys just take my dots behind me. I'm just going to push west. In 04, more RT cooperation now. Austria seems to make a move early, but in the fall, puts his units up on Germany. Turks and Austria have Marseille. They have Naples. If it's an ART, Russia's definitely the junior partner. He's playing the role of Italy did in the past. Moving to 05, Eastern powers just advance their position. England, the board leader, is doing what it can, but is it enough to stop the AT? As we move to 06, you can look at the position. Turkey's getting great position in the Med. Austria's already in Munich. Russia's taking the rest of Germany. England's got to cover all fronts. It's going to be really hard to do. Fall of 06, you got to go back, Brandon.
Oh. All right. You want to show the orders?
Yeah. Convoy of the tournament. Greece to Marseille through Ionian, Tyrrhenian Sea, and Lyon, supported by Piedmont. At this point, at the end of 06, it's just a three-way race between England and Austria, Turkey. In 07, I mean, just look at some of this stuff as we look at the map. Austria does go to Bulgaria. It looks like it's arranged, but Turkey's in the English Channel. Turkey's in Spain. And the AT just keeps on keeping on. In 08, they've taken Moscow. They've taken Ruhr. Turkey's in Belgium.
It doesn't stay there. Oh, it gets popped.
Belgium. This is amazing. And for those, Liam is erratic, but I've played alliances with Liam, and when he's on a roll like this as Austria, he's really fun to play with. And Natty, too. Those guys are having a ball. In 09, all bets are off. It's time to go for the board top. All three are just racing for whatever they can get. We're all attacking each other. Who's going to come out ahead? And look, in the tail of the scorpion, and it's in its nature, Liam is going to get ahead in the end if he can by hook or crook. They ended in 09 at 11-10-10 with Liam on top. A fun game to review. I bet you the players had a fun time playing it. I had a hell of a time giving a cap.
Wow. Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lesson here, right? There's no absolutes in this game, right? And so, Austria got away with that early fleet build. He had a good alliance and made a great result out of it. So, I think Ed recapped it really well.
All right, congratulations to Liam Stokes. That was awesome. And that fleet build, you've turned the fleet, the Winter 01 fleet Trieste build into gold. Congratulations. We weren't sure that was possible, and you've shown us that it is. All right, that nets Liam 188 points. The second place players get 130 each. And that brings us to our final game of the day. And let's pull it up right here. Detroit. In Austria, Philip Weisert. In an undisclosed location. In England, we have John Salmon coming out of Denver. In France, we have Colin Sullivan in Perth. Australia. In Germany, we have Evan Swihart coming out of Cincinnati. In Italy, Morgante Pell from Vermont. In Russia, we've got Arch. In Turkey, Maxim Popov, the Russia specialist in Ames, Iowa. All right, Adam, tell us what happens in this one.
All right, so let's start from the beginning. So I think this is a game, if you like pirates, you'll enjoy watching this game. And I think the notable things in the early part of the game is, look at that, there's nothing in Bulgaria at the end of 1901. Turkey opened bouncing the Black Sea but to Armenia and ends up in Romania. I think it might have been supported by the Austrians, but I'm not sure. But the the Italians end up in Vienna, and there's a little bit of love over in the West to start out with. But as we go into 1902, we start to see some interesting things with the Germans say, hey, I'm going to go fight the Russians while the French fight the English, but I'm going to stay out of that little mess. Italy and Austria are now fighting full hog. Turkey finally gets into Bulgaria. Russia is clearly in a world of hurt here, from the Germans in the north and the Turks in the south. But let's look at England right here. England has two armies back at home, so France is trying to make this attack, but England can be a tough nut to crack in that kind of position, and John certainly tries to make it as difficult as possible. In 1903, again, Germany continues to let England and France fight. Italy and Turkey now seem to have this full-on alliance. They're really starting to gel and make some progress. Austria is kind of out of the game. And let's see what the builds are and if that can continue. And indeed, Turkey puts down two armies. Italy puts down two fleets, exactly what you would expect to see in a potent IT alliance. Italy's starting to turn the corner against France, has the fleet power to do it. Turkey continues marching north, getting their armies into nomads land in the middle. And we continue to see this through 1904 as we progress into 1905. But then when we get to 1906, of course, it all falls apart. And let's take a look. And here we have Italy now making their move on the Turks. And we have, this continuous fight. So I mentioned pirates, so let's just keep an eye on that Russian fleet in the Norwegian Sea. We can see Russia's just barely holding out here, though they did sneak into Edinburgh to get themselves a build in this turn. And as we move forward, we've just got a lot of jockeying for position, France, Italy, Turkey. Moving into 1908. That Russian fleet ends up in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, having some influence on what's going down there. Again, we have Italy, Turkey still jockeying throughout Austria. Right, it's hard to tell from the position right here who has the advantage. It looks like it might be tactical, and the German plane might be, ultimately the deciding factor there. But Germany's not really getting that involved. They're kind of holding on the line. Going into 1909, let's see. Oh, we got a Russian fleet in the Western Med. Okay. Can we get to Tunis? Can we get to
not from Sevastopol?
Can we get back to Sev? All right. Sadly, in spring 1910, that Russian fleet dies, thanks to the combined effort of Italy and France, who really didn't want it there. But this really is coming down to the wire. If we look at the supply center chart going into 10, we've got 887 amongst the three main powers. Germany hanging around at 6. But again, who can get the advantage of the position? And it turns out it's going to be Turkey. Maxim tops the board. If we get a final center count up there, Maxim ends on 11, France on 8, and Italy really took a beating that last turn, ending up down at 4.
Looks like Italy walked out of dots. Am I right? Yeah, Italy didn't defend.
That is very true. Yes, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, everybody decided to go to Albania instead of, and so it makes you wonder diplomatically how that happened. Clearly, somebody wanted Turkey to top.
Well, maybe Morgante and Maxim had this alliance. Morgante took a shot at getting the board top, and we couldn't look at the tactics too closely there, but maybe Morgante could see that he couldn't top the board, and so wanted to make amends by allowing his former alliance partner to top it. We see Morgante commenting in the comments here that is exactly what happened. I mean, that's honorable, right? Like, you take your shot, and then you keep the diet. Like David Hood was saying earlier, the person you want to talk to right after you stab is the person you stabbed. And here's a case where Morgante is going to get a lot of goodwill from that. Ed, what's your reaction to that? That's a nice looking center chart, isn't it? it seems nice and orderly, and then there's a big blah, 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 and then, you get a clear emergence at the end of it.
Well, it's been a good night for Eds. It's been a good night for the Ottomans. Was a good night for Sullivan's. Callum, you let me down a little bit. You let the Sullivan clan down by doing second, but you had a good first game. To me, I enjoyed seeing the game. I enjoyed the cooperation, and Morgante's a really fun player to play with, and I totally think what he did was admirable.
All right. That means we congratulate Maxim Popov for topping this board and scoring 188 points, which I think is pretty good. We're still figuring that out. That brings to a close our coverage of round 2, the boards. We covered 8 boards here, 8 boards in the previous round as well, and 4 boards in the one before that, which takes us to 20 boards in 6.5 hours. I think, didn't we call VDL last weekend and had trouble getting 5 boards in 6 hours? And we have just covered 20 boards in 6.5 hours. All right, congratulations to us. Let's see. I see Kevin O'Kelly is hanging out in the back. Going to bring you back on. Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, Maxim jumped up to third, and I was part of both last week's and this week's broadcast, and I was going to say it afterwards, but Brandon did a great job getting us together. This couldn't have gone any better, and I'm excited to watch the next 2 days.
Do we have a quick look at the standings? Are those posted yet, Brandon?
I do, yeah. They're on the website. So anyone who's looking at a live follow, and you may have it on your graphic, Brandon, so I'll let you go with it. But for the viewers, it's on the website.
All right, here are the current standings as far as my software is calculating them. No surprise who is on top. Bill Hackenbracht, who has either topped or shared the top in all 3 of the boards that he played in a 24-hour period. In second is Christian Klein, who also played 3 boards and only topped or shared a top in 2 of them. Maxim Popov with 2 board tops, 2 outright board tops, is in second place and in great position to snag the top seed, I should say. He just needs another board top. After that, we have Matthew Krill in third place. Matthew was Irish. Was that what somebody said before?
I think he is.
Okay, but playing from North America. Yeah. Peter McNamara, another tournament director, is in 5th. Tommy Anderson in position to make the top board currently in 6th. After that, we have the member of the Sullivan clan, Colin Sullivan, and Christophe Bourget, Jason Mastbaum, the Mastbaum, in on the bubble in 9th place. Got a share of the top in both boards he played today. And Evan Sweart in 10th place. So don't have more to show than that, but that's enough for now. All right, guys, any comments on this top 10 or on today's experience? We'll get some final thoughts here. Adam, start with you.
It's a worthy crew, but there's going to be some movement. 3 games count towards top board. Is that right?
Top 3 scores out of
top 3 scores. So a lot of these folks, in fact, the majority of them, except for Bill and Christian, have only played 2 scoring rounds. So there's going to be movement here, and we'll probably see some people in the 10 to 20 range moving up, and we'll probably see some movement around. So there's a lot of play here. This is a great top 10, though. These are all great players and have done well so far. And there's plenty of great players who are in the next batch further down and may make a move with some good results tomorrow. So. This is still wide open.
Ed?
You can look at the shared Ed Sullivan board top strategy isn't really helpful to Jason Mastbaum right now. I mean, he's 9th, which is great in the tournament, but you can see with 2 tops and, there are people who don't have tops with only 1 top ahead of them, that 9-9 top with Tanya. The scores really matter in this tournament with so many players. You have to look, this is against my own philosophy personally, but you have to go for the board top here, and you have to do it consistently to make the top 7.
Ed, you heard it here from Ed.
You got to look at the tournament and the game and the scoring system. And with this amount of players, that's the only way you're going to guarantee your way in.
Yeah, I think what Ed is saying is that to have the killer instinct of a champion, sometimes there are some cases where you have to show that, and there are other cases where you have to pretend you don't have it. Kevin O'Kelly.
I don't have any results.
Kevin O'Kelly.
Well, I'll fill in for Bill here as tournament promoter, as he's doing a fine job playing this game. 88 players today. That is fantastic. What a great day of diplomacy. I know we strive to get those big numbers, and he and the team that organized this, fantastic. Couple names off the charts. Klaus had a 228 with only one result, and he's just below. Laszlo, another name from a game that David and I did, had a nice result, again with only one result. So those in the top 10 with only two results. Only two results. You're gonna need a good third one tomorrow. No surprise the way that Bill's played this year, and knowing Christian as well as we do, Brandon, it's no surprise he's up there too. So see what the Scorpion can do tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to think it's going to be hard for those top three to not make the top board, but you never know. Certainly, Bill must have punched his ticket by now. All right, a little bit of more tournament director business. I think the next round starts in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Is that right?
That's right. Yep.
Good God and Godspeed.
Maybe I'll go be a fill-in.
And our live coverage of the next round begins.
Thankfully, not for another 12 hours, because I do have to be involved in that in some way. All of us are going to be. I will probably poke on the air to give Brian a little bit of a spell midway through that. That one will probably go a little bit longer because they're definitely going to cover. Although they're not going to have any of these games to cover. We did it all, man. Men,
Great
guys,
job.
people, fellers. All right, so everyone, we're going to call it a night now. Stay tuned for our live coverage tomorrow, and then our top board coverage on Sunday. And that about does it. Stay safe and stab well.